today, so if I have to leave, I'll let you know in the private chat.
Yep, and we're live.
Hello.
Hello.
We are gathered here today to not to cheer what it has become, but to celebrate what Arcane once was.
To fondly look back on the good times and mourn what we lost.
This is a funeral stream.
Yeah, I guess we're already refueling our takes on the season already.
Oh, yeah. How do you want to do this, Unity? It's your show.
Yeah, scene by scene, or if not, we can just summarize it because this is gonna take a while.
I was gonna say the scene by scene might be rough, but I think we can. Here's an idea. What if we just give what our base rating for the whole season is before we start? That might be fun.
Sure,
I think most of us agree.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
It's a 2 out of 10.
Pretty much.
Yep, same with me. Too.
Well, yeah, Evald, we've talked about this.
Yeah, I know. We had an entire watch party of the entire thing. It was very bad. The funny thing is, I started out as like a 5 because Arc 1 is like, yeah, it could get better. It did not get better.
Arc 1, we were like, oh, well, maybe it was a slow start, and all the while we had who tell us, no, it gets worse. Mr. Leaks Watcher.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. It's like,
It's funny, too, because I don't know about you guys, but I would have been fine if the show was just a 5 out of 10. I would have been disappointed, but I would have been, it wouldn't be the same as what we got.
I mean, to be honest, I was watching the season 1, the first 3 episodes, was like, wow, this could be an entire season as a whole. But no.
Yeah, like that. Honestly, that statement could apply to so many things in this season.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, probably just a 2 because like the season is so insanely bad. That was kind of baffled by it.
Yeah, it was genuinely shocking because it seemed like season 1 had set everything up so well. Like we had genuinely good character arcs all set up in season 1, and season 2 just didn't do anything with them.
No, I mean at the very least it was like, oh, it's gonna be bad. I was like, I would never expect them to put time travel. A multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Oh.
I also give it a 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the most insane thing people can do about this season. It's like, hey, how do you make this work? Let's do a fucking time travel season. How much do you guys know about League of Legends? I know my friends played it. That's it.
I know very little. I have never played the game.
Yeah, I know nothing about League of Legends.
I've played it briefly. I think I'm one of those people that's weird because so many people I know are reformed League players. And like they kept and I started trying to get into it like years after the fact, and I was just like, oh, it's okay, I guess. I don't see why everyone's so afraid of it. Like
yeah.
But I do know from what I know, they did a lot of lore breaks. I've had other people mention things to me. I've had there's several characters that aren't even in the show, from what I understand, that are ruined either by not being able to exist anymore or not being specifically named, but kind of implied.
Well, the one thing I keep hearing is that they're changing the character Victor's skin to match the show in the game, and it's like making everyone really mad.
Oh, yeah, this is such a weird season. So, give me a second. Oh, someone's here. Star, hello.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
We're just talking about Arcane and why it's so bad
now. Glad you could make it to the funeral.
Oh no, I don't want to be at the funeral. I want to watch paint dry. Oh,
He'll be
God.
laying down handfuls of dirt just like the rest of us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I guess where did y'all put the season 1? That's another good contrast, I think.
Oh,
Kind
it's
of lay out
probably
more
a
parts.
probably a 7.5. I recently watched it with a friend of mine who has played a lot of League, and while it's not nearly as great as I thought it was before, it's still pretty damn good. But then there was season 2, and I guess the best way for me to describe it is that it's quite possibly the worst animated show and worst video game adaptation that I've ever seen.
That
That is fair.
I was gonna say I can't go that far. I've seen some really shitty anime.
I guess you would know Rangi, or you would know a lot of anime.
Well, I not only just anime though. I've also seen like really shitty, like poorly done, not just live action stuff, but for video game adaptations. Because for some reason, I always end up watching this stuff, but really bad Western animated stuff too. But yeah, this is probably the worst I've seen in a long time.
It's also probably like one of the worst drop-offs in quality I've ever seen, like between seasons.
I think that is one of the things that just makes it worse, you know? Like, if it was bad from the beginning, I feel like I wouldn't feel as strongly about it. But, I'd have been like, oh, well, that was shit. That's what I thought the League of Legends adaptation would be.
It's what a lot of people thought it was gonna be, and then it turned out to be what it was. And
you know what's worse? I've heard news that they're making another Cyberpunk anime too.
What? Isn't that Edge Runner?
Yeah, they're making another one. I don't know if it's Edge Runner, but they have teased that they were making another one. So they're coming for the good anime or video game adaptations. They're gonna reap them all.
I'm gonna kill myself. I've never seen a drop up as big as this one since Legion. Legion season 1, season 2.
if you're gonna kill yourself, please kill me first.
Yeah.
But yeah, that can be arranged.
Oh no, Rangi, put the knife down quick.
Knife? No, I'm an American. We aren't using a knife for that.
We'll say this though: the knowledge that I have of League was provided to me by a friend who I watched this whole thing with. He knows a lot more about it than I do, and the fact that I'm getting into the game myself means that I'm probably gonna learn more about it later. But for now, all I have to work with is what I have, but I think it'll be more than enough to, hopefully paint a clearer picture as to why this is the worst video game adaptation that I've seen.
Oh.
To be honest, I need to look at its Arcane canon to League, and then I was like, oh fuck, it is canon last year.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
was Red not able to make it, by the way? I just figured I'd ask.
No, I didn't see his name here, so it's weird.
Oh,
So
maybe he got called into work or something.
Yeah. If someone cannot make it, I will see it.
Yeah. It is unfortunately canon to League of Legends, and as a result, there's a lot of more problems that come from the show alone. You could say that it's more catastrophic than it would be if it was just not canon, but
Well, what's interesting is that they already have the mechanics for just saying that this is alternate universe. We already have a multiverse. Just say it's not in canon with the game. Say the game is in another universe somewhere out there.
That
would have went without saying with season 1 when they didn't outright confirm that it was canon, but then they did.
Yeah,
And let
so-
me tell you, I and many League players are just disappointed at what they've done with Victor in the game. They've reworked him. That swag walk they used to have is gone. That badass skin that he used to have is also gone. And they changed skins that you paid for him around Arcane.
is that? Well, no, it probably isn't legal, but it's probably covered by TOS.
Yeah, it's probably an EU, LA, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows if that would hold up in like Europe? So, if people care that much, maybe there's a way forward with that. I don't know.
They might change their minds.
Perhaps.
Who knows?
Yeah, no, but it might. But because I was like, if you ask me, it was like, do you have multiverse in this show? I was like, what? In the game, there's a multiverse or time travel? That kind of fucks with everything.
Boy, does it.
It does.
Yeah.
It's. I'm sure we'll get to that. I don't know how we're gonna break it down, whether it's scene by scene or whatever. But if it is scene by scene, I don't think even just 5 hours is gonna be enough to thoroughly tear this shit down.
I suppose you guys want to go like episode by episode?
Yeah,
I think that works.
by episode.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it, because otherwise it's just gonna. I mean, I can see two ways to do it: either episode by episode or plot line by plot line.
Or
To be honest,
character.
Yeah, that's what I kind of mean by plot line. Character by character is another option. At Unity's show, so
Of course.
let's do episode by episode, because that will be easier for the viewers to follow.
True.
All right.
That's true.
All right.
So
Episode.
1. Okay, so how does this show start off? Oh right, they got bombed.
Yep.
So I mean, I guess I'm fine with it based on the content that
Yeah.
I have later.
Yes, I think that's what you have to say. Is like, this did surprise me. Who I saw was alive and who was dead here, but it does kind of make sense if you factor in what happens later.
R.I.P. Robot Man.
R.I.P. Robot Man, obviously.
Yep.
I don't know. I was kind of hoping for before we got the confirmation. I was hoping for more like kind of definitive, the attack to be a bit more definitive. I assumed Jace would survive. I thought they would kill off Mel.
I was definitely expecting Mel to die. Yeah.
To be honest, I don't really care who dies. But, at the same time, after the canon, they said, "Oh, everything is canon, yo." I was like, "There's no way Mel is gonna die."
She's a champion in League of Legends, so now she can't. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, from what I know of the lore of League of Legends, because somebody told me this, I guess Heimerdinger's species respawns. So
there's a city. It's called Bandle City, and it exists in Runeterra, and when every Yordle, whenever they die, they respawn there.
I wonder how that works. I wonder if that works for being like in another dimension.
I was just about to ask that. Do 2 Heimerdingers respawn, or is it just one? Because he's piloting around a Heimerdinger body.
Who knows? I was gonna say,
Oh, hello.
There's a boy. Hello.
Hey,
X is here to mourn.
League of Legends.
It's the leak viewer I was mentioning. But yeah, because that's something I was wondering. It's like, does the respawn thing even actually matter? Is that not canon anymore? Does Heimerdinger respawn across dimensions? So like him that is from the main universe, the Arcane universe, does he respawn there, or does he respawn in the new universe? It's supposed to be. It's League canon. So
it is.
And they said this was supposed to be League canon. So Heimerdinger is supposed to be able to respawn.
Oh yay! I can't wait
Which
for
mean-
him to get.
Which
That's
means
good.
they can ruin him more.
I was just about to say.
That's good because that means you can finally put out that folk album he's been working on.
Did anybody actually die in the
Apparently.
show, main character wise?
If you subtract Heimerdinger, did
And Betsa died? Did she count as a main-
Matt, what do you mean? Maddie died.
Oh fuck!
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Jinx
You
Oh
guys
yeah.
remember
Speaking
that
of
character.
speaking of Maddie, I feel really bad because my friend and I were watching the live premiere of the first episode, and when she was on screen and she was talking and all that, everyone in chat was saying something along the lines of "She's so adorable," and I would fight all of Piltover for her and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you see the meme when it was
Wait,
when the
I'm
trailer
so-
came out?
Hmm?
Did you see the meme when the trailers came out about her being Marcus's daughter?
I
Yeah,
can't say that I have. No, I
saw
don't
that.
think so.
I saw that theory.
Yeah.
Theory, but I
But
think
it was
it
just a
ended
big
up
meme.
being untrue. Yeah. It would have if they wanted to do something like now. I don't think it's been long enough for them to do something like that. If they wanted
No.
to do something like that, where like in Arc 2 they introduced her and she was Marcus's daughter and they did something interesting, that would have been something, but no, she's just a rando. But back to the actual events.
Yeah, but
Yep.
that was because
Gonna try and wrangle us here.
no, don't worry.
Yeah, the attack happened.
So,
Yep.
yeah, that that happened. By the way, just bomb the entire building. And then what's it called? Like Jace tried to save Victor by putting him in hack stack. I know we got enemy again. Fucking hell.
Yep, and a new intro. But also, I should mention, do you remember what Victor had to do to make the Hex Core heal him in Season 1? Because I do, and it's very different from how it works in this particular scene. Because if you remember, he had to carve runes into his skin, inject himself with shimmer, and then cut his hand open, and then touch the hex core, and then it healed him for a little bit, just a little. Meanwhile, no shimmer, no runes carved into him. And then it fuses with him outright.
Yeah. So with the explosion, we know Mel's power seems to have like subconsciously kicked in. That I think that's the idea with it, and that's why her and Jace lived. Who else was in the room that lived?
It was Salo and the other lady.
Yes, I remember Salo.
The clockwork lady, I don't remember her name,
Yes.
but
Yeah, the one with the
Well, does she have a name? I don't think
she does, I think. I just don't know if they directly mention it.
I don't think she does anything significant in the show after this. So
Listen, she votes on the council. Okay, that should be enough.
yeah.
It isn't.
But yeah, we also get basically the Victor is essentially I think it's safe to say he's probably the most significantly damaged of the named like important semi-important character.
Oh, I don't think I agree with that at all.
No, I don't think I.
No. Physically, I mean like in
Oh, I see.
yeah.
I guess aside from the people who are dead.
I was gonna say that I think we all know who the most damaged of each two are. At least I think I know who I would choose.
That's actually a tough question.
Oh wait, no, you're right. Because if I make it make three, it's Caitlyn, Vi, and Jinx for me. They're the most damaged.
Probably. I don't really. I mean, Jace. Wait.
Dinger.
Yeah, well, Dinger is damaged in a weird way, where it feels like this is just such a rudimentally different character Like, it feels like he's just possessed. It doesn't feel like he's Heimerdinger.
I mean, but I would probably put like Victor in
Yeah.
top 3 because I was like, what the fuck happened to Victor? He's like something god and just like kill everyone.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, so Victor is probably the most injured of the people who survived.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wait, he survived?
Yep.
Oh, I mean the
But-
attack.
So
How did he survive?
Well,
I think he was
well-
inside the sphere.
That is something I will.
created,
Well,
but I'm not sure about that because it never actually shows us what happened.
I can only assume it's kind of the Arcane
Yeah,
tisms.
they never show us
Yeah.
really actually what happened. That's crazy.
I wish they did.
thing is, they only affected certain parts of his body, not all of it. If we're to
Well,
assume that the Arcane was protecting him, then it would only protect the parts of him that are being healed by it.
They could have had him like actually die, like actually physically die, for him to get resurrected. That could have been. Something.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that would make a lot more sense than whatever the hell
I
they
see.
do
Falcon
here.
wants to join in, but I could not add him because that's the limit.
Damn.
Yeah.
But
There's a limit.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say who. Oh, so is Red available? Because we could. Oh, Falcon can't join. Okay.
Yes. I'll just text him. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, worst case, Evald said he was leaving in an hour, and if Red comes in, well, it's his show too. So
Red-
I'm sure
Red
one
didn't-
of us can make room.
Don't worry, Red is
Oh.
not coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, then Falcon can like wait in reserve. I'm sure one of us will have to leave.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, eventually, maybe. But yeah.
So one thing I will say I do
And
kind of
then-
like about the scene is how Jace reacts. Like, I'm glad that he actually reacted as quickly as he did to try to save Victor.
Yeah.
I think that's something he would do.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Victor is probably in that room. Probably one of like the people he cares about the most. It's like his best friend. It's the guy who helped basically co-sign his life's work, even though obviously they're planning to get rid of the hex score at that point, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, they're friends. I can buy that. But
Yeah, like
Just
there's a
the
lot of
mechanics of
investment
what he
and
does,
there'd be a lot of investment in wanting, in caring about each other for them.
Now that you guys watched the entire season, do you think Mel should have died?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish everyone had died, man.
Yeah.
Everyone should have died.
I really wish she would have
Well-
died after she decided that she should
Yeah.
side with LeBlanc over her mom.
Oh,
No,
That was
that's the thing too. If Mel died, you could
you
You
could
could
push
get,
Jace.
like-
Exactly.
you crush Jace, and then you'd also get proper like Warlord and Bessa, because
Yes.
they do its character assassinate Bessa
And
too.
on top of that, we get more time, which the season needs. We need more time. There's too much going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like at the end of season
And
1,
if you insist on having this be the final season, you don't have to make it a Marvel season. You can just
Ugh.
make it grounded like season
Yeah.
1. There are many things that you could have done that are
Yeah.
not only a lot better but could actually just be the season that you got, but with slight
We really-
changes here and there.
We really do not need
Point is,
knockoff Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
so
They wouldn't have
True.
needed-
like
they
at the
wouldn't-
end of season 1, Mel gave up her family to stop the impending civil war to happen. She gave up like her mother to like, I'm gonna vote peace. I am not a Madonna. I'm not gonna follow your ways. To then die. That was her completing her journey. It was like her death would be ironic in a way because she gave up all of her mother's advice to then get killed. If she followed her mother's advice, she would still be alive. That would have been a good ending, a bittersweet ending, but a good ending. But no, she lives.
Yeah.
Well, and her
Yep.
rejecting her mother's advice could just be more incentive for Mbessa to double down on what she already
Yes.
believes.
And Jace, she can go to Jace and be like, "My daughter didn't listen. I told her she did not listen. Jace, build the weapons. It's the thing you got to do, Jace." And you can easily push Jace into weapons.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to jump forward, but like the show writers and having Jace not build weapons after the attack, to then have him build weapons. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was to be honest, episode 1 feels like filler. I mean, to be fair, everything we talked so far is not bad. You know, so from the explosion, and then we got like Mel's mom dying, funeral, and then
Yeah,
we got this like, yeah.
I do really like
Oh,
the
yeah.
funeral scene. I think it's animated pretty
Same.
well and gets the emotions
Yeah.
across nicely.
It does, yeah.
Animation
Actually,
good.
I think it might actually be my favorite scene in this season.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
And then the scene ends.
And then it ends, yeah.
I actually think we should just get this away. Is there just knock out the animation thing, because the animation I think for the show overall is still very good quality.
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
probably a few tisms you can pick out here and there, but
Yeah, there's a couple of
Maybe,
motion
yeah.
blur thing, but
There's a few instances of just Final Fantasy VII Remake directing where they just randomly zoom into someone while they're talking.
oh yeah.
What I will say is
But
the editing is very
I
strange.
Oh god,
I
the
was
editing.
going to say this, and I'll let you take that, Evald, because I think you're better at explaining the editing problems than I am.
So I'm sure we'll get to this eventually, but there's a part in like episode 3, and I think it also happens in episode 7 a little bit, where we cut to another character for like 5 seconds and then cut right back. Like we'll have the storyline with Mel and her assistant in her office, and we cut to Jace in the elevator for like 5 seconds, and we cut right back. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna describe the scene to you guys, and you guys can pick apart. So the
Mhm.
next scene is just like, Mel just like, because after the council bomb, they only have like the people who is gonna be like in council voting for hex weapons. Should they use it to like attack the Undercity? Got any problems with that?
Yes, many. A lot. So the Clockwork Lady, if you remember in season 1, she was one of the people who was against invading the Undercity. Her exact words, I don't remember all of them, but it was to the effect of, they may not be your favorite type of people, but they're still one of us. And then we cut to here, which if she was in character, it would be 1-2 rather than 2-1.
I guess maybe the argument for that would be that the attack itself, now that she's physically in danger, she changed her mind.
But
Yeah,
she
to be
knows that Jinx is the only one responsible for this.
Oh, do they say that? I forget. Because I know.
Yeah, Caitlyn's
Yeah.
there. And
Jesus.
they say in the scene that Jinx is the only one responsible
Okay,
for this.
because I know they
attack.
don't say Silco's name at all.
Yeah, it's
Honestly, I'm not
unfortunate.
sure who knows what in terms of like Silco's
that's why I'm
death
asking.
and the nature.
Well, the
of the
thing is, they
explosion.
should know. Vi and Caitlyn should tell everybody.
I agree. Yeah.
Also, I just think too many counselors lived. I think it should have been Jace and Salo that lived.
I mean, here's the other problem. What the fuck is Jace in this scene, in this photo?
Oh wait, oh yeah, Jace isn't in the scene.
Yep.
Now, I will say it's understandable that he'd want to look out for his friend and make sure
Yeah.
but the real issue here is that they don't try to fill the empty counselor chairs with new ones, because hypothetically, what if the Senate of the US were to be spontaneously blown up? They would, and counselors died, they would fill those empty chairs with new ones.
Yeah.
That would have been a wonderful way to introduce Camille's family into the mix. It would have, and then probably Camille herself, as she's one of the champions in
But,
League
like,
of Legends. But yeah,
Jace not being there, like, it's a big issue because like this is like a huge thing. Like, should we invade Zaun? Who do we attack in Zaun? This is a massive thing Jace is invested in. Jace should be in the meeting, and if he's busy with Victor, Mel should be like, guys, we can't do this at the moment. Jace is missing in action. We need Jace. Because like at this point, if they vote against Mel is screwed. If they go
it's a lot safer to assume that the council just didn't either didn't tell him that they were having this meeting, or they didn't just have the meeting in the room with him. Because if they had the meeting in the room with him, then they just can, because Is there any reason why they can't?
But that kind of causes issues. Like, if you can host a meeting
Right.
and just like not invite a counselor to then pass a law or like some notion to go through without a counselor there to be like to vote on, that's like that's so like you like that is insane. Like
Thing
I think
is,
there is
him
actually-
looking out for his friend is fine. The only thing that isn't fine is that they I guess they just didn't give him any notice. I don't.
well, but like
Fucking
even
no.
so, this one is like fine. He's looking at Victor, but later in the show, he visits Kate, but he doesn't
Yeah,
go
he
to
does.
like he doesn't
Yeah.
come to the council meetings. So like Jace, what are you
True.
doing?
Yeah. What is the scene right after the actual explosion though? Because that's a funeral, right? So we'd be at the funeral still, right?
But
Yeah.
it's a quick scene
I'm
where-
going off a bit of shoddy memory about the events.
Oh wait,
of-
yeah, Rangi's right. It's right after. So it's the explosion and the funeral. I have it on my
Yeah.
phone.
You know,
So it's
Yeah.
just bad editing, or just like Jace's not showing up to the meetings at all again.
Yep,
Yep.
Jesus. I mean, it's like you're signing up for Hextech, you fuck. Of course, he's gonna be in the meeting.
Yes,
Yes, he would be very
Uh,
invested in a
Jace is extremely
resolution that
invested.
could deeply affect his own like participation in it.
Especially at the end of
so-
last season. Jace's entire thing is he flew too close to the sun and got burned by Hextech and knows the consequences. If Jace doesn't want to build Hextech weapons, which he doesn't at this point, he should go to the meetings and be like, I am not building Hextech weapons. I'm not going to do this. But like,
And on the off chance that everyone votes against him, if he was in character, he just wouldn't build them.
Yeah, he'd just say, "Oh, okay, great. You guys can build all the Hextech weapons you want on your own."
That would be a nice a cool scene to see. Is like him just saying, "Okay, you build them yourselves. I'm not working with you."
You're
Well,
also
this
not getting my
level,
notes.
all the goats
if
are dead.
try to- Yeah,
No one can
you're
build
also
the
not
Hextech
getting my
weapons.
notes. If you try and touch, in fact, I'm literally on my way to destroy them.
that would have actually
I
been
already
kind of
hit
neat.
them.
Like if Jace destroyed the notes, then Ambessa can't build weapons. So then she can't slaughter any goats. That
Well,
would
no,
make-
this could actually be an interesting, like, political move where Jace
Yeah.
is like, "I'm on my way to destroy them," and then Ambessa just comes in with like her soldiers, and she's like, "No, you're not."
Yeah. But then
Like,
it's kind of like a
and
two at
she
that
could
point.
even be like, look to the council people and say, we hope you don't mind, but we were worried that there was some sabotage or something like that.
Yeah.
Like that she could, especially because there's a massive power vacuum. We've had multiple councilmen kill.
Well, I was thinking about this, right? Like, the show wants to put Kate in a position of power. A way you could have done that is have Kate's mother die, then have the father die somehow, for then Kate to be basically saying, it's family tradition. This family sits on the council. So Kate is forced on the council. And kind of like Jace in season 1, doesn't want to be on the council. And then you have Mel manipulating Kate to do whatever. Because
Or even Ambessa, because I said, I can believe you could be setting up a rift between Ambessa and Mel. In fact, I think you need
just
need
think
that
Mel
for the
should
story to actually work.
you know who should
But
be on
yeah.
the council? You know who should be on the council? Dinger.
Yeah, but
The fact they did not invite him back just baffles me.
well, do they
Yeah.
even know where he is?
No, I don't think. I mean,
They don't, but
they
like,
probably don't. But still,
Yeah, I don't think I know where
the
he
closest
Hey,
the closest they're gonna get to that is if Heimer personally walked all the way back there
I
and
feel
said,
like somebody should
I want
ask.
back in.
yeah.
I
Like,
feel
hey,
like
well, at the
somebody
very
should
least-
ask.
At the very least, like Sty said, like just get new people on the council. Elect
Yeah,
new-
that's what they would do if they were
That would be
a
an
functioning council.
We don't even know how the council functions. Is it like an aristocratic sort of like position in that? But family, like Kate's seems position on.
Well,
it
yeah,
seems
Kate,
to
but
be-
like
is it-
Mel and Jace. Like Mel is not from Piltover. Jace was voted into the
Yeah,
council.
Is it something that's bought in? Is it something where they vote to bring somebody else in? The council votes to bring somebody else in on the council. Is it democratically elected? We don't know anything about.
But would have been cool to see.
Yeah, and it would have been. It's fine. We don't know how new council members come in the first season because I don't think they need. Well, actually, no, because Jace is brought into the council by the council.
Yeah, and
So
the council said this is not this is abnormal. We don't do this often. We need a what was it? It was like a 7-man vote or something. So that is not normal.
So I assume they appoint people by a vote of the council to the council. That seems to be the way they do it.
Yeah.
And then you can have politics at play. Who do we want on the council? Do we want someone who wants to invade Zon, or do we want someone who wants to keep the peace? That could be an entire plot point.
This guild or this group, they have a lot of power in the markets. A lot of the people put their trust in them. We need stability right now. There could be a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be this is a popular figure among the people. We need stability now.
And it's an easy way to introduce new characters, new champions, if they want to do that.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
What if you actually had one of the basically one of the the three characters that they introduced for the little squad Kate has? What if one of them forces their way onto the council using basically political connections? And
something would be cool?
The person in charge of law enforcement.
Yeah, no, whatever. That's exactly what I was about to say. The sheriff or the new sheriff basically says,
exactly.
In this time of need, I need to be on the council.
Yeah, and you could make it I don't know, maybe Fishman, because he doesn't get in the character.
He doesn't have a name. His name is Fishman. They don't give him a name.
Oh, they do. His name is Steb.
Wait, what?
Steb?
Yeah, that's his legal name.
What?
Oh, okay.
His name is Fishman.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of the three, we do get introduced to Loris, I think, in the next scene, right?
Yeah. Because
wait, no, that's a little further ahead.
We're
right after the council scene, we get. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we get Caitlyn talking to her.
Caitlyn being a dumbass.
Because this is supposed to be one of the most important probably moments of Arc 1. I think you agree, which is Caitlyn offering the badge to Vi.
Yeah, that was so.
But before we, sorry,
that was fast. It was you just hand him the badge. It was hey, arrest your sister. It was and she was of course. Why do you even think that she would do that? I was
well, she didn't say of course.
Well, no, she handed an enforcer badge to Vi, and she was like, "No, I can't do this. You know what they did to my parents." Mm-hmm. Which Caitlyn doesn't, and Caitlyn just I guess forgot that about her trauma to the point where she's like, "Yeah, just take it." And when Vi says no, she's like, I thought you were on our side.
Well, the thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is why Caitlyn wants her to be an enforcer so bad anyway. She doesn't have to wear the badge in order to go on the mission with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she hasn't been an enforcer up to this point. She was helping Jace.
It should something the way you get Vi to be an enforcer is a really tricky. It's tough to write, but what you should do is have Vi actually work along enforcers. See that's not all bad. You have them go on a mission. She's not technically an enforcer. She gets in trouble, and then she has to become an enforcer to get out of the trouble. Something like that.
No,
you need the badge
I have a better idea.
To legally do these missions.
I have a better idea. What you have is because this comes to the political aspect. If this season were written smartly and Kate and Vi had mentioned who blew up the council and killed Silco, all right, they could say we need to bring in Jinx and if we really want to soldier up our position, we need a Zonite to bring in Jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? This formula is like.
Yeah.
No offense to you guys, I was like, okay, this formula is gonna take a while, and to be honest, I got stuck
Yeah.
tomorrow. So we
Yeah.
got. I'm gonna be a bit quicker when it comes to scenes, so I'm just gonna summarize. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be. So instead of like a really long discussion, after the episode is over, you can just talk about what do you think will be improved. What you guys
Yeah,
do instead.
Yeah, so you want us to just go with the cliff notes and then quickly just go over our biggest problems then?
Yeah. So
Yeah, that
that's
makes more
basically
sense.
it. Yeah, it's like 40 minutes, and I was like, wow, I got it. It's also 9 episodes.
I mean,
Oh.
guys, the show's bad. Like, this is going to happen.
Very bad.
I know, but as I said, yeah, I need a different formula this time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Caitlyn offered fire back, and I was like, okay, there's no way Caitlyn would do. I mean, I guess Caitlyn will be like doing this, but at the same time, I just do not believe her last sentence. Like, oh, you should do that. I was like, no. And then we got like five just like upset us. We met a random like enforcer, just like, hey, get drunk with me. And yeah, Fire is just no longer sad. And then we got like, Jay's just like, oh, I want to save my friend. He's bomb, and she's talking to you now, by the way. I was like, oh, and now we got like the like, okay, a more grief scene, and then we got like okay, I gotta skip a fucking lot of scenes because nothing really happens. Okay, the attack of Son, the attack of the capital.
Yeah, the attack from
Yeah.
Canberran lady who lost her kid.
Yeah.
I like the idea of that, but like the execution is just kind of dumb.
Well, this fight scene is one of the ones I thought the editing was particularly bad in.
Yeah.
Oh, it was more than just the editing that was bad.
Oh, that too. But
Yeah.
the edit, it's one of the easiest to illustrate the bad editing point.
True.
Yeah, like Vi's teleporting around to Caitlyn is on pause.
What? I mean, it's like
Jace,
they got like
Jace teleports. Like he's on. Like Jace gets. Like his back is like he should be dead, but alas, he lives. Jace is crawling on the ground, bleeding out. Then he teleports like 30 feet. It's so
I mean,
bad.
when I saw this, I was like, how do you even have a chainsaw?
Yeah, and more importantly, who the hell designed a 3-way chainsaw?
I did.
Listen, you can chop 3 people at the same time with it.
True, just one person and 2 really small people that he just happens to be holding up just directly on top of himself.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
because this show is written by smart people, there's an airship that just teleported here, and there's no
yeah.
notification between
They
people.
just have an airship and they can fly it in here.
I think maybe we can bring this up later, but this also doesn't make any sense for Mbessa's plan because Jace could have easily died here, and if she wants Hextech weapons, then it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, like to Mbessa's credit, like she didn't expect like that everybody in Piltover is just a fucking idiot.
Well, they also summoned. She also brought in those turbo chem tanks from League of Legends, which, if as established in season 1, have super speed. So
Yeah.
that's yet another fork in her plan.
No, I mean, the fact that these tanks are not even being used again, those are bulletproof, that speaks a lot. I mean,
Also,
it's
like-
better than the army at the end, which is like just a bunch of shields and guns.
Also, like this entire thing is like Owen Besser is secretly maneuvering around, pulling the strings like a little puppet master. It never gets mentioned again in Act 2 or 3. This plot point vanishes.
True.
Actually, the other thing I'll bring up really quickly is just that they didn't need an attack on the memorial funeral in order to justify the strike team going in. They could have had the strike team go in immediately after the council was bombed.
But it didn't change anything because, like you said, the strike team was going in to get Jinx. The attack happens, nothing changes.
Yeah.
Or,
But
like,
also, thing is, there would be an outright war as soon as Jinx blows up the council. Because if you remember, they were at the brink of war by the end of season 1, and as soon as the council building being blown to pieces should have been their every enforcer's call to flood the Undercity just like that.
I guess that lends more credence to the idea that Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I was just about to mention that. I guess that would lend more credence to the idea that the counselors do know that it was Jinx.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
The thing is, they wouldn't know until Vi and Caitlin tell them, and the only way they can get over there is by walking all that way. And when they're walking all that way, they're gonna encounter a whole bunch of clashing between the enforcers and the Zonites, which would make it more than a little difficult for them to get back there.
You know, that's
wait,
a good point.
Art, if you've been saying stuff, I hope you know you're muted.
I've been unmuting to speak.
Yay! So
This
that-
is the first time I've heard you in
Same.
like a while.
It's
basically,
working
I
now,
thought you
guess.
were leaving.
Just
for
very
something.
quiet.
Yeah, I don't know why it's just not picking me up very well at all.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I'm
go to
just gonna
settings
try.
and increase and go to audio, turn your mic volume up.
Basically, yeah,
How does that sound?
yeah, better.
A little better.
I've got it at
But
max.
I mean,
But yeah,
I'm just gonna summarize more because like the important stuff, and then we just got.
Yep.
Then
yep.
you guys can talk.
I was gonna say we can probably move on from this scene. I think there was something else I felt was really important about this. Oh yeah, I think the only way this works is if Vi and Kate only told them that Jinx was responsible for the attack, but not
As they should.
Silco dying for some reason.
Yeah, like they know Silco is dead. They should know Jinx killed Silco, but that information just never gets disseminated at all.
Yeah, and we can leave it at that. We can leave the scene at that, I think.
Yeah, I'm just gonna summarize like the important bits that's gonna further the plot, and then just gonna move on. And then like Ambassador saves them, and then Fi just becomes an enforcer. Also, we got introduced to 3 nobodies that no one cares about. And
Yep.
then
Hey,
and then
whoa.
Caitlin.
Can I butt in for a
Capital,
second?
Yeah.
Like they just skipped over Vi, like putting on the jacket, becoming an enforcer. They just skipped all of that.
That should have been the Arc 3 payoff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that should be a scene, let alone anything, because like it's just like missed opportunities.
Yeah, and then we just got them like some council was like, yeah, we're gonna arrest them, and then we just got like Jace making weapons again. Done. That's the episode.
And then we get a scene with Singed, and he's smoke bombing a 2-headed wolf from League of Legends, and then the episode
He's
is done.
jungling.
Oh right, that's a thing. And yeah, so feel free to talk about all the problems here. Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
So like, beginning with Jace, he absolutely should not build weapons because his season 1 thing was he built weapons, he killed a kid, he flew too close to the sun, and then he realized this was a bad idea. I'm not gonna do it again. In season 2, he realizes, and like the mother told Jinx. Told
All right,
Jace-
I'm really loving your motorboat impression right now.
Who's that?
Ah, it's Art. It's Art.
Oh.
It's
But yeah, so Jace knows that his actions of killing a kid brought an attack onto Piltover. So the creation of Hextech led to a kid dying that led to an attack on Piltover. He absolutely should not build weapons because he know like all Jace experienced is that people have died because I've done this. This is a bad idea. But then he builds weapons. Like, what are you doing, Jace?
right.
The good faith on this is he's super angry about Victor getting hurt.
And the fact that I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird because Jace is like, okay, the convincing is like, oh, people are attacking capital. It's like, yeah, I think you should really worry about that the moment the capital is bombed already, but sure.
Yeah.
And then what do we got here? Yes, we got just a lot of stupid in this. Basically, how I summarize it. And so it's like, like Ambassador is just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna throw a bunch of spears to those robots and somehow pierce them, even though they're like bulletproof.
Mhm.
There's also several
Well,
instances of the robots
remember
just
the
not
last
killing
episode,
people
Bullet?
when they should.
Yeah. Ah,
Spears and
we can
crossbows
say-
are better than rifles. Come on, guys.
Ah, all right, of course.
I'm
Hey,
amazed that I'm half joking, of course, but I don't know why they were pretending that there was a chance for Caitlyn to die, seeing that season 1 established that she has steel skin.
Yeah.
She is somewhat explosion proof. That is correct. A trend which will continue into season 2. Let's say.
It gets really
Oh,
bad
true.
really quickly.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. She's immune to explosions.
She
and
enchanted
a
her
lot of
enforcer's uniform with blast protection.
True.
But I do
Yeah.
think it's kind of funny that this show is incredibly inconsistent. But the thing that is consistent, spears and crossbows are better than rifles.
True.
Yeah, don't you know they took grafts of Caitlyn's skin and made their arrows out of it. It makes sense.
Oh, yeah, they just
Oh no!
took Caitlyn's dead skin and just
Wait,
over there
have you
millennia.
considered that those spears and crossbows are made of pure plot armorinium?
Plotism, yeah.
Yeah, they're just made of Caitlyn. That's the best way to describe it.
Caitlyn.
But I'm really disappointed of how they handled Caitlyn's dad, because he wouldn't be doing nothing. He just says to Vi, "What is she still doing here?" And then he fucks off. He wouldn't do nothing. But
Yeah, it would've been
because you
nice to
see, he would have if he was allowed to be to have a hand in the story, he would have tried to arrange a marriage between Caitlyn and a member of one of the other powerful or higher powered families in Piltover, so that House Kierman has a new heir. Because if there is no new heir, then the bloodline dies with these two.
Also,
God.
I
Oh,
forgot what I was gonna say.
so because now it remind me, there's like Jinx and Fi's romance is a piece of shit out in this season. I was like, just fuck already. Instead of just teasing us. You know, I was like, you at least wait.
Listen,
like, don't waste
Careful
my time.
what you wish for.
It's funny that you say that, because this episode, I think I mentioned this to you before, but I'm gonna very quickly mention it to everyone else here. This episode and episode 7 and 8 were written by Amanda Overton.
Yeah.
She wrote season 1, episode 5. And here's a little fun fact that you probably didn't know.
We're
until
gonna
now.
I think I do know.
You probably know
Yeah.
what's coming. But
I heard about this. Yeah.
I heard.
yeah, but for everyone else who hasn't,
Yeah, for the lucky viewers.
the episode was, or the brothel scene in episode 5 was redrafted 4 times, because Amanda kept writing it so that Vi and Caitlyn would bang when they got there, and the showrunners told her to write it again until she provided a script where that didn't happen.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been way too early.
Whereas this time
happen.
she has a much heavier hand in the season.
It shows.
This makes me wonder if the corpo meddling of season 1 is what saved it.
Probably.
There was no corpo meddling; it was showrunner meddling. They have
Yeah.
No, Riot is a corporation. That's what I mean.
I'm gonna be honest here. If they just want them to be together, just have them have trauma sex right at the beginning, and that's like okay,
True.
Holy shit! If you really want the sex scene, holy shit, we're alive. Sex is much better than what we get.
Well, yeah, when we get to that,
But
the
it's kind of like the
context
inverse,
is
like the council gets
so
bombed.
bad.
And they just fuck. Like,
Yeah, that would have been a little tone deaf, to be honest.
I mean, it's less tone deaf than what we get.
Yeah, once we
Yeah.
get really tone deaf.
Maybe.
But going back, I think Kate's dad. I feel like he should have died, just to push Kate further.
I don't know how you would have been able to do it, but
I mean, just in the memorial.
Yeah,
attack.
you
Oh, the
wouldn't be able
memorial.
to. It's
yeah,
kind of difficult.
if you're not going to do anything with him, you may as well just I don't know. He would have
Thing
at
is,
least served some purpose in the right.
They should have done something with him. He would have. If they allowed him to have a hand in the story, he would have had a substantial hand in it, just like I mentioned. but they
But he's not.
he's
He's
just
not
gone
champion, so-
after what he says to Vi.
Does he ever show up again? I don't remember.
No, he's
him.
not.
He shows up in the background once in a later episode, but then he's gone.
Does he?
Wow.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
it's like they crammed 9 seasons in 1 season. So I was so confused at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like,
3 seasons minimum is what season 2 is. Like at least story
Minimum, yeah.
line
There's
wise.
three
I feel like we
seasons.
could even do more.
And
this opening.
They threw in
this
so
opening
many fucking
couple
plot
episodes.
threads.
Yeah, this opening couple episodes could have been its own season.
Yeah.
we think episode 2 is next, right?
I expected the season would have been that, but
By the way, I
not
think
what it was.
it's episode
Also,
1.
hi Falco.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi,
hello.
Falco. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, Art left because his microphone it just like doesn't work on StreamYard, so oh well.
Unfortunately.
The British government is sabotaging him.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't have his streaming license, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna assume episode 2 is up next.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna summarize a lot of things.
The
so you
episode.
guys-
Yeah, this
so
is
you
like
guys
it's
can
such a
talk about
nothing episode. So.
Well, yeah.
True.
But
Except
my
there's
guess is
one particularly wonderful character, and then he bites the bullet.
Yeah, we have to talk about Smeech at least a little bit.
Oh,
Um,
true.
Yeah, he's really well animated and
So I don't
very
know if
well
you guys-
acted.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but I think this might be the best episode out of all of them.
It's the least bad.
Yeah, it's the least bad. I
100%,
think I would agree.
but it's still
Yeah.
terrible.
It's
Oh,
Because
still
even the
pretty
thing
bad.
I had a really big problem with, it's just the editing is shit, but like at least the stories like somewhat make sense, but it's
Yeah.
still like kind of bad.
Yeah, I'm just gonna summarize a lot of things. So this is where we first introduced to Jinx again, and then and then we got introduced to basically a quote unquote the next Silco, even though he never appears again. And that's where Jinx met the falling child just falls onto her face.
Yeah.
This show is just wonderful. And then we just got like Vi and the enforcers invade the entire city by just guessing a lot of places, finding Vi, and then they of course it doesn't work the first time, and then Vi just met the lady again. Fuck, what's her name again? The girl, the lady with a cyber with a robot.
Savika?
No,
Savika.
Savika.
I don't know why I said it
Savika.
best way.
Yeah, Savika, because she got rejected by the mouse council, the quote unquote next Silco, by the way. Okay. And so they bond together, and then they just like, oh yeah, we bond together now. And then we just got to do shit, and then Jinx made her a new arm. At the meantime, and then after they teamed up, and then the Vi almost found her. They didn't. Jinx is able to escape last minute, and then she and Savika fight the mouse, the quote unquote next Silco, and then they won, and that's the episode. That's the main plot of this episode. And then the subplot for this episode, it's like a Heimerdinger and Echo just sneak into the council and just like met Jace again. To be honest,
They sneak into Jace's lab, yeah.
And then they're just like,
Oh god.
and then they were like, oh yay, we got sneak into there now. And then we just got talk about their shit. At the meantime, Jace and what's it called, Victor survived, and then he just like, oh, I'm fucking off to become a religious leader. I'm gonna turn a guy into a cyborg for some reason. With that being said, because how I sound is so ridiculous, what are the all? Do you want to go to the details of all of those plot points? So, what do you guys think of like the main plot point, like Jinx, Vi, Savika?
Not a fan.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Remember when Savika hated Jinx's guts and
I was
vice
about
versa?
to say.
And she was pretty loyal to Silco and
Yeah.
generally.
Yeah.
like,
Vika should know that Jinx killed Silco, but that
Yeah.
information never
And
gets passed around.
even without
another big issue.
even without the knowledge that Jinx killed Silco, she would be the one trying to convince these other Chem Barons to hand over Jinx. But also, I should mention, this is probably not an issue that many people picked up on, but regarding Smeech's offer to give Savika a new arm with all the cybernetic upgrades, she's more than rich enough to buy 20 of those herself. Because remember, she was Silco's right-hand man for about 7
She
years.
should like own a facility.
She would be making that offer
She
to
should-
them, not the other way around.
She should have her own mechanic at this point. Like
She should have her own gang. Like that's what I don't get. This like
She would
Savika-
probably be the next in line to lead Zahn
She
after
was the second in
Silco is dead.
command.
I think this.
Yeah,
this
yeah. Well, so Savika is very much nerfed in this whole season. I
she's
think
nerfed
yeah.
and she
we
has
could
no
all agree.
agency. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
she's been like demoted to not even sidekick. She's just a
Like, she's a
minion woman.
jobber. She just does things that people need her to. as they're
She
needed.
feels like a
plot
if you've ever
device.
played a tabletop game, she feels like
Like
the
a hireling?
tabletop play. Yeah, well, I was gonna say that she's the player character where this is still early game, so they can't give her like actual like
Yeah.
important things to do, so they just never
yeah.
actually get the status that they would.
You know what really stuck out to me the first time I watched this was the fact that I believe Silco would have left mechanisms in place for Savika to assume control
Mhm.
after he died.
Yeah.
You
I
think?
I,
You'd figure-
I think
You'd figure
Silco would have
there is
planned.
no Silco doesn't have a contingency at all, and you'd think he would.
No.
The funny thing is, I think Silco would have planned for his potential assassination. I don't even
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's necessarily
Yeah.
Jinx might kill. I feel like he would be like, I know those Piltover council fucks could have somebody, assassinate me.
Yeah, I bet he'd suspect Jace might try to pull the rug from under him when they were trying to do the deal.
Oh yeah, no. Wouldn't that be so interesting if you because I think you could play with the idea that Savika's not operating on all the information and have her be like, oh, so he went to that meeting and then he got killed.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously we have to
Oh, yeah.
we have to respond. You could even have her be responsive rather than the Mbessa manipulation thing, because that I actually think is really poorly done. It's just
Yeah,
like it's
I'm not a
it's
fan of it.
Mbessa because it has to be Mbessa because the plot notes.
Like when I saw the
Yeah.
airship in the first episode, I'm like, please don't tell me Mbessa's like doing some shit to try and take over. That's kind of lame.
Yeah,
And to be honest, I haven't seen season 1 for a while, so I was like, I don't remember Ambassa as a character that much. But at the same time, I was like, I don't think she would want to kill her own people all the time, or just destroy
Yeah, I
the
was.
world.
Yeah,
Come on, this is like
and
too
Bess-
cartoonishly evil for her to do. It turns out.
Mbessa felt
fine.
like she felt like a warlord character, but I feel like she would
She's like a
respect her
Machiavellian
own-
sort of character to me.
Yeah, but she felt like a Machiavellian tied with like a warrior queen. You know,
Yeah,
I don't think she would.
She wasn't so developed, but she was at least interesting as an idea, like,
Yeah.
character-wise.
She definitely would not like needlessly sacrifice her people. Thank God she doesn't do that in the season.
Yeah, surely she doesn't do anything that would doom the world or anything.
Well, maybe you guys can answer this, and I don't know as much about the greater world building here, but I imagine Noxus would not be too happy that Mbessa is trying to take over Piltover.
You're correct.
No.
LeBlanc,
I mean, even-
Darius,
even-
and Swain would have a lot to say about Ambessa screwing shit up.
Did they
Between
introduce the Black Rose in this episode?
they introduced it in episode 3, but don't worry, we'll get to that.
I guess
They also
they still
introduced a
little bit
new
on that.
champion in
Uh,
that episode.
That's
it-
why
it-
Black
it-
Rose
well,
definitely
well,
it.
after her.
Which is pretty.
I'm gonna try and
certainly
be
something that's,
courteous
worth
to
You're one at a time.
Unity and kind of help Tard wrangle a little. Not to say any of you are Tards. We're all Tards. We're united
Exactly.
Tards. But yeah,
So we should
tangent
quickly
wise.
mention that Smeech is still alive. Don't worry, he's in Battle City. He's safe.
Yeah. So
He's
so
just short
with-
for good.
with this like set of plot points. So we have Savika, who's entirely seeming out of character. She almost feels like a lackey, to a point where it feels like more like what I would expect Harley Quinn to be once the Joker's killed, for example. Yeah, not in the mental state, but in like
Position.
she feels like the stereotypical goon after the
The
main
boss
guy
dies.
died. Yeah, after the boss died.
Which is
where
just
it's
not
like,
what she seemed. She just didn't seem to be
She
that
seemed
character in the first
hyper-competent.
season. Like,
yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
seemed
be honest
very
here.
competent.
and yeah, she assumed she would have coordinated with Silco if something like this happens, like we were saying, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really remember if the Safika even appeared after episode 4. Did she appear in episode 6? Because
She has
She
no
disappears
dialogue after
from the
episode
show. Yeah, she stops
4, I
talking
think.
after episode 4 and has no appearances
Yeah,
from 5 until 9. She's
Yeah,
gone.
well, I basically after episode, I think, was it 4?
Yeah, 4 is the last speaking line, and I don't
She
think
has no
she appears
speaking
in
lines,
5 or
Yeah,
6. and 5,
after
6,
that,
and onward.
after that, she's just an object to represent
Zahn, basically. Yeah,
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
so lame.
No,
it is
also,
incredibly lame.
yeah, all I remember is like she just punched stuff, and that's her role after episode 4.
Yep.
Yeah,
Basically,
she's just the brute puncher character, which like she fought that way, but that wasn't everything she was. There was more to her.
But yeah, Savika should not only have her own like mechanic on like standby. Yeah, she should probably be one of like the richest and most connected people in
Yeah,
Zahn.
she might have like.
Wait, wait,
She
wait.
would be,
But she
because
should have assets.
again, Silco's right hand man.
Well,
Yeah.
people should be following
Actually,
Savika.
I have a great comparison to make. It's almost like if you took, I don't know, someone like an Avenger and said that they didn't have money to afford.
Oh my god!
I couldn't get a bank loan.
I thought you
I know
I
exactly.
thought you were gonna
what
go with
you're
the
talking
penguin.
about.
Because I was watching.
Well,
the
that
Penguin
would be
when this
like a
came
good
out.
example. That
I
would
was
be
like-
like a counter. Like here's a good example.
Yeah, the
of what you
penguin
should
is
do.
the penguin is it. Well, I'm saying she's
It's like
Falcon,
Falcon.
in. Yeah, she's
Oh, you're
Falcon
saying, okay,
in Falcon in the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, because
Oh.
suddenly he has jack shit after saving the world multiple times, and Tony like.
And having
Supposed-
ties to the Avengers and and who knows what
He
else.
can't get a loan. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
has for some reason, he has no prior work experience alleged. Like what?
I just
Yeah.
I brought it up
He'd be one of the
because
most documented people ever.
Well,
Yeah,
going back to
but-
Savika.
And he was
Yeah,
a defense
I
contractor
bring
pre
it up
Avengers.
because, but yeah, I bring it up because he's a really good analogy for what Savika. The same problems that apply to him with the money kind of apply to Savika outside of maybe the loan.
Yeah,
But going back
Falcon's
to
a little better than she is because he at least like talks and says things and like has somewhat of an agency in the plot. But
Yeah,
going back to Savika in season 1, she had people that followed her. You had Finn. You had the mother and someone else who was saying, "Hey, you should be the leader." Wink, wink. So even if Silco, for whatever reason, didn't have a contingency plan, she had people that wanted her to be the leader. So like, it just vanishes.
but I absolutely think that Silco would have said,
Oh, yeah.
if I leave, you're in charge. This is, or if I don't come back, you're in charge. This is what we do.
Mm-hmm.
like, here's how we recover from if stuff goes shit to shit.
Yeah, I've set up these contingencies. They're in my office in folders.
Well, yeah,
Go talk to
Rangi,
Singe.
this is what
He
happened.
has a
Silco died
genius.
with
Oh
a
yeah,
gun.
speaking of, I'm pretty sure the last scene of this episode is Singe just working on Warwick.
Yeah.
Yep. What else do we need to talk about? Because I think we've talked
Fucking
about.
casino.
I think we went over all of it.
I mean, we talk about like that stupid kid. They
We-
introduced
we
stupid
haven't-
kids.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Isha's terrible.
Oh, yeah, we should talk about.
Isha
I feel
just
like we should
isn't a
talk about
character.
Isha in episode 3. I feel like that would be better.
I was gonna say I feel like Isha doesn't actually matter until episode 3. So
Yeah, like her introduction is stupid, but like it's kind of obviously stupid,
Yeah.
so I don't really think we need to talk about it. There's no like
yeah,
deeper-
the only things I can think of that we
level.
might need to talk about are the gotcha arm and maybe maybe the attack and attempt to take in Jinx. I think that's in this episode, and also
Yeah, I think we should talk about that.
implications.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why
the
didn't
implications and then
like chem barons personally go in to try
Yeah.
to
I
apprehend
think
Jinx.
they would have actually showed up instead
And
of
the
Smeech-
waiting
Smeech
point
waits
that they were
outside
at
and doesn't
was
go
a
in.
really a stupid one, because what if Jinx ran the other way?
yeah.
What?
Yeah, what if she like went the way the enforcers came and like like you said.
Yep.
So
No.
because there's a
and
lot
then
of
we-
smoke for cover, so she could have gone that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the other thing is, what the fuck did Fi just sign off? Yeah, let's just guess our own people, lol.
Well, that's
Yeah,
That's something I took a
3.
lot of
We
issue
want to
with.
talk about
No,
that.
it's
in
episode
3,
2, but
it
in
gets
episode
recontextualized.
3 they make it even worse for reasons we'll
It's-
go
I thought it
over.
was just like-
The
yeah,
gassing
it's-
nipple
I don't
we
know
can
why,
save
so-
we
for
should save
episode
that. I think it's more relevant there. This
But
is they build
is,
like
yeah, true.
intrigue about it. So, like, what are they doing? What's going
okay,
on?
how about we go from things I think they're going to take the least time? Gotcha arm. It's stupid, right?
Stupid,
Yeah.
bad.
It's
I
dumb.
mean,
And
it
it's
has
never
an
used
18%
again after
chance
the
to
one
fail.
fight.
Like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's used for the
it's-
singular fight. It's exclusively for spectacle. That's all it exists for.
And none of
That's-
its capabilities are ever used again either. So you
No.
can't even say that Savika had Jinx fix it.
Yeah,
I think it's
but
with the
also,
character- Oh, go ahead.
if we lived in a universe, or if this was a timeline where it made sense for Jinx to want to build a new arm for Savika, she wouldn't build that.
Yeah.
Yes, she
Uh,
wouldn't.
yeah,
Or she
well,
built
Savika's,
something
like, the only
similar.
one.
It wouldn't have like a dud. It wouldn't have a dud effect at all.
So, like, at this point, Savika's like the only one who doesn't want to turn in Jinx because the Chem Barons want to turn her in. So, like, why are you screwing yourself over, Jinx? Savika's the only one who's going to protect you.
but-
Oh
So,
yeah,
have you-
I almost
have
forgot to
you not
mention. I almost
learned
forgot to
that,
mention. While all this battling is happening, the enforcers are just next door. They can probably hear
yeah.
everything that's happening.
Yeah. Yep.
yeah,
yeah.
the enforcers disappear from the scene. You'd think they would start to hear shouting and death. That literally.
Yeah.
happens.
Gunshots.
And they're gonna have a funeral for Smeech unless they don't, because he's in Battle City.
Also, a propeller arm. I feel like that would make a lot of noise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And Smeech
Oh,
is just generally shouting and shit, and like there'd be the gamble
also, a
arm, like,
gunshot.
caused explosions, and it was playing music. The arm was playing music. This you should like the I said Inquisitors. The Enforcers should have came over there. Like there's like a million different factors that would have made that scene.
Yeah,
like,
that whole fight is.
you could have
dumb.
alerted even more gang members if there were ones that just weren't involved that
Yeah.
were on different streets. They probably could have heard it.
That whole
yeah.
fight is garbage, and whoever was in charge of like planning it and storyboarding it should be ashamed.
Yeah,
of
the
themselves.
choreography is especially bad because it's just
Yeah.
like Savika, she's spinning the arm and then she shoots it. And she just does this like multiple times in a row. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
very
What?
uninteresting.
But also,
Savika's
how is Smeech not winning against Savika with resounding fashion?
Yeah,
He has an unorthodox fighting style, and he can.
You could at least have the
And
advantage.
he
in
has all
melee,
the
but
upgrades.
he's able
You'd think
to
that
close in and get
you'd
it.
think that he'd win in the first 5 seconds, but
And
apparently
the other
not.
thing that was bad with his decision making is he doesn't have a ranged weapon and she does, and he doesn't necessarily know about the dud at the start of the fight. So, and he's in an alley, so he's less room to maneuver. Wouldn't he just get out of the alley and climb the roof to try and jump down? That would be more optimal for him to do. So instead, he stands and takes it basically.
Well, in general, I think my biggest issue is that Savika is using the arm exceptionally well. Like she knows
yeah,
exactly
it's
how
her
to
first
point
time
it
using
and,
it,
like,
and
fire
she-
at people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
because some of those modes they don't all fire the same, and she just is able to.
Also,
like,
it's like it's not
shots.
intuitive. Like,
yeah,
Like,
but also, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, you can go.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. But how is she even able to lift that arm off the ground
Magic.
at
I
all?
don't know.
I mean, it's like hex tech, because at first I was like, it's hex tech or something, but no.
It's it
And
is
how does-
just yeah.
How did the modes even work? Because she had to like spin a bunch of like it's like some what's it called, the arcade machine. They're like she has to just spin it and just like here's a mode. I was like, how do you even know when to stop the modes?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems to do it automatically. It stops on whatever, like an actual like slot machine. But like, yeah, it's just the problem is like, Savika will roll something and then she'll like be able to use it to her, like, usually best instance in that fight when she uses it.
Also, to build on what Evald said, like it's not intuitive how to use it. Like so it like goes. Oh, there's like a dog. So I went frame by frame. I was looking at this stuff. It's like a dog. There's like.
Oh yeah, it's all just symbols. It's
symbols.
Like,
it's not
so
intuitive.
It's not even matching symbols.
No.
Yeah, like that too. It's not like an actual slot machine. It can kind of. It seems it probably would have more options than a default slot machine because it's like, oh, you roll the dog and then these other things. Now it does this, but if you roll 3 dogs, it'll do something different entirely. So it's like so many options, and you don't know what you're gonna get. So
I did the math. So
how are you supposed to use it? Yeah, how are you supposed to use it effectively
if
on
you
your
have
first try? Which
if you have a 680, like 1 in 680.
And she also happens to
something
roll
you want.
jackpot during this fight, so she just gets it. She rolls jackpot.
Oh yeah, she didn't. Well,
Even if she
if
knew how to
did
use it
that,
optimally,
Meech would be
and,
live, and Meech would tell
in the
everybody about
show,
Suko.
like in a version of the show where she has it for a bit and can learn to use it optimally, just her rolling a jackpot at all is just so eyebrow raising in a show like Arcane.
Well, the other thing is with this. This is probably my least favorite fight, but also,
I think so too.
Yeah. Like I said, I think the biggest, most egregious thing, and I think this is the best way to end it, because there's so many problems with the arm, but you got to remember, it's only ever used in this fight. It's only ever used as an arm after this.
Like, now that we have all the episodes out, it's just so apparent how obviously a spectacle it is. That's all it is for.
Well, you know what? I
episode.
felt like? I felt like I was watching a League of Legends character
reveal
sales pitch, promo video. Yeah, I felt like they were giving me the sales pitch for a character. They were like,
it's very much a video gamey mechanic because and there are mechanics like this in various RPGs and stuff, like Final Fantasy VII. You've got Katsi with his dice and his slots. Like, those are 2 of his abilities. They're all random, and they can help you and hurt you, and it's be stupid in real life, but it's a video game, so it's kind of like that's kind of fun for a player to use. But this is Arcane, a grounded television show.
Yeah.
Well, there's like anime that also have like a character who might have a gambling mechanic, but usually it is treated as like, that character can be highly useful in a fight, or they can be an active hindrance.
Yeah. And the only hindrance.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Episode 3 is what's coming up next.
Yeah.
But
do we want to talk
before
about
we
the
get
J
started
subplot first?
No, I think we should set up the J subplot. I was like,
because that's the only other thing about episode 2.
Yeah, I think we can sum up the J subplot real quick.
Yeah,
it's.
We could even cover all of his stuff and the episode 3 stuff. Just kind of get it over with.
Yeah, speaking of, I should mention there's a kind of a big problem with the scene between Jace and Victor, where Jace says, "Victor, you're my partner," and Victor says, "Our paths diverged along it." No, they didn't. They didn't. The earliest you could say they diverged was
like episode
was when Victor decided to add Shimmer into his equation. But even then, they were working with a shared interest, being to help other people. So, for all intents and purposes, the earliest that their paths diverged was when you said they did.
I think the other thing that should be mentioned is that it's a little weird how quickly it's a little weird how quickly Jace lets Victor go. Like, Victor's acting kind of strange. He's like, "Oh yeah, I don't really want to be part of this anymore."
And not just that, he shouldn't even. He should be actively trying to stop him from leaving.
He should be trying to get Victor checked out by someone, because
exactly.
Because because she just left a machine. Was like, dude, you have no idea what the machine did to him. It turns out it makes him a fucking Jesus, like a robotic Jesus for some reason. So if they're just like, hey, call it. If there's some nurses or doctors in the room, it's like, okay, there's no way Victor even be allowed to leave the room.
Yeah,
and it's a very easy argument to make. It's like, look, Victor, I understand. You feel like there's something you need to do. We have time. Give it a couple of days. You just came back from basically the dead. Let yourself recover. we need to make sure this isn't an active hindrance to you, and then I'll let you go.
And they also need to make sure he's not like dying, possibly. Like it wasn't like he's not on borrowed time from the Hex Bar.
You're not gonna die. We need to make sure you're not gonna die like 20 minutes after
like
you leave.
Explode or anything. Like
yeah. Basically.
Yeah, but then Victor leaves and he literally has like a vision quest shit that leads him to the exact location he needs to be to like further his character.
Yep, and then there's a Janna cameo on the wall while he's walking through the.
Yeah, we get two Janna cameos this season, all in the first arc, and then she's promptly forgotten about.
She's mythical, obviously, but yeah, definitely got to get those references in.
Yeah, I love references. I don't even get those references with FanCube. Yeah, so that's the J stuff and then we just got like Heimerdinger, Echo, and like it's like the science lab are sneaking. It's like holy shit, you guys are good at sneaking stuff.
Speaking of which, I should mention it's a little chaotic and unintentionally funny how when Jace sees someone sneaking into his lab, the first thing his first thought is, I should atomize them with my hammer.
Oh wait, is the Dinger stuff this episode? Because I have things to say.
Like which
yeah, because this is what the Heimer Echo stealth mission. That's what.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
That's this episode. It's
like it's cringe, and then it's like okay.
This
I
was really
I don't even think I'd be
first...
fine with it. It's just like silly cringe. Like, what is this doing in Arcane? But like,
it just doesn't serve anything. So.
Also, I wonder what Heimerdinger has to say about the council being blown to pieces.
Yeah, his like friends of a long time.
I wonder what
instead of screen time about Heimer having a conversation with Jinx, we instead spend it on goofy slapstick. That doesn't.
Well, I wonder what Heimerdinger has to say about Jace holding a Hextech weapon.
Yeah. That Jace.
Yeah.
Created,
oh yeah, you're right. He'd have a lot to say about that too.
Have so much to say. And he doesn't.
No, this got Heimerdinger in this scene. There's like in this episode, he's sticking around. It's like, hey, I'm a goofy little shithead. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Remember when Heimerdinger wasn't silly?
Yeah, I mean, he was always like kind of goofy, but you could
I
tell
wouldn't say
he had
goofy,
like
he was just like a
serious
happy old
points.
soul.
The only thing that was goofy about him was how much shorter he was, because he's a Yordle. They're all short, but that's the only silly thing about him.
Goofy. He wasn't like kind of like
his presentation was very like kind of a little silly,
joyful.
But his underlying motivations were very serious in every way. So
yeah, he was a pretty good comic relief character because he accomplishes two things at once. So
I wouldn't even say he's comic relief in season 1.
Well, I mean, there's just not much funny stuff happening in season 1. Like most of it is.
Yeah, he's like the funniest.
I would say he's probably the closest you get to having levity in the original show.
The level of missed potential with Heimerdinger in this episode alone,
it's illegal.
Yeah,
it's infuriating.
Heimer basically encountering Jace for basically the first time since they split off since season 1. The amount of stuff Heimerdinger
betrayed by Jace effectively.
Yeah, and the amount of other stuff, the amount of commentary Heimerdinger should have about what happened after, especially because it's not like Heimerdinger is unaware of at least what has happened in Zaun.
You could make a season about that scene. Like, there's just so much to talk about.
Well, you know what this should be? This should be the Daredevil scene when Foggy learns that. This should be the Daredevil episode when Foggy learns that Matt is Daredevil, and like talking about the implications. That's one of my favorite. That's obviously like one of my favorite sequences in TV. Just the conversation between those two characters, learning after Foggy learned that information. And it's just there's nothing here. There's nothing. Heimerdinger is almost in the background while Jace talks to Echo.
True. He's in the background for most of the season. In fact, he has less screen time than Isha, if you must know.
He does.
Oh,
And
man.
Yep.
Oh.
is it true that his song that we'll get to in episode 7, that's like most of his lines are
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Most of Heimerdinger's screen time is like him not talking in the background.
Yep, either that or he's making a silly joke.
But they
Or
also
being
make
blown to
expense of his
pieces by
intelligence.
the
He's like-
Z drive.
I could probably count the amount of lines he has that are like actually talking about character related things. Very like there's so little of them.
I can
Well,
count
the thing
on
is,
one
like-
finger how many of those there are.
But
Yeah,
like,
Yeah, I'm
Like
pretty sure.
when I say like lines, I mean like in this case because like Heimer's underdeveloped, like he often just says single words that like show like what he's feeling. He doesn't like it, and that like that's somewhat in character with season 1, but that's all you're getting. He's like inconceivable in episode 3 when he finds out what Jace and Victor and I guess himself because he's retarded did with the Hex Gate.
Yeah,
So-
because like in this scene, he just like spilled the beans. It's like, wait, when Echo was like, wait, what do you make? I was like, nah, we didn't make anything. It's not like we made the 5 seconds and then the Grandsons to throw the trees. And it's like, what the fuck? Am I watching a sitcom right now?
Yeah.
What was someone? What
Yeah,
you think that?
That's kind of the vibe it felt like. It felt like you were trying to do a much less serious, like,
Yeah,
tone
it seemed like they
show.
wanted to put like a lighter tone scenes in between like the stuff with Jinx, Savika, and the Enforcers.
it's like you can't. Like that's kind of the thing.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
then with Heimerdinger encountering Jace as well.
Mhm.
So we
mean,
don't
yeah,
get that heavy conversation between Heimerdinger, like, yeah, this is what I wanted to keep away, and we can't put the genie back in the bottle. We can only control the damage now.
Anyway, I'm assuming episode 3 is next.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I think we kind of said.
I
all
think
we
it's good
can
to
episode
move
2.
on to episode 3.
yeah.
While
that's
we're-
what-
Yeah.
Nothing to say about like the what's it called? The Victor just become Jesus and save a homeless guy.
Mhm.
And yeah,
Well, like,
Yeah.
like that seems just like it just kind of is like it's kind of sketchy how Victor got here in the first place.
Well, we don't
Um,
even know exactly what's happening, but we do recognize that character from season 1.
Yeah, like I said, it would kind of be a neat payoff if
Well,
if the surrounding tissue were better. But
I think Evald, Falcon, you watched it with us too.
Yeah.
Evald, Falcon, and I were kind of like, oh, the Victor stuff is kind of the only thing that seems interesting at this point.
yeah,
I was curious to see where it would go.
Like,
and
I-
was
that
not
was,
happy
like-
by the end.
like with just episode 2 and like S3, it was like this is a somewhat interesting direction for Victor. Like it's kind of like it's very sudden, but like maybe we could do something with this, and this is probably the only character I care about was Victor. For most of, when I was originally
especially-
watching the season.
Especially because we didn't really know what they were doing with it yet.
Yeah,
Singed
that's
and
kind of
Victor,
part of the
I
point.
think. Yeah, Singed and Victor, I think, were our like most interesting characters.
The characters with the least amount of screen time.
Yeah.
Well, Victor would have been interesting if not what happened to him.
What
Oh,
do
yeah.
you mean? They have at least as
He-
much screen time as Maddie at this point.
yeah, yeah. Jesus.
True.
I feel
Can't
bad
believe
for
Maddie
Maddie.
gets
They
a
screwed
lot
her
of screen
over.
time. Like,
They did.
Maddie was screwed over big
Yeah.
time.
Dude, Maddie
I
was
feel
a
bad for her.
homebreaker. She was a fucking champ.
She died a
Bye.
hero.
Yay.
Maddie was trying to save us at the end of the day.
Yeah, she was trying to kill them so that they wouldn't be in the show any longer.
Listen,
Yeah.
if you're in Maddie's position, you got cucked by Kate. I think you would do the same thing.
If only Mel
Uh,
couldn't see through walls or whatever. But we'll have to get
Well,
to
yeah,
that later.
hell
Yeah,
knows
speaking of
Fury,
which.
like, or
Yes,
a
we
woman
must move on.
scorned or whatever.
However,
Yeah,
Woman with force fields.
before we move on, I must head out. I must leave you fine folks to break it down. Um,
Bye-bye.
But it was
glad
fun
you could
hanging
join
out.
us.
Yeah, it
Glad
was
you
a
could-
lot
That
of fun.
was fun indeed.
I will see you all later. Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Toodaloo.
Let's
Bye-bye.
continue the descent
Yeah.
into hell.
Okay, so
Cat
this
has
is,
lost a life.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's her Arcane's life, but So let's talk about episode 3 because this is gonna be a bit more convoluted with like the ambassador and what's it called the Mel stuff. But yeah. So I'm just gonna say this. So basically, how it works is like okay, the A plot it's like a Caitlyn and Fi just going around their city, just like searching around people until they found something. Until they search around and then they finally found like what's it called?
The nerd guy from this episode 2.
Oh right, yeah. The nerd guy from episode 2, and then they found James out of nowhere, and then they have a big fight. The kid saved them, and then shit happened. Okay,
Yep.
this is like, and then because the ending has to rely on both plots. So the other one is the ambassador plot. Basically, ambassador just like, hey, I'm doing shit behind the scenes. And then Mel.
And then we're introduced to a new champion. Her name is LeBlanc. And she's the Black Rose Lady.
What do you mean, Sty? They don't name this character.
They don't have to. I know exactly who she is.
I know. I'm just acting.
I know. I believe you.
So the Black Rose Lady just tried to assassinate ambassador for some reason, and then we just find out
it's because of Mel.
She actually doesn't try to assassinate her. She should, but she doesn't.
Yeah, she kind of monologues.
I think Ambessa attacks her. I think that's how it starts. It's been I've kind of this is like such like a nothing scene that I've kind of forgotten a lot about it, but I think Ambessa kind of tries to hurt her when she's gloating.
We do get a little bit of the hero of the season. Unfortunate that he doesn't last long.
Yeah, Rictus is introduced in this episode. He is a Giga Chat.
Rictus probably is actually the best character.
No, I think he's the best character because, like, as much as Singed wins in the end, like Singed's plans in Arc 2 and Arc 3 are just so stupid.
There's a lot more problems with Singed versus Rictus, where you almost like
Singed is actually
done.
Singed has only a few sins throughout this season, if I recall.
Because I think that if I remember, this scene ends with Rictus just breaks out of the hold.
Yeah, he drops his magic cane on the floor, and that breaks the Black Rose.
And that facilitates Ambessa not just getting gotten right there. Like it's all because of Rictus.
I should also
for some reason Ambessa doesn't have runes of her own like Rictus does, but it is.
Rictus is just a puppy and follows her.
But also, this kind of causes a bit of character damage to LeBlanc more than what was already done with the fact that she doesn't seem to care too much about what's happening. But the thing is, she just sacrificed her most reliable spy. Which means now that Amara's gone, she can't. It's going to be a lot more difficult for her to watch over Ambessa.
That's a pretty valuable spy to have in general too, isn't it? Like
she was a merchant,
minister of finance, or something like that.
Something like that.
So that's somebody you just don't want to compromise for business.
That's someone you don't send anywhere. Like you just have her do her job.
You have her do her job, and then sometimes angle things in your.
Especially because they want Mel. That's what Black Rose wants, so they can just yoink her whenever they want, and she just decides to target Ambessa for some reason.
She actually, if she's able to easily incapacitate Ambessa, you can kill her too. You can transport her away, which you do later.
Yeah, if they wanted, they could take care of Ambessa and Mel, who they want for.
Yeah, it's so easy for LeBlanc to do. She just doesn't.
Yeah,
but anyway,
this is a common issue.
It's just especially
the extent of their powers, or
what
don't
they
use them
care about. Like they just stop caring about things they should.
Basically, just gotta summarize it, and then just like because Ambassador and then just do a lot more investment until like Ambassador just put some 4D chess plan. That actually the entire time I was gonna make Caitlyn enforcer, and I'm gonna make like what's it called?
She's
and
gonna
then
make her like dictator, basically.
Yeah, make her dictator, and just like, okay, so now we can invade the Undercity now, and that's the B plot, and we got B plot, which is about Jace, Echo, and Hamilton goes to find this machine that they apparently built underground that would destroy the pipe system and every water system in the Undercity if it blows up.
It wouldn't destroy it, but it would like poison it if it blew up. That's kind of the implication.
Yeah, and then they just got teleported to the multiverse.
Well, let's talk about it when we get to the fight scene. But this happens to take place at the exact same time as the end of the art fight scene, and because it happens then, it facilitates stupid shit.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just get the A plot first.
Speaking of shit, I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, see ya.
See ya.
Oh, glad you could join us.
Yeah,
you have a good one. See you.
See ya. So yeah, I'm just gonna summarize the first plot point first. Rangi is muted, but so the fight, Jinx, and the Caitlyn stuff. Do you guys want to talk? Okay, the main part is like they just found this guy, and then just like, hey, I know what Jinx is. She's there.
Yeah, despite this being the A plot, it's actually like not as much of the episode as you would think. Like they don't do much. Like the strike team, they just sort of find the guy. They're directed to, I guess, where Jinx is for some reason.
I don't even know that guy's influence. Like,
well, yeah, that's even me like kind of trying to like put two and two together. Like they just find him, and I guess they explore for like. There's a bunch of different ways you can take it because it's like. I think he talks to them off screen with what information they got from him. So it's possible Jinx wanted to use him to explain where she is to lure them in and so she can kill them and then do her plan, but we don't know. And that's like part of the issue. One thing I'll give the episode credit for that I didn't when we first watched it was I was like, man, like, do all three of them have to transport a prisoner? But at least they show in the music video, which is stupid. That's bad. You shouldn't have plot relevant shit in the music video just explaining why things are the way they are with like nothing, like in a few seconds. It's hard for people to figure that out. And
you should also have good music, but
yeah, also that's another cardinal sin of those music videos. But so Loris, the stupid shield guy, he gets injured in that music video, so like it at least facilitates like he's a big guy, so like at least one person will have to help him, and then Maddie will have to transport the prisoner. Although it probably would have just been smart to bring the prisoner with them and have Maddie join the main group. It would have given them more numbers, at least if you had to get Loris out of there for medical attention.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It's such a weird situation because like even though I described the A plot was like, oh, here's a bunch of things, and it just leads to a fight scene. That's most of the episode.
Yeah, like it's just like they basically skip over like all the setup for what this fight would be to just go like, okay, the characters do a bit of exploration, they find a guy, they go down this hallway, Kate and Vi go ahead to do a boss battle. That's the A plot essentially.
Yeah, and then we just got to talk about the.
Hey, we have to talk about the gray first. We should probably talk about that.
Yeah, why is it even called the gray? It's green.
Yeah, that's just something. I'm assuming it might be some weird League reference, but it's called.
It
the
isn't.
Gray. Okay, then I guess it's just called the Gray, despite being green in basically all of its appearances.
Yeah, it also didn't exist in a form that could be weaponized by Piltover until this season, so that's another big.
That was convenient, and it was conveniently in Caitlyn's hands through her mother's archives. Yep. Her mother happens to be the person with like chief access to this. If any other counselor member, or if it wasn't in the hands of a counselor member, Caitlyn would have had to work to get this. Like, I don't necessarily mind that it's a mechanic they use. I have problems with how it's used. But, like, the idea is okay. I just think they skip to it really quickly. They want to have their cake. They want to get this thing set up immediately without any major issue. Like, our characters don't, like I said, Caitlyn doesn't have to work to get this. And the main thing is we don't see the characters debate it, and Vi, for some reason, like has already rationalized it off screen, and she thinks it gets people off the streets because the air is toxic, so people would get inside. But what they don't know is that this gas could somehow break inside and hurt people. It could hurt people when they unleash it onto the streets.
Do
as
they even
collateral.
know the long term?
Yeah, they don't know the long. Well, they probably do know
they
the
they
long-term
do
implications.
they do
Victor-
know. That's why
Victor.
they tried to keep it away from Zahn.
Yes, Victor is like the most obvious long-term implication of what the Grey does, because Victor got basically crippled by it when it happened in the mines.
Yeah,
originally.
and it's slowly killing him. And then
only there was some Zahnite
This
character
is-
that was.
this is an outright war
was
crime,
involved
and they're
in this
playing
decision.
rock music over it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
supposed to be
like I
cool.
If only there was some Zahnite involved in this decision, or who had direct communication with maybe the person who specifically, specifically made this decision. It's unfortunate that they don't have that.
Yeah, it's
well,
such a shame there's no one like Vi on this decision, man. Such a
Yeah,
shame.
that was-
Right? She's just a cog in the machine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Plus, after
No,
all that happens,
that awesome
there's-
tweet where it talks about how much shithead Vi is, like the one where she has like her win record and shit. Such a good
Yeah,
tweet. Like that's
one's
just
funny.
her. This just immediately shows like pretty early on in the show what Vi is going to be going forward. Like she has next to no agency whatsoever, and she'll just go along with things off screen. Like we don't get to see her character develop, but she just
Wait.
becomes what is needed.
No, that's like you're right, because at the end of the episode, I was like, oh, wait, what's her point again? I was like, I don't know. She's just here for a fight scene, and the fight scene here is so fucking shit, man.
It opens with a mirror that does not function like a mirror. It's in a foggy
Yep.
room, so it shouldn't even be able to reflect shit, because there's fog blocks light and mirrors reflect light. That's why it
Yeah,
reflects
and-
your image.
From Hickman's perspective, you'd just be seeing a mirror that's standing up, and then you
Yeah.
shoot it, which is funny.
I
Yeah.
like the idea we get like the deleted scene, and it's like an hour-long scene of just Jinx trying to get the
To
mirror
get it perfectly
absolutely-
balanced. Yeah.
Yeah, not only perfectly balanced, perfectly
And-
like
And
in
right
the
yeah,
shadows.
and it doesn't
Yeah, and
roll
just
off
get
to
the
the
sh-
side.
exactly.
It has to be just like that. But even
This
if
was,
it were, you'd see
yeah.
that it's just a mirror.
Yeah, this was mentioned in the YouTuber. I think his name is like AXIIO or whatever, but he made a pretty good video on Arcane. Let me find the title, but he said he made reference to like Jinx starts on this pillar, which if you angle it with a mirror, it's not like that wouldn't reflect her that way. It would make her look like she's from a weird angle. Oh, the YouTuber's named Amio, so AMMIO, and his video is "Stop Coping,
Yeah,
Arcane
that-
Season 2 sucks," and he brings that point up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because-
this is a common actual issue where I've seen it in some bad anime where it's like the idea is just they don't understand what the perspective of the character would be,
Yeah,
or the perspective of the reflection.
yeah.
no,
It would
I
be
think this-
pretty obvious that Jinx would be at and not where she is if it were reflecting, if it could reflect. Like in the first place, it can't reflect at all because it's in a foggy room, or if it can, it would be split from the fog. But
Yeah.
it would very easy, like it would just not function that way, and it would be obviously a trap.
And in order for it to function, it would probably take so fucking long.
Yeah,
For her
and it's
to
not on a
set out.
yeah, it's literally like a sliver that is perfectly balanced, as all things should not be in this case.
Well, it's
No,
a
I mean,
sliver that's perfectly balanced.
Yeah,
You'd have to
it's
find the
so
exact position. To,
Yeah,
to
like
be-
suddenly Jinx has taken like math classes to balance this shit.
Yeah, she'd have to be in the exact position. She'd have to like position it in such a way that the fog, or manipulate the fog somehow in such a way that it would
yeah.
not be clear that there's a mirror there.
Yeah, it would be incredibly difficult to accomplish all of these things.
Yeah,
This especially with a single mirror. With multiple mirrors, I might believe you, but she has a single mirror that is really stupid.
No, because they thought this-
Jinx has
dog,
a promising career in special effects.
Yeah, I guess so. She's better than the editors of season 2, I guess.
Yeah, she should have been the one working on this season.
Yay.
Actually,
Oh.
no, because she's out of character, so maybe
True.
not.
No,
it would be
yeah,
pretty bad.
especially episode 4. That's gotta be even more clear.
Yeah. We haven't
Because
talked about
how-
Jinx much, but we'll have a lot to talk about her then.
True.
Yeah.
Because
I
her
was
character is kind of bad in the first arc, but it's just very apparent that it's not what it should have been in arc 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what else? Yeah. So I guess the other problems of the fight is that for some reason the storyboarders decided to draft this scene to put like Savika and Jinx both in like kill shot positions. And because of this, they basically write themselves into a corner where they're like, oh, let's have the Jace Echo subplot happen at the exact same time so that when they activate the anomaly somehow, it causes all Hex tech to universally glitch out. And save
all except
these
for
characters.
Fishbones, which is Jinx's
Yeah.
rocket launcher. That
It's so
doesn't
painful,
glitch
yeah.
out except for
Except
once.
when it needs to.
It actually-
the original
no,
cope about this
when it-
was
when it
it has
needs to,
different
it-
firing modes.
There isn't a when it needs to. It just glitches out
Yeah.
briefly when I think it's when she's loading it, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's less when it needs to, and it's more just so she can't use it anymore. So they can get to
And
the fist fight.
Is
part
Victor
of the
glitching
scene.
out while this is happening?
Yeah, we don't know what's happening with Victor. Like Victor would, because he is the Hex Core at this point, he should be dealing with things, but we don't get to see it. If it happens, I don't think the writers even thought about Victor. I don't think. I think if you tweeted at Christian Link, he would say something cringe and be like, you know what, Victor probably was fine or something. I don't know. He'd say something stupid.
No.
Yeah, Christian Link is embarrassing right now.
Ooh. Yeah. By the way, because they have lined up those two subplots, so I was like, wait, how long did?
Well, yeah, that's the other thing is.
How about the Echo and with Jace talking in the room? Because it's like,
yeah, like how long? When was that, and how long? And like, what was there breaks in between their meeting? Like, what the fuck? How did this pan line up to be the same time frame? How? It like when you have stuff like that, you have to work for it to show that this is the only way this would line up at the same time. You have to. It's so difficult. Hell, I don't even have an example that's of a good version of this. I think there probably are that exist. I just don't know of them.
I swear I've seen ones that do this kind of like. Hell, actually, I think Arcane Season 1 does a lot of that. Ironically.
Probably.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I mean, the last scene
timeline-
of Arcane Season 1 is literally the council scene, and then Jinx have it blown
True,
up.
yeah. How the council and Jinx, and then the Silico fight, that's all happening pretty close together. That's actually a really great example of here's how, if you spend a lot of work over multiple episodes to set up your finale, you can have these two events happen at the same time. Wow. It's almost like you have to put the work in, and they didn't.
But we're not even talking about the finale. We're talking about like.
Well, yeah, this is just
Arc
something.
one.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
my point
This
was
should
they could
be
have
the
done
finale.
this. Yeah, this should have been the finale of the season, of course. But I'm saying for the finale of this arc, you should have spent the time facilitating how these scenes could have happened at the same time, and also why they happen in the first place with regards to the anomaly. Like, it just like the Arcane just wakes up. Basically, that's essentially what happens, and it just it chose violence this morning.
Wouldn't it be awkward if the Arcane instead woke up when quote Rise teleported Jace to civilization?
Yeah, that would be
in the
pretty
past?
silly if there was an anomaly when he did that. That'd be pretty wild.
You know what would be really wild? It's just a theory,
what
of
if there
course.
was
But
an
what if
anomaly
Rise
when-
was actually Victor all along?
That would be silly. What an odd theory.
I'd
just come up with.
wonder then why Victor didn't instantly win with his power to teleport. Personally,
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, normally just like, okay, I can predict every event. I would just want the entire event to go exactly how I want it. It's like, what the fuck? How does that work? It's just like, because he read the script, that's basically how it works.
Well, that whole thing is just another can of worms that honestly is going to be frustrating when we actually get to it.
There's so much. There's like 8 different moments,
yeah.
probably more in this season where that we'll have to talk about.
Yeah,
It, where it's like,
they're-
this is just so painful to unravel.
This is why we're at the smaller panel, but that's the thing. It's like every episode has such stupid stuff that, like, Unity, I genuinely think if you want to cover the whole season, we might be here for like 6 hours.
Yeah, we just
7
got
hours.
one. Don't worry about it. Because that's why I have used this formula. It's like, okay, here's how I summarize the entire episode. Let's just shit on it after.
Yeah, is there anything else left to say about episode 3? I
Oh
guess
yeah,
The final scene.
What-
I forgot to talk about the final scene for you guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is how the final scene works. After like the glitching stuff, and they all got sent to the other timeline for some reason. Because to be honest, the entire reason is because Jace, Hammerdinger, and Victor signed up to poison the entire system of the Undercity for no reason. And that's the entire reason.
Yes, it's like you're telling me they would like if you're looking at anything you're surveying in a city like a map, you would probably figure out here's where the water's flowing. And like this isn't like London and like the Renaissance era where they didn't know about where water was going. Like Piltover's pretty advanced, like steampunk. They would probably know about water contamination, especially after Zon got polluted. Like Jace probably would, and Victor especially would probably want to ensure that whatever they're doing wouldn't have side effects when they were building this stuff in Arc 1 or in Season 1.
Especially if you have somebody like Heimerdinger who's been around basically since the city was created.
because
He
it's
knows every nuance of the city, most likely.
Because these idiots can't just build this thing like under a fucking mountain or something.
Yeah, why does it have to be where it is? Like, it is there so we can have. It's specifically put there to get Echo and Heimer to Jace. That's the precise reason it is chosen to be there.
Yeah, and so they all can send into the multiverse. And I mean, also, Mel got sent into the multiverse because the Black Rose just started to do shit.
Oh yeah, that
That's
happens in this
basically
episode. Mel
reason.
gets yoinked by Black Rose. We kind of talked about it. It's ridiculously overpowered and really fucks up the stakes because Black Rose wants Mbessa. They can yoink people. Why can't they yoink Mbessa? They couldn't yoink Rictus as an example because he's runes, but guess what? Mbessa doesn't have the runes. So if I were an author and I wanted to fix this, I would just give Mbessa the runes to make her immune to this yoinking shit. I still wouldn't put the yoinking shit in the first place to this show because I think it's too powerful. It would be a nightmare to account for if I were like writing the show. Like I'd be like, oh, this is so bad. What am I going to do? Might as well not have it in the first place. So scrap that idea. But
Yeah, basically.
if I had to have it, if I was like mandated by Christian Link himself, I would give Mbessa runes. It would make things so much easier. Why didn't they give her runes until the end of the show? Like, but they spent so long on it.
But also, what if? Why does Mbessa have any power over Piltover exactly?
Oh, we're getting to this part. We're getting to this part. Let's describe it first. So, at the final of the entire episode, Ambassador was like, okay, I need someone in charge to take over Piltover. And who managed to do that? And Caitlin something.
Yeah, she nominates Caitlin Kierman, yeah.
Caitlin and instead of that cripple guy. So, I want Caitlin Kierman to be the second coming of Hitler. That's basically the description.
Yep, and then Loris leaves in disappointment, even though he was more than okay with it before.
Well, we don't have any actual
we don't really know what he's
characterization
like, for the most part.
He's either okay with it or not. He can't do both.
I think Fish Guy is more developed than Loris is.
Smeech is definitely more developed than Loris. I think he has definitely more lines.
Smeech for sure. I'm saying the Steb, the Fish Guy. I'm saying he's more developed because like he doesn't talk at all, but like in the couple scenes he's in, he establishes that like he's this kind of headstrong guy who will rush into danger to save people who like is comrades with. But Loris is all over the place. Like I do not know what he wants. I don't know anything about him.
The most you can imply from Loris is that he lost somebody in the attack. or at least he's sympathetic to people who lost somebody in the attack. So you can imply that he probably lost somebody at some point, and he was at least sympathetic if he didn't lose somebody specifically in the attack.
Yeah.
Then
Honestly,
why would he assist in gassing Zahn?
Yeah, you think that if Kate becoming like a despot would get Loris to leave, why wouldn't you leave when Zahn is, as you said, is getting gassed? We don't know because we don't get what Loris cares about. The show doesn't care about, so we're not going to be getting any of it.
Because maybe he thought it was okay when it was happening to them.
Oh yeah, he's a not my backyard kind of guy.
He's a NIMBY.
Yeah.
Also, I should mention, what if anyone in Piltover ran an autopsy report on Amara after Ambessa?
Yeah, and also, why does no one, especially the nobles of Zahn, question where the council is? Like, Sallow is here, but where?
Also, they don't question at all that Ambessa, who is part of a Noxian military or Noxian militia, has an ulterior motive.
No one questions
when she comes to
motive
Piltover.
And they don't question that she is the one to promote Kate.
This is just another.
She wouldn't be allowed to. She has no power over them, or she shouldn't.
No power.
No, but you know what? We're just gonna talk about this because the fucking twist of this episode is like, Ambassador, she had the attack of the episode 1, and she's been pulling the strings to just like, hey, give them a letter and attack Piltover. Also, might as well just supply them with like insane weaponry and smuggle them in the understanding without anyone noticing. And also supply them with fucking airship.
And Rictus goes to Zahn in his uniform, which I think is funny.
What's also really funny about that is in episode 1, the Clockwork Lady, I kid you not, says, "I thought we took every security precaution imaginable." Evidently not.
But
what if you peeked under Rennie's gown?
I mean,
what was I saying? Oh yeah, so you can continue, Unity.
These fucker only all the security imaginable is just a few guys with a gun.
But the thing, all of this is to set up like the whole attack and all whatever is just supposed to set up that Ambessa can promote Kate. But just what's silly about it is get to war, which is what she wants. She wants to harness war and get Hex Tech. But she didn't need any of this because season 1 set up that Piltover would probably be pretty gung ho to go to all out war right after the attack.
The lack of this is one of those things where it's so clear in the first season. The political maneuvering is so interesting in Arcane season 1, and it's so it always felt like
in season 2.
It felt like it was really thought out. In season 2, the most they thought out was it was Ambessa all along.
All along. Wow. Shocking. Ambessa has an ulterior motive? I would have never have guessed.
Yeah, which that's if I feel like if I was the guy in charge, I'd be like, okay, that's a good baseline.
Yeah,
what actually are the maneuvers? What are our maneuvers now?
Yeah, what is she doing? And what you wrote down? Not this. This is bad. And what's worse is this will tie in episode 6. Is the main thing is just so they can say they're also part of this scene. Also serves to show here's this arc is also show here's how Kate becomes Hitler basically. Katler.
Speaking of which, there's a reason that Ku Klux Kiraman is trending on Twitter.
You can make that up if you try. That's golden.
In fact, the reason it's trending is because the actor for Echo posted it on his Twitter. He was like, "I will never forget # Ku Klux Kiraman for all the time that I live," and then everyone started tweeting that.
Sadly, like I said, this all is set up Kate committing to these morally gray and even possibly evil acts, and
they are evil
very badly. Yeah, they
all are.
Well, I said the majority of them are evil. Like there's some stuff she probably would have done during her role that we don't know about that could be more morally gray. But like I said, it's about her turning to this darker side, and it's bad justification, but they're going for it, and then later on in the show, it's just wiped away. So my question is, why did we have these 3 episodes? Why do they exist to set this up? You're going to immediately go renege on it. Why?
I don't know.
Why?
To be honest,
It
if
is
they wanted,
all 3 of these episodes are just a massive waste of time.
I mean, they could just like turn fucking. If they want to turn Caitlyn,
Like you can make this like 20 minutes could be all of arcs 1 through 3. That would accomplish like the same shit they want to do going into episode 4.
It would feel about as rushed too.
It would, because most of the shit in these episodes is like fluff music videos and like random cutting and time wasting conversations that don't further anything. So
no, if they want to just like, okay, I want to set the Jay, what's called Mel, how would they hear and multi-perspective. I was like, okay, just throw picture in the mirror. I don't have Hamilton actually just came in. I was like, and then just like, okay, I'm gonna find a way to heal Victor, and then just suddenly wakes up and just throw them all into the multiverse. And then and then the other thing is like, if they want to turn like Caitlyn evil, it's like, dude, make her evil right now. Because you could just, because her mom died, and and everyone everything she worked for just ended in front of her face, and that's why she just wanted to decide to left by, and that's how Ambassador is like, okay, I've got to take control using this. Done, you did it. But no, the only thing we got is like the stupid kid. That doesn't amount to anything. By the way, we forgot to talk about that kid.
Oh yeah, she saves Jinx by jumping onto her and pointing a gun at Vi. What if Vi simply moved Isha away with her hand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like in a high stress situation, people don't always act optimally, but pushing a child out of the way when you don't want to hurt them is not like the optimal move.
Yeah.
Why not?
It is optimal, but it's also like something you can just do like instinctively.
It would be really easy for her to do, and even easier when you're trying to kill Jinx.
Yeah, and it could be interesting if you're going to say have Jinx survive because she has bombs rigged to go off and end this fight. Funnily enough,
I mean,
it could be interesting if I like hurts Isha because she's trying to save Isha in this case. That could have. I mean,
there's so many
some
things
interesting
that
things
they could do, including just okay. Outside of that, maybe Kate could start repositioning immediately and probably have time to take the shot.
Yeah, and there's also, this is pointed out on EFAP, is that there is a point where Kate can do the shot, like where Isha is involved, because Isha moves her head at some point when dealing with Vi.
Yeah.
And also, this was something we noticed was in our watch through was when Jinx's finger gets shot off, she's just kind of stunned for a bit, and there is an open shot that Caitlyn could take right there if she wanted to.
But also,
speaking of which, why not shoot her face? Why shoot her finger when her face is kind of a bigger target?
Well, yeah, it's dumb that she would not hit Jinx in the first place in a better position than her finger. Like hitting her finger at all is pretty hard to do. Like even if when Vi is blocking her slightly, but like Caitlyn could have at least gotten her in the shoulder or the leg. Like,
as somebody who has gone shooting, shooting off a finger does require a lot of precision.
Yeah.
Like at that point,
especially from that distance, like.
Yeah, and at that point, if you can precisely shoot off a finger to hinder somebody using a gun, you can hit anything. You can hit anything on them.
But
and
also,
probably you can hit anything with small intervals between if you're like that accurate. Like she could probably go boom, the finger's gone, then Jinx is reeling, get her in the head, like within a few less than a second.
About that is,
her gun is like,
if you think that you're
like it's decent,
if you think that a shot off finger is gonna slow down someone who's so pissed off that she wants to kill her sister, you'd be wrong, because again, she really wants to kill Vi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but for some reason
She'd be too distracted by her anger
and
towards
she
Vi to notice
shimmered
that her
up,
finger's
too.
gone.
She shimmered up. You'd expect her to not feel the pain there.
She
I'm
probably
not sure
would,
about
but she'd
that
be
one.
too distracted by her anger towards Vi and her desire to kill her to let that slow her down. In fact,
Hey,
it
do you
would
know
probably speed her up a little bit.
Do you know
There's
what's
just a ton of problems with this scene.
But yeah, there's
including
just
that,
so
but-
many. But
Yeah.
it's definitely the least of the show's worries. But
No, but yeah, I'm just gonna talk about like Caitlyn's damage. Basically, Caitlyn just like I left Vi because you don't allow me to shoot the kid. That's the fucking reason. I was like, did I miss something? What did you say? You didn't let me take the shot. I was like, you want to shoot a kid? I was like, yeah.
That's just a lot of stuff with Caitlyn in these first 3 episodes. Is she'll just say things that are like kind of unhinged, or like all of a sudden to try and hammer home the arc they want her to go on, that she becomes Caitlyn, but like that's not who Caitlyn is. Like you have to work for it, and you're cheating.
You were willing to move in, but child murder is too far. I see.
Yeah. Oh, you gas on? You probably killed multiple kids by doing this. No.
Well, we don't even get the scene of Vi talking about the gassing, the gray A stuff. It's like
the gay.
Yeah, he infecting Zod with the gay.
Yeah, Jinx makes it rainbow later on, so she got back at Piltover with the gay.
True. True.
Fucking Arcane. Yeah, that's episode 3, and also the end of Act 1. Holy shit, that's really bad.
Oh yeah, the scene
with
the only good scene in this episode is Singe continuing to work on Warwick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Although
I said,
the one
I
in
think
episode
it's the
3 wasn't it
best arc of the
repeated?
3.
Yeah, it is the best, but I think it's pretty bad in general. It's
Yeah.
definitely the best though. But yes, the Singe scene, Evald said, and I'm pretty sure it's true from what I remember, is that it's the same in the episode 3. It's the same scene that's the ending of season 1, like the post credits.
Yeah.
This scene. So it's weird that they would just play content that was already in the show again, unedited.
I don't even remember the ending of Arcane season 1. Give me a
But yeah,
second.
I didn't even know the scene existed, and I had to like go back and look at it. But like this is like post-credit stuff. When I watched the show in 2022, I was just like, I got to the ending where Jinx launches the rocket. I'm like, that was really good. I'm done, and I didn't watch the credits, but there's another singed scene in there, and that's the one. So that they put in there for some reason. Like, why not give us a new scene that's similar if you're gonna like retread ideas?
Might as well.
Like it's just kind of sloppy in a show like Arcane to reuse animation like that.
It's something I'd expect from like a weekly kind of slop show, like
Power like a Monster of the Week anime. You'd expect that.
Power Rangers or like Sailor Moon.
Yeah, Sailor Moon for sure.
Sailor Moon is the easy one because they literally do reuse animation for the transformation sequences. It's the same sequence over and over.
The same one. Well, most of the time, I think there's a couple where they change it slightly, and you're just like, I think the animators were bored that day, and they were like, let's animate this because even though we already have it animated, but But anyways, let's talk about something else. Arcane.
Episode 4. Let me summarize the entire episode because most of it just.
Oh boy, we're starting.
Arc 2, but we should just summarize the whole episode because there's just so many issues throughout that like it'd just be better to get the main plot over.
Right.
So Jinx is like, Jinx is like, this is a 1 year time skip, by the way, and there's like, and then it's like it basically starts with like Kayla's like, I'm having sex with this enforcer now, and then this is her entire purpose of the entire episode, and we got to Jinx. It's like Jinx was like the kid was like Jinx and the kid was like, I'm no longer Jinx now, but we got a lot of resistance, like we got a lot of supporters outside, but I'm never gonna be Jinx again. And then the kid got kidnapped by saving other people. And then she was like, and then after, it's like what Jinx found out that she got kidnapped. She just gotta go on the train trip. She tried to go to Piltover and just try to save the kid. by doing a bunch of like stupid nonsense. And then they just saved her, and then they saved her at the end by disguising, and then Warwick came in, and it turns out it's Vander. That's the A plot. The B plot is Cinch is doing stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, I have one. Like, it was one thing you didn't get quite right with the A plot is that Isha wasn't technically saving people. She just decided to attack Rictus when he showed up, and she got knocked out and captured.
Yeah. But basically, though, I think what Isha's kind of doing a bit of a, because Isha does the thing that kind of gaslights Thawne into thinking that Jinx is back, and then they have like the big rally. Those are like the two major plot events in like the first half of the episode. And then
the other one is like people think Jinx is back because Isha like attacked a checkpoint with bombs.
And then the state of the world is such that we know that essentially Zahn is occupied to the point where even just somebody having blue hair is enough for vast amounts of police brutality.
Yep. And that's just so funny because Rictus he's just like I could sniff out blue haired people. Take off your hat. He literally grabs a guy, rips off his hat.
Yeah, it's almost he picks up that this guy's size, and that's what prompts Rictus to go after him. But the thing is, the reason that guy's side is because he doesn't want to do this, but
he doesn't want to deal with
anyway.
This shitty security checkpoint.
What if all of them side? Is he gonna tackle all of them at once?
What if multiple people wore hats? Like, does Rictus just allowed to do that? Like, yoink people's hats
Have you
off?
considered though that Rictus rolled really high on his insight roll?
Perception check. Yeah, he got a nat 20, and he's like,
no, he just doesn't like when people sigh. That's just his weakness, if you must know.
Basically,
yeah, it's his fatal character flaw.
To be fair, I can believe Rick, given how stupid the Jinxers are, that they have such an obvious like tell of who's part of them. I can believe Rick just saw somebody had a hat on. It's like,
it's more of a nitpick, if anything. I just like it's just kind of funny to me, but
because we got a lot of important shit that has happened today.
We should move on.
Let's talk about the rally. I think the rally is the more
the rally. There's
problem.
So many problems.
I mean,
Except not with Rictus though, because Rictus promptly shows up and kicks everyone's asses for holding a public rally. It's so funny.
I also gotta mention. I gotta mention this. It's just Rictus's throwing spear is really funny. Whenever I see it, I cannot help but laugh because there's no animation of him throwing it; it just appears, and when it does appear, it's.
Now that you say that is pretty funny.
Yeah, every time it comes up, it's the most hilarious thing you'll ever see.
I think he was like a sorcerer; he could summon spears and attack people.
Yeah.
There's no animation of it.
And do you know what's even?
Also, so Savika for some reason decides to hold a rally in public where she is trying to unite the city against martial law and is surprised when Rictus pulls up.
We watched the episode.
And no lookouts either.
Speaking of which, for some reason, apparently Rictus needed to gather the information of where they're rallying from some random Jinxer. At the checkpoint.
And they do it in front of Vander's statue, like an obvious landmark. So everything is pointing towards this just not going well at all. And yet Savika puts people in the situation. It's her fault.
I like the idea the guy told him right away, and then Rictus is like, no, where are you actually meeting?
That would be funny. I really wish we had an interrogation scene with Rictus. That'd be amazing.
But also, why even hold your rally in a very open public space?
That's what I mean. Why
not go to the last drop and do it?
Because the last drop is where I would expect them to do it, and if they're going to do it in a public space,
and you could get season 1 member berries by having it in the last drop. It'd be so easy.
And it even make more sense for the simple fact that it's inside.
And it's a bar. You can just be shift is over.
Yeah.
No, but we did this awesome fight scene, that throwing spears and
Yeah,
shooting people.
and also
But we don't even
Rictus-
get a proper fight scene.
It's so funny. Rictus just throws a spear at Savika. It hits her in her mechanical arm, pins her to a wall to the point her arm is now useless, and she has to fight without it for the rest of not the rest of the show, but most of the rest of the show. She doesn't have the arm. And I guess I should just say episode 4. She just doesn't have it for this episode, and then she disappears.
It's another moment where Savika is just hard nerfed.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
like, this is one of the strongest fighters in Zaun right now.
Yeah, and
Like,
she gets
remember that
just clowned on.
Yeah, she's enough that she was the person who would be sent on collection runs by Silco.
Yeah, and she could fight
And
a
Xander.
Hex Tech augmented Vi and like come out pretty well until like she does get
Survive.
like survive, but like Vi, like it's pretty difficult for Vi to even get the upper hand in the first place.
Yeah,
She's just pretty
exactly.
good. She
Well,
just has
but
good fighting
she-
fundamentals.
She basically lost. Savika basically lost because it was a 2v1.
Yeah, and then and then Rictus is like she just does not foresee that Rictus can pull up and throw a spear at her and not pin her.
Well,
to a
no,
wall.
he doesn't throw the spear. The spear through itself.
Yeah, Rictus summoned a snuck attacker with his magical spears.
No, because you see, the spears in this show can destroy glass that
Well,
can
yeah,
block bullets.
Noxus's
It's like,
weaponry is
fucking
just so absurdly powerful. Like,
Yep. Wouldn't it be funny if when Isha did her
it feels
stunt
like
at
they
the
have Hex.
Wouldn't
Like, why
it be
doesn't Vessi
funny
do
if
Hex Tech
when Isha
Noxus
did her
weapons
stunt at
are
the
so powerful
checkpoint,
already?
Rictus summoned a throwing spear to kill her?
She gets headshot with this spear that just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
By the way, this is just one scene. We haven't talked about Jinx's character assassination
Well,
in
yeah,
the
we have
first
to
scene
get-
of the entire episode.
Yeah, we could probably talk about it now.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Because for throughout the episode, because we're about to get to Jinx's other scenes where she has to go save everyone. Like Jinx already, like there's been a time skip, and now she doesn't care about things she cared about in this first arc, or even at the end of the show, of causing chaos and destroying Piltover and Zaun altogether. Now she wants to just live alone and be content with Isha and have a weird little family.
Yeah,
and
well, like, that
Jinx
was-
is dead. She just says that.
Yeah, Jinx is like, oh, I have a kid now. So I was like, yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? Let me just throw away my entire values.
Yeah, so all of a sudden she's just like this quirky anti-hero character who's just like so Harley Quinn cringe, which is just sad because Jinx in the first season was very much like a kind of a take on the Harley Quinn archetype, but better done. And she just wasn't this quippy, annoying shithead, but that's who she becomes in these episodes.
Yeah. It is just becoming it's the meme. It's you became the very thing you were
Yes,
supposed to
exactly.
destroy.
You were supposed to bring balance to the shit tropes, not join them.
Yeah. But yeah, that's okay. That already destroys her entire character. So
Yeah,
do you know what
she's just gone. Like she,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not
Don't you know
Jinx.
don't you know it makes sense if a kid falls on you, all your
Yeah, if a
problems
kid falls
are
on
fine.
you and
I
you
mean-
spend 6 months with her or to a year, because we actually don't know the time.
Well,
skip.
no,
It's-
you
it's
see, a
inconsistent.
kid falling on you just releases magic that makes
Yeah.
all your trauma go away.
Yeah, oh, well,
Anyway.
It's all good.
The premiere scene. The premiere scene for like the tonal assassination of this show is actually in this episode.
Yeah, but I want to talk about one more thing
Guard.
that happens first before we get to the guard scene. Because they also bring back Jinx's hallucinations, which didn't appear.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the one scene they appear in, and the
Actually,
only
it's-
reason they're prompted is because Savika says that they took Isha,
Yeah.
and
So
then they're
there's-
never seen
Yeah.
again.
Well, there's 2 of them, or 3 of them total if we count the Silco one at the end of the show. There's actually one in the arcade area, but it's very brief and minor, and it doesn't really further her characters, so it's kind of pointless to have it. It's kind of a member berry scene, but then it has it again. It establishes that Isha is for some reason soothes her hallucinations. Like Isha's the key to all this, as George Lucas would say.
Yeah.
Which I find to be odd. You'd think Isha would remind her of herself and that she would like kind of regress to Powder in that way. She'd be like, when I was Powder, I lost family, so I don't want to lose Isha. That would probably make her paranoid.
I wouldn't. If Isha had a lot more setup and a lot
But
more
yeah,
time,
there's terrible groundwork.
Yeah, in the world where Arc 1 was a whole season and you got like proper
Yeah, and
scenes
Isha was
between
a character,
Isha-
even if she couldn't
Yeah.
say anything, which I still think is a terrible.
Yeah,
idea.
It's playing the character development game on hard mode, and they just didn't bring
Yeah.
there. They
You
just didn't
should
bring
not
chops
do it
to
unless you are like a god of writing.
She's
You
a
should
plot
be-
device.
Yeah.
She's a plot device. She's not a character.
Oh yeah, because speaking of
There's a
which,
reason EFAP called her Grogu, because they have the same function of being the mute child who facilitates other characters but has no character of her own, and like people are fighting over her and shit.
It's
Like,
funny. I
Oh,
haven't really. I've only seen a few minutes of the EFAP stuff, but that's funny. That's something I didn't know about.
yeah,
yeah,
So,
it's
I just-
pretty entertaining.
because I just
And the funny thing, they commit to calling her Grogu for like the whole episode, like the whole coverage of that arc. They will just call her Grogu.
Yeah, the whole
Like-
the whole act they cover. If that's true, that's hilarious.
Yeah, the first arc they kind of came in with the silk gloves, and then they put on the iron gauntlet in the second arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here's the thing. After this scene, Jinx had literally have no agency. She was like, I don't care about anything now. So I was like, I just gotta fuck around. And then
Well, yeah, after
Isha
this
got
arc, for
kidnapped.
sure.
And they was like, okay, I'm gonna save her now. Do you know her genius plan of saving her? The first thing she did. Okay, she
Yeah.
apparently found out where did she live. By the way, I don't know how did she figure that out. So the
Wait,
first thing she did, yeah.
You
The
continue.
first thing she did is to jump through the fence and see the enforcer was like, "Hey, hello, girl. I'm this quirky lady. I'm a clown, yo."
Yep, and this enforcer somehow is the only one in the
Most
world who doesn't know who
retarded
Jinx is.
enforcer of all time. A literal basket case.
What if she did know that was Jinx? What if she shot her?
If she did, then Jinx would have been shot or arrested, and the show would just kind of end or something. I mean, it wouldn't really end, but it would be very different. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
what was I saying? Oh yeah. So, and you want to know the reasoning why this guard, this genius, thinks it isn't Jinx is because Jinx wouldn't wear those pants. That's her argument. Like, it's just such a tone deaf scene. Like Rangi was already mentioning it. It's just this tone deaf mess of a scene where, and it just fully highlights how much like awful like Jinx has been portrayed as this quirky like moron who just like fails her way forward.
yeah.
Oh boy, I arrived I came back just.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say
refilling my
about
water.
this scene? Do you have anything to say
Yeah,
about it?
so I have a theoretical for you fellows. What do you think would happen theoretically if somebody like say Osama bin Laden in around 2003 showed up at the Pentagon parking lot?
Yeah, what
Well,
would you think would happen?
addressed exactly how he was
Yeah,
last time he was seen.
Yeah, like in the iconic outfit. Like, I think
Yeah,
someone would probably shoot him or detain him. Like that's
Well,
what-
no,
Yeah.
they would joke about him looking like a circus tent. It would be just like they
That's
do with
yeah, they
Jinx.
would say that. Yeah,
I find it. I
They'd be
do
like,
find
"You one of them
that-
cosplayers,"
like
and they
he-
would.
I
kick
do
him
find
out.
it funny what the enforcer says about her, that she looks like a half-eaten circus tent. Because I can only imagine someone just eating a circus tent.
But it's worse than that. Imagine he it's not even just that he's just there in the Pentagon parking lot. Imagine he walks in there. He walks into whatever their front office is and walks to the front desk and says, "Hello, I'm Osama bin Laden. I'd like to turn myself in."
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah, of course. Don't you know they would joke about how he looks like a half-eaten pillow or something.
And then
Half-eaten
got Jinx
sand
literally
dune.
just like, "Oh, I'm sad that you don't know I'm Jinx." I was like, "What the fuck? You want people to know that you're the fucking criminal?" No, this is just for a joke because we're now in
Uh,
MCU now,
right.
Phase 5.
Somebody has a
As-
fire.
as soon as- as soon
somebody
as
has a
they-
fire
As
alarm
soon as they
beeping.
know that Jinx is here, what do you think the
that's an air
first thing
fryer in
is
the
that they're gonna
background,
do?
Actually. It's very loud all of a sudden. I feel like it was less loud like yesterday when I used it, or the other day. Now it's
It's an air
loud
fryer.
when my
Okay.
roommate's using it. But
Well, you
Yeah,
should
this
kill him.
is
you should own an air fryer. It's true.
I do have an air fryer, actually. It's downstairs.
Oh yeah, I got mine. It's funny. A funny story about this particular air fryer is I was at a university like not poker. It was like it's called Vegas night or whatever, and then you just various games. So I just played blackjack the whole night. I made like 200 points, which was worth like 2 tickets for like on a raffle, and I put both of those points in on the air fryer, and I won it. It was funny.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it looks like they're just sneaking into the prison now, and by sneaking I mean saying, "Can we stay focused in front of 6 enforcers?"
Yeah. Savika is like leading here, which would be so suspicious.
But
And also Jinx is like she's like 5'4", not even 5'4". She's probably shorter than 5'4". In an enforcer, like an oddly fitting enforcer uniform, like people would be suspect of her.
yeah.
But have you considered they are in a Discord call and not in the games chat?
Oh yeah, by the way,
what's even
Jinx has a
worse-
new finger now. She just does.
Oh yeah, she builds it off screen.
Why is it even fully functional?
Yeah, we don't know how it works, and there's way bigger fish to fry. It's just kind of silly. Like, why?
I can assume she would probably have a finger built.
Yeah, I'd
Just
expect
'cause you
her
would
to have built a
fly-
finger.
If
but-
it could be built, it would be made of
Yeah.
machinery, not just metal.
I think it
that's
is
just
machinery.
metal.
I'm not really sure.
No,
It's-
it isn't.
Yeah, I guess it is. It looks like we don't know what it technically is. It's not really worth debating. But I've expected her to build it in between time skips, but she builds it between when you first see her again and the prison scene. Like why wouldn't she have already built a finger? They just do it exclusively so she can have a stupid joke where she has no middle finger and she flips Vika off with no middle finger.
At the very least, you can maybe you can assume that she had it built but just didn't have it attached for some reason.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like
maybe she was cleaning it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find it silly that it's like just to have that joke. Like you do that. But furthermore, sorry.
We got a lot more scenes. So I was like,
Yeah.
fuck.
But like, let's just quickly go over. So Ambessa happens to pull up when they're bringing in Savika, and she's sus of Jinx, but doesn't say anything. And then when she leaves, she's like, "Shit, maybe that was someone who should be there." And then something else happens, but we'll get to it. But I just find that so silly.
And Bessa nat one on her perception check.
Yeah, she just is an idiot in this scene, as she needs to be.
And then we got like some ridiculous mechanics. So it's like, so they're in this prison, and then they just knock out 2 guards because there's no more other guards in this entire prison.
Yeah. Someone drew a diagram of like the prison having like 2 floors, and it's so funny.
And then they were like, here's all the switch for the prison. So it's like, what the fuck? You don't have keys? Like a switch?
I know. Like there's just like it makes like Stillwater feel so small, which is just such a shame because like the way they framed it in season 1, it just seemed like this gargantuan like underwater prison. It was awesome.
It seems like at least a typical Supermax.
Yeah, like it was like this is Guantanamo. Like season 1 is like this is Guantanamo Bay. Then season 2 says this is like the average like small town prison. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
And so, but then they go down to do the prison level, and the switches to unlock the cages are just all out in the open, like.
And then they were like, and then everyone, and then they just free everyone, and then Ambassador was like, "Oh fuck, that's Jinx," and then Jinx was like, "Hey, I free everyone now." Everyone's like, "I'm gonna worship you. Let me leave."
Yeah, this is supposed to set up Jinx again becoming this not even anti-hero, a heroic character. So like, "Oh, you saved us, you're a hero," and Jinx is like, "I haven't had a hero," and then like you just know they're gonna fucking have something, which they do, for like now saying she's a hero, which happens later in episode 5. And like if season 1 or even arc 1 of season 2 Jinx had to break people like out of prison, you'd expect her to like not care about them, like only caring about Isha and use them for distraction. But instead she's like, oh, just walk out orderly. See ya.
You would almost assume she would not have to even taken this subtle. That you would have like you'd probably have a scene where like instead of like her trying to subtle approach, you just have a scene where like the lift just explodes.
Yeah, like she'd expect like old Jinx to like do like a crazy assault with just a bunch of traps and bombs, explosions, minigun shit. Like she would just zap in and fuck shit up and cause some distractions if she freed the prisoners, possibly gotten them to riot, and then got what she came for and leave. Like that's what. But no, instead we have Jinx doing this terribly unsubtle yet subtle for her approach.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing. I don't think anyone noticed that. So when they flip the switch of every person, so every prison cell open except from Isha.
Yeah. Isha's happens to break.
Yeah. If Isha, because they don't want Isha's cell to just automatically open, so Jinx has to stay behind and find Isha and delay Warwick to just attack them.
Yeah. It's because of that they don't leave immediately and they can have the fight. And it's also so Isha doesn't interrupt the Jinxer scene too, so she's just not there either.
Because we try to gaslight the audience into thinking Jinx is heroic rather than
it's just so they can have that specific scene and not have any other emotions interrupt the audience, like their thoughts. So they want the audience to focus on it, so they just write everything else out of the scene until necessary. But I think, and then the really funny thing with the Jinxers is they basically calmly walk out and escape just fine.
Yep, and Warwick doesn't tear through them on his way in.
Like
he tears through everyone other than the Jinxers.
Well, I think there's a scene. There's a very short, like split second, couple frames you get to see. After Warwick's attack, injured Jinxers are walking out, but Warwick hasn't killed any of them. So he somehow managed to just injure like 1 or 2, and otherwise the rest of them are unharmed and escaped scot-free.
Yeah.
Well, Mbessa also escaped scot-free, so...
Yes. Speaking of, so Mbessa now comes to the realization, oh shit, I'm retarded, and Jinx someone is in the prison with Savika. This could only go badly. Then Warwick operates a lift. Well, I like the idea of him operating the lift because it's funny, but there's always the possibility.
It's even funnier if you imagine him getting increasingly impatient with how long it's taking to get there.
There's some primo comedic scenes with Warwick here.
You just have the animation of him repeatedly tapping the button, getting impatient.
He's pacing back and forth.
Yeah, and he just
scratching the walls.
He just says, "Fuck up," while it's moving really slow.
You have the elevator music playing like do. I
mean, he literally gets to use an elevator.
It would be funny. Speaking of which, it would be funny if there was elevator music in the lift. It would be funny.
I really wish they did this.
The misery.
No, you have that, but it's just.
That would be so funny.
Yeah,
like shit like this makes you want like an Arcane season 2 abridged with like scenes like this added in. It would be so funny. So Mbessa then gets charged at by Warwick, but we cut away because we can't see how this would fare because Mbessa would probably die.
I mean, of course
so
she's gonna die.
From it.
No.
Die because she is needed for later until she isn't.
But wouldn't it be? So this seemed like this is what's weird to me. This seemed like the perfect time to give Mbessa an act, especially because she seemed to be especially because she seemed to be being set up as the main antagonist.
Yeah.
So like,
it would have been good to get a demo of what she does. So it could drive tension. Like you're like shit. And Bessa's really good, so she could survive fighting against Warwick. This is crazy for our protagonist, but we don't.
Thing is, she wouldn't survive because Warwick is super strong, super fast, and super durable.
Like I said, I think it's debatable whether or not she could survive, but like you could frame it such a way that she like doesn't win, but she manages to get away. Like that.
You could even have it be like maybe she finds a way to knock Warwick into the elevator, and that brings him up to fight Jinx.
Yeah, that could be cool.
And just imagine her knocking him back into the lift, and then the lift moves back, and he's like, "No."
No, we just
that would be but we just
rather than teleporting Ambessa out of the scene,
we have her do something. That would be wild. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know how the Warwick came here. Just like she just got a trade because Sting just dropped blood on the floor, and that's how she summoned Warwick. And Warwick just knows how to upgrade.
We'll talk with Singed, I guess, when we get to him. But his stuff is really weird, and it's kind of why I can't say he's the best character of the season because his plans are just really silly.
We don't even know what his goal for this whole scene is.
Well, we kind of. I mean,
but the thing is,
he said in the lift. He said to Isha in the lift, "I'll give you a secret. We won't be staying long." And he's referring. He meant they won't be staying alive very long because Warwick would have killed all of them.
Yeah.
The only that's the thing. That moment, I was like, "Oh, so he's got some way to like control Warwick," and it has to do with his blood somehow.
Yep. And then later you find out that he doesn't. Well, no, you see, the way that he controls Warwick is by dancing and singing "Oh, the Misery."
That would be better.
It makes sense.
So. Anything to say about the fight between Warwick and Jinx?
No.
Yes, should be a super horrifying event for everyone involved because they've never seen a monster like this before. And while this is all happening, there's doom music playing in the background.
It's just a generic chasing. I was like, except from that tonal ratio, it's like, oh god, a wolf just came here, and then it just turned out that's Vander.
Yeah, this was one of those scenes where it really took me out because this is one of those scenes where it's one of those things that you realize you have that moment of like, oh yeah, of course he's slaughtering the guards because they're NPCs, and then you like stop yourself and like, wait a minute.
Hey, like, wait a minute. In season 1, this would be like crazy. Like, those are people. That's how.
Remember when there was a funeral for the 6 enforcers that Jinx blew up in episode 4?
Yeah, like every enforcer death was like a tragedy. In a way, like.
Because especially.
But you see, the reason it was a tragedy back then is because there was no Doom soundtrack.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of the enforcers in the first season managed to be like pretty faceless, but they still managed to feel human.
They were portrayed as human because they were.
Yeah,
they were faceless in that they were typical everyman doing their job. Like you can imagine every enforcer. Yeah, they probably do have like relationships outside of just their plot, and they probably had families and loved ones.
Yeah, and like they really.
And the show knew that. And
opinions on the state of Piltover's on, and like
you probably I felt like Arcane season 1, you could actually have a whole show that's just like a squad of enforcers, and they have all different opinions on like.
That's why I was interested when they revealed like the other enforcers, like the enforcer squad. I'm like,
I thought that's what they were gonna do.
Yeah, you're like, oh, these are like normal people you get to have Vi and Kate and Vi meet and have.
I assumed that these characters were going to like represent the different views of Piltover.
Yeah, like you could probably have like a hardline kind of more like kind of bad cop sort of character. Hell, you could have Maddie. Honestly, Fish Guy should have been this character.
Well, I felt like what they were probably after Arc 1. I felt like what they were going to do was they were going to have like what's his name, Shield Guy.
Loris,
kind of more the he was
Lawrence.
going to be more of he was good. Yeah, he was gonna be more of like he's not a very good cop, but he is like, but then like turn it around where he is actually the good cop, and Maddie was gonna be like, oh yeah, she seems like the eager like person
she's-
who
yeah,
seemed
like
the
a-
good guy, but
like
she's
a
actually
twist. Yeah.
she's the bootlicker
She
basically.
used her bubbly personality to get what she wants and like facilitate
Or as I said, or
Piltover's goals.
I thought they would be more obvious that she's like the bootlicker. She's like
Yeah.
she's the
Mhm.
person who's just all for
And that's what
the
they-
institution
Yeah,
uncritically.
and they try to do that, but then it just like goes all over the place because of the one scene we're gonna get to with her. And this
Yeah.
arc, like her scene in this arc just throws her character big wrench in her character.
But yeah, back to Warwick.
Yeah,
To be honest, we can just do the review later because there's nothing to say about here. It's like, oh, that's Vander. It's like done.
yeah, it's
Yep.
Vander, and for some
Yeah,
reason,
how come
It's
Warwick doesn't
Singed
attack Singed during all this? It's
Well,
his
Finch
blood
was
that he's
in his
tracking.
cell, I think.
Well, because he's
But,
focused on Jinx right now, and we
Yeah.
need a Jinx fight scene.
But yeah,
That's
it
why.
is more specific.
It's funny to imagine that while all this is happening, no one in Piltover, Zon, or Noxus has accidentally cut their skin a little too
Yeah.
deep.
You know, I like the
don't-
idea there was somebody who was like asleep in their cell. They like wake up, they see this fight, and they're just like sneaking out while it's happening. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
While my friend and I were watching
Yeah,
this
like-
episode and the next episode, we were both joking about how Warwick just told everyone in Piltover and Zon, hey, please don't cut yourself. I gotta go. Bye. I'll be back later. Maybe.
Yeah, it's like if you cut yourself, I'll kill you. You can't do it.
Yeah, and then all of Piltover, it's really funny because as will be established in episode 5, it's only reasonable to assume that Piltover and Zon are at peace while Warwick is not attacking anyone.
Well, yeah, just the state of the world is just
No.
it's kind of fucked from the outset, but it just gets worse and worse.
No, they just
Arc
gone.
two.
They just literally did not address anything about Piltover and the underworld or something.
Yeah, that was like the
No,
overarching story of the first season,
Yeah,
and it will not be resolved in a
the
satisfying
multiple-
way.
The multiple factions of Piltover and the multiple factions of Zon are just like uniform now. It's
Yeah,
just
they're all a
Piltover and
blob.
Zon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was like I said, like with the Enforcers in particular, like in the very beginning of the show of season 1, you have Grayson, who's like kind of like she does her job, but she's kind of more noble. She'll cut deals with
Well, yeah,
with people and Zon, like
Yeah,
Vander, to make sure
yeah.
to ensure peace and stuff, even if it might go against her directives, or people like sending people after her, like Silco wants her gone. And then in this case, we have her foil Marcus, who's he makes a deal with Silco instead to basically get power, and so he can ensure he can try and keep peace through an iron fist, is kind of what Marcus does.
It's especially just funny because, like, I always have to be constantly reminded of, like, the Enforcer characters, the new Enforcer characters, because I think Maddie is the only one we actually get the name of directly in the show being said.
Loris is said once in episode 8. That is the only time.
Yeah, but
Stab
like,
is never mentioned, which is very funny.
Yeah.
even then, like Maddie, I always think of her as just Ginger Chick.
Yeah, it's like the only reason I know Maddie's name more than anyone else is just because of like
The meme.
the meme. Yeah, like
Yeah. Oh, God. Dude, do you watch? Okay,
Like-
we have more to say at the final episode about.
the only reason I'm endeared to Maddie is because of that. Like,
Yeah.
but we'll get there.
Yep.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk about episode 5 because
Yeah.
good lord.
Yeah, but there's not much to say.
Oh, hey, can we talk about Singe's
Yes,
plan?
fine.
We'll talk about Singe's stuff when we get to his plan.
I think we've already basically just said Finch has no plan. He's probably
Yeah,
gonna get
his-
killed.
yeah,
No, we just gotta-
he's all over the place. What is
Yeah,
he want? Why?
He should have tried to make an escape during in
Yeah,
episode 4, but he didn't. But
Well, we find out that maybe he wanted
because he can't exactly bring back
hired by
his daughter
someone.
if he's
It's just
dead, right?
Yeah.
Well, at most you think, oh, he's staying in the prison so he gets a chance to meet with Mbessa. Why not just contact Mbessa with a letter? You can do that. In fact, Rictus has already met with people in the Undercity to do deals. Like, this is something you could probably do. And hell, if without like risking Warwick getting lost as what happens, what he could do is he could probably just piss off an enforcer and get arrested, and then when they're like sorting him out, he can say, like he could probably get something going in prison. And he could probably do it way better.
Okay, so do I just want to talk about episode 5 because you can save all of those later.
Yeah, let's get to the summary.
It's gotta be a long one. So episode 5 is how the character assassinate 5.
She's already pretty damaged, and they commit.
Yep, and then she's doing as well as Jinx should be doing if she was in character.
Yeah, and so this starts off with her just dressing up as Lincoln Park and just get drunk, punch people. Jinx teleported in to kidnap Fi because Fi is a fucking moron. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna kidnap you. I'll believe you. Just bring me there." And Jinx brings her to a fucking tunnel to meet her father, allegedly.
Yeah,
and that's the
trap.
And then at the end, they got talked over, and then Warwick attacked them, and then Fi was like, "Oh fuck, that's Vander. Come here, sister." Okay, that's A plot. Do you know the B plot?
Is it? I don't even know. Is there a B plot this episode?
Yes, that's the Mel stuff with his brother.
Oh yeah, LeBlanc is doing an illusion on Mel.
Yeah, she
for some reason.
Chino, which
yeah. So they're just like, oh,
it's silly.
It's like here, it's illusion because here's a trap because I'm playing what's it called? I'm playing like 4D mind chess with you, yo. And then also we got a flashback about Vander, what's it called? Vander, Silco, and
we get that later in the episode.
Yeah.
And that's a flashback for no reason, literally no reason. I have no idea why it's in this episode.
Oh, believe me, it's worse than just being for no reason. But we're gonna get to that. I will explain in great detail why it's a problem.
That scene. We're gonna spend a lot of time that scene, unfortunately.
It's awful.
And then we got like what's it called? What's his name? Victor. Okay, not Victor. Victor just dressed up as like Space Jesus, and then
we get a little bit of that. Then Salo goes to him,
and then just like
to get healed. That's kind of what happens.
And just infect Jace with like a space oil.
They do reveal Jace at the end of episode 5. Yeah, he splats Salo.
Yeah, I don't remember the guy's name. The guy that Jace crushed with his hammer. That person.
Yeah, the counselor guy, Salo. That's his name.
Oh yeah, and every group that I'm in that has watched Arcane, they all keep posting this really funny GIF of
the GIF of him getting crushed. It's so
funny.
Yeah,
I don't know what's funnier, that or the throwing spear.
I think the funniest like one of those scenes is the one with Maddie in episode 9.
That too. That's also pretty funny.
So that's the entire episode. So which one do you want to start first? Do you want to start off with the main part of Fi and Vince?
We kind of get to this. Going through the A plot will get us to the Silco Vander mother scene. Yep. So it's probably good to start there.
Yeah, for some reason, instead of Vi rightfully concluding that Jinx is spouting nonsense, she entertains everything that she's saying and is like, okay, let's go on an adventure, shall we?
She gets into the tunnel before she says, fuck this, I'm going to start beating the shit out of you. Only because Jinx like childishly insulted her, and this pisses her off for some reason. Like they basically have like, it's just such a childish scene.
And why would Jinx even want to talk to Vi?
Yeah, I don't get why Jinx thinks because Vander exists that she can reconcile with Vi. Particularly, like, she hates Vi not because like Vander died, or somewhat.
He
Yeah,
hates her
somewhat.
for more than a few
multiple
reasons.
One of the biggest ones is that Vi blew up at her, called her useless, and then punched her after Vander died. So that's one of the big ones.
Actually,
there's
Jinx
more.
blew them up by accident, but
That's that's what I mean. Like I said, Vi was like, Vi didn't really intend to kind of create this rift. She was just angry, and like after all, like her life fell apart too, and she took it out on Powder at the time. And she didn't expect that Powder to get captured and her psyche shattered while under Silco's like care. She didn't know that, and it's unfortunate, but that's kind of one of the interesting things about season 1 is that this crazy scene happens. It's all very well set up, and it establishes why our characters are like this and why they're going to fight it out, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah.
But
oh,
no,
yeah.
all of a sudden,
yeah,
Jinx wants to make up with Vi, I guess.
By the way,
and during their sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot to talk about the other subplot in this episode. It's like Caitlyn and Ambassador just forced Stitch to just reveal a secret plan or something.
Oh yeah,
that's
the kills goats meme comes from. Like she has like.
Oh yeah, I should mention I from what I've heard, that goat person is not actually a scientist, but rather Caitlyn's secretary from season 1.
Oh, geez, she's just killing random. So Bess is just being really dumb. She doesn't go and look for notes on how to do hex tech that were left behind by Jace. Instead, she just has been sending people that are either scientists or in this case just intelligent people to try and reverse engineer hex tech.
Yeah, I wonder what Caitlyn's gonna think about her secretary being vaporized.
She's repeatedly killing people, presumably at least probably up to 10 people or more, on trying to reverse engineer hex tech. Like and there's already a lot of hex tech technology that exists in the first place. So like the idea that you can't just reverse engineer it using that is just silly.
There's also notes on how to work with it.
Yeah, like Jace is established to be gone apparently for months through the time warp bullshit that we'll get to.
This time skip is at least months.
At least 3 months. At least 3.
3 months minimum. Like Unity said it was a year at the beginning, but they actually don't say anything in the show to confirm this. And so every time, like I was talking about at other places, people be like, "We don't know how long the time skip was." So,
considering how much longer Vi's hair is,
but it definitely has to
safe
be
to assume that it's at least 3.
Yeah, and Jace has. I can't even use Jace as an example because Jace was. We'll get to why Jace's time is on different timeline, I should say. So his hair growth could be even longer, even if it was like 2 months or something of real time. But
I just want to say this. So we're just gonna talk about the Vi plot first. And do you know what I think when I saw this entire episode was like, Vi? The thing that Vi should be suspecting is the fact that this is a trap. You know, James is bringing me into a tunnel to quote unquote say that my dad is alive.
Your dad is here. Like
there's no way he's gonna survive.
Yeah, she just goes along with it, even though she like is clearly suspicious and like belligerent enough to start attacking Jinx after like shitty conversation. Like,
I was gonna say, I almost feel like it wouldn't even be like this is a trap. It would be like are you actually just no? Are you actually showing up to me like directly? No.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like
she's even like you'd think like she's even shown to have hallucinations like in the episode. Like she attacks a guy for thinking he's Caitlyn at some point. But you'd think when she then sees Jinx and like when I first saw Jinx appear, I was like, is this going to be a hallucination or something? But not even Vi goes like, what the fuck, is this real? Like she never questions any of the bonkers shit that's going on.
That's basically it. By the way, Jinx, Vi never calls it. It's like never calls his enforcer threat. Just like, hey, arrest Jinx. Nothing. There's nothing. She's just like, I'm gonna follow you. No, there's no backup plan for her.
No.
I mean, it's like also the fact. Also, here's a nitpick. Why did they have to make Jinx look like not Jinx, Vi look like Linkin Park? Why can't they just make her look like a Haley Steinfeld?
Well, yeah, I'm not really a big fan.
So that they could sell a new skin in League of Legends, a fight.
It's probably just for new iconography. And I think the funny thing is they can't even commit to her hair being that color. Like, she gets knocked out and then she wakes up and like somehow the hair dye is all gone.
Not all of it, just it's still black. But
most of it is gone though. She has like black highlights effectively from episode 8 onward.
Oh right, from episode 8. Yeah, someone just casually dyes her hair while someone's stitching her up.
Like, yeah, exactly. She's probably out of commission for probably a couple days.
I'm pretty sure that's in episode 8.
Yeah. But
basically.
for some reason, just her hair disappears. She kind of loses. Like, they just give her a new design, and then for like a literal episode, 2 episodes, and then that's it. Which is just kind of silly.
No, because and they can't even make her look hotter. Like Haley Steinfeld. Yeah. That's all they needed to make her look like Haley Steinfeld. A lot more people want to fire skin.
And I think another issue with it is I think that her design is just kind of a bit of cheating, and the fact it's supposed to make audiences think Vi's had a lot of character development and that she's going to be different, and like even her music video sets that up, and then immediately she's not all that different when she's talking with Jinx. Like, she's very stupid and out of character in those scenes, but like she doesn't seem like she's had this hard ass couple months and has kind of changed as a result. Like, that's not how she somewhat feels like a skin suit of season 1 Vi, but she still feels more like season 1 Vi than she should after all of this. So I think part of her design change is just so they're like crutching on that, of like people thinking new design, new person kind of.
Yeah, and I think that's all it does, but I don't really have much to say when it comes to design aside from that looks ugly.
Yeah, it's just kind of like it is what it is. But
yeah, because we got a lot of problems. Just get to the last scene. It was like Fi was like, "Hey, come here, little sister." Even the Fi, all she knows, it's like Jinx is literally sending a fucking wolf to kill her.
Well, yeah, the moment Vander shows up, Vi should be like, "Okay, you were lying to me. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you. Deal with this wolf." Maybe she'd probably try to get Isha out of there because she's like, I shouldn't be leaving this child with you anymore, you psycho. But yeah, so yeah, Vi fights Vander a bit. It's like the
did we get to why Warwick is here?
I mean,
because if you remember during the fight between Vi and Jinx, Isha bit Vi on the hand, and then Vi accidentally hit her in the face.
Yeah,
and then her nose started bleeding.
Yeah, Isha summoned.
This also establishes that Warwick is tracking everyone's blood, not just Singe's blood.
Yep. So somehow no one in Zon in the episode 4 was bleeding at the time.
Yeah, you see, Piltover and Zon are at peace right now. It makes sense totally.
Yeah,
he just told everyone in Piltover and Zon, okay, I want you guys not to accidentally cut yourselves while I'm gone, okay?
Yeah,
bye.
Singe put up a bunch of posters that says, "Do not cut yourself," okay?
Well, no, Warwick put them up. He has super speed. He can.
Yeah, it was all Warwick's doing. Warwick is like, "Okay, guys, you can't cut yourself. I'm tracking a specific poison down. Just don't cut yourself. Thank you." And then he left.
Yeah.
And everyone agreed to do this, and that's why it totally makes sense.
Right. But yeah, when you see a huge wolf creature charging at you, and your crazy sister is telling you it's Vander, do you, 1, believe her, or 2, absolutely not believe her?
And at first, Vi's like, "No, this is crazy. What are you doing?" Then she decides to just believe, and it works out for them. And so I'll say one little thing that's crazy here is that Vi has a shield here, and she never uses it in the scene, or she doesn't even use it in the rest
or
of the
throughout
show.
the whole season.
Yeah, the whole season,
it's her alt in League of Legends, and she
never
only used it once in season 1, and then it's gone.
she doesn't use it in this fight where it'd be useful, especially when she gets knocked into a wall and should probably die from that with the speed she gets sent. And then she reaches the point where she gives up and is like, all right, Warwick, I'm going to see if you're my dad or not. And then we cut to the scene, the problem scene. Oh, do you want to talk about the letter beforehand? Because the letter.
Oh yeah, the letter's pretty terrible because
about the letter because it's like
Vander. It's established that Vander just wrote a letter that says, "Hey, I'm sorry, I tried to kill you." And he says something along the lines of, "Somehow I thought this was the best thing for both of us," which no.
And this is just part.
And then for some reason, after Jinx reads it, she's like, If Silco saw this, none of the things that happened would have happened.
All been different.
That's not true, except episode 7 is going to establish that it is, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
I'm sure we will. Totally.
Yeah. But yeah, that whole letter is just put there because it just wants to further drive home the fact that, Vi and Jinx can get back together again. Just they knew when to forgive.
But also, what's interesting is
all of the shit that's happened between them that would facilitate the opposite.
About the letter, it seems as if everything that was happening before. It seems like when it comes to, it would have been reasonable to assume that in the chronology of the events was that at some point, Vander would have tried to drown Silco, and then later he would have adopted Vi and Jinx. But this letter makes it seem like he adopted Vi and Jinx and then tried to kill Silco. Which, that's really funny when you think about it.
Yeah, unless it's like there's an implication now that the drowning and then him finding them were like the same day, I guess, and then he wrote the letter right after. Like, I don't know. Either way, it just makes Vander, it just messes up with Vander a lot because, like, he had strong principles, so did Silco. It drove them to fighting each other.
Basically, like, I think at the point you were at, with them, him writing that letter for. First of all, given that's supposed to be after he tried to kill Silco. Yeah, at that point, there's no fixing that relationship.
Yeah,
there's no
like if you ever try to attempt to kill someone, you're never gonna be like, let's hug it out afterwards. Like that's just like.
Hey, if all of Piltover and Zahn can be at peace, then so can these three.
I think
the funny thing is,
I think we
doesn't even need to be at peace for people not to bleed. Like, if someone could get a paper cut, and Warwick should be.
I know, I'm just joking, of course. It's just funny to assume that this is all. Funny. They're all at peace right now.
Yeah, they all in kumbaya. Yeah. Rick. It was Rictus. He facilitated that.
He and his throwing spear are just saving the world right now.
Pretty much. And
this flying spear.
I personally think that we need to test this. Falco, I'll try to kill you, and then we'll see if we're cool.
Yeah, we should try that. Just send a pipe bomb to my house.
It's the Shang-Chi thing where Wenwu tries to kill that lady, and then they get married and have a kid. 2 kids. Remember that?
I'm so glad I never saw that movie.
Yeah, do you know
I'm glad you haven't as well, because believe me, it's awful.
Okay.
Because love is everywhere. Love is whenever that happens. So that's why you fall in love.
Yeah.
That's really the dialogue.
Yeah.
I wish I was kidding.
Yeah. But love. Yeah, that's the line.
I think we've established enough reasons why the letter is silly. We should talk about the scene now.
Yeah.
So, how many of you remember why Vander adopted Vi and Powder in season 1?
I do, because their parents died from the bridge attack, and they find that out, and Vander is the only one who survived. And after he realized that their parents died and the disaster that he causes, and what it causes to Vi and Powder,
to these two children he doesn't know. He's just
Oh, what do you mean? He made a promise to her mother. That's what actually happened.
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
real.
But Silco promised too. Which is why,
Yeah.
which is why
Speaking of which,
Silco obviously.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Silco specifically said to kill those kids
Yeah.
in season 1, if you remember. But now it establishes that not only did he know
who they were in the first place.
Vi's mom beyond just being some citizen of Zon, but he was also obligated to take care of her children if something happened to her. And then he's like, kill them.
And
So you can see
fighting for
think
his
that
cause, so you
Silco
think he'd be a little sympathetic
been-
to those kids.
Yep.
Much like-
he's the only reason he was sympathetic to Powder was because he saw that she was going through a really tough time, to say the least, and she recognized at some point that she's not doing okay because she accidentally killed her family, and now he's gonna raise her.
Yeah, it's like kind of an opportunist sort of thing, and then
Yeah, and remember, Silco actually did go through the same arc that Vander did in season 1, if you remember.
just later on in the show.
Yeah, it was
kind of
when-
like a reverse of. It's kind of like a full reversal of Vander, where it's like Vander falls for them at the beginning, and then
Yep.
Silco kind of falls for. Not like I say falls for, and like he comes to like see her as a daughter, I should say.
Mhm.
It's not like the Doomer kiss meme. For those who know.
Yeah,
about
he's been kissing Jinx for 30 years.
Oh God. But like Silco comes to see Jinx as a daughter, by the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah.
Oh
Which is
yeah,
really
he even
cool,
has like.
but,
Yeah, he even has that one line from season 1 where it was like him like kind of empathizing with Evander right before one of the last episodes.
yeah, it's
You,
kind of cool.
you know the line I'm talking.
I know what you're talking about. I can't
remember.
remember the specific line.
I can't remember the specific line either. It's been a while
But
since I saw.
now we
something.
recontextualized it, so he knew both about Fi and Powder probably for a couple years at least.
Yeah. I've always felt like this. I don't think. Does it damage Vander and Silco?
Yes, it does. It does more than a little bit of damage.
Well,
You can
it
say that
it definitely
Silco's
damages
not even a
Silco.
character anymore. It's really
Damages
stupid the
Silco.
amount of damage that this
I
does
think
to both of them.
I think it does more damage to Silco. It definitely hurts.
Oh,
Vander.
and Vander is the one who names Vi.
Yeah,
I think it hurts Vander a lot in that it hurts a lot of the theming of his whole
yes,
story.
it just harms like the whole. It literally harms the foundation of his character. It just got kicked out from under.
Because
Yeah,
the
and
foundation of his
it dealt even more damage to Silco. Obviously,
it's more restricted for Silco because now it's not about this guy opportunistically adopting someone and then forming father-daughter relationship. It's this guy who made a promise and then he didn't keep it, and then he decided to commit to it, but for one of these girls. Very muddled, damages like a lot of the poignancy of season 1. And so like just better off if you just like a lot of people don't consider this season canon, but like this is one of the prevailing reasons, because like you can't view it like it like season 1 at least can be enjoyed on its own, but with this information it sucks. You have to just divorce it as much as you can. So they couldn't leave it alone. They couldn't have it stand on its own. They had to have these scenes. They had to do it specifically so to like trick the audience into thinking that what happens the next scene, that Vander, Vi, Jinx, and Isha can hug it out.
Yeah. And as much as I hate to bring up the Halo show, at least that had the balls to not be canon to the games.
It wasn't canon at first, and it probably should have stayed that way, because now you have stuff where like people who were playing Victor for years, he's not the same kind of character anymore.
Yeah.
And It's not even that there's two, it's not even that there's two skins or two different play styles. It's just all the old Victor stuff is replaced.
No, I was because when I saw this, when I look at the word Victor, I was like, oh, he's actually an evil son of a bitch in the show, in the game. And now she's
Yep.
like a saint, like a god saint who just had a god complex. He just wants to save people by killing people. Jesus.
Yeah, Victor's all over the place, which we'll get to in episode 6 through whatever.
Well, he has a bit of a problem in episode 5 as well, because I don't think I have to explain the issue with him being able to mind control his cultists.
Yeah, no, it's with this we don't get much of Victor until this point. Then they're like, all right, give Victor all the screen time, then he gets a lot. But until that point, like until this point, like this episode, we haven't seen much of Victor really.
Yeah, but him
all of a sudden,
him mind controlling
with
controlling Sallow is more than a bit of an issue if you think about it, because what are you gonna think of? What are you gonna think about the fact that some godlike being can take control of you at any moment?
Yeah,
and you can do nothing about it.
Like it's kind of like you can kind of it's kind of like vague if Sallow like is okay with it or not. Like, I think you could draw those lines all right, but I think the issue in the first place is just why would Victor want to do that to anyone in the first place? Like, why would he want to ever be in a position where he can supersede in someone's life to such a literal god-like degree?
Oh, I can answer that. It's so that he can say his famous line from League of Legends, "Glorious evolution."
As with almost every explanation in season 2, it's so they can get this hyper specific thing they want.
Hey,
that's why.
Don't worry, leave the Victor stuff to later. That's gonna be even more intense when we talk about it.
Yeah. I will say this as well: the scenes with Mel and LeBlanc in this episode are pretty terrible, because there's no reason for you to want to create this illusion for her, because you're not getting anything from her. The only reason the illusion fails is because LeBlanc allows it to fail, which
she says something retarded.
LeBlanc wouldn't allow this illusion to fail. Why the hell would that even be the case?
No, because they want a scene of her just like putting some hand towel over her body. I mean, chains.
But it's just silly that LeBlanc needs to get to like trick Mel when LeBlanc has all the cards here. Like she knows everything about Mel basically, and she's trying to like fuck with her and say, "Here, I know stuff." But instead, she's like, "But let me also trick Mel for some reason into thinking my brother exists." It doesn't accomplish anything. Like, why? And there's just no explanation. Like, it's just something that happens. And also, they have a little.
She's not even trying to get anything from her. If she was, then maybe, but no.
Yeah. Well, they have a subplot to the B plot, which is Mel figures out that this area is like a puzzle. Nothing comes of this.
Nothing.
You would think, like in what I thought when it was first happening, like, oh, maybe the puzzle, like maybe Kino's trying to get her to unlock the puzzle for some reason. Slash LeBlanc wants to unlock the puzzle. That's why they want Mel is to open this puzzle. But no, the room is a puzzle for some reason. It's literally to waste time. That's the actual reason.
No.
I think the writers didn't know what the fuck they were doing, so they were just throwing ideas around to fill screen time.
Even though they are cramming 3 seasons in 1 season, what the fuck are you thinking?
That's just the baffling thing about the show is that there's like this season is that there's so many plot lines going around, but they don't even know how to fill the time when they have those plot lines on screen. They're not even being efficient with it.
No.
So you'll get literal pointless scenes like this fairly often.
Yeah, basically, that's all I can say about
this. The thing is, if LeBlanc, the fact is LeBlanc simply let her illusion fall in on itself, and if she didn't, Mel would probably just be in there for as long as she wanted her to be.
Yeah, like you kind of get the idea that maybe LeBlanc wants Mel to activate her powers so they can make her a witch. Like that's basically, I think, what she wants. But why use the Kino illusion to do that? Like just attack her and see if the powers activate. That's literally all she had to do, which is just how conveniently Mel's powers work. So
yeah, no matter how you put it, LeBlanc is fucking stupid.
Yeah, like most characters in the show, she's really stupid. Yeah, I think that's all for episode 5, right? Like, kind of talked
Yeah.
over everything.
And then episode 6,
Yep.
it's so bad.
Yeah,
Yay.
when I
That's
first
what-
watched it, I was like, "Hey, this episode's not great," but it had the least problems. And then I kind of watched it again, and I heard a bunch of people talk about it from all over the internet. And like now, I'm at the point it's probably one of the worst.
Yeah.
Was 6 or 5?
6, 5. I always thought was the worst. It's probably like I think 9 is overall the worst, but I think 5 is close, and 5 and 6 are close.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
it's funny because I think the 3 episodes at the end are probably the worst of the
Yeah,
the 3.
I guess it would
That's
probably
the
go
worst
like
part, but I
Yeah.
cared the least at that point. So
yeah, like I think episode
and
5 is the one that
five.
pisses me off the most, and then episode 4 is close by, then episode 6, and then on an objective level,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
the arc 3 is just the worst. But it's more of a clown show to me
Yes.
at that point.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like your investment versus
Yeah, that was just a funny part of the EFAP for like when people were talking about it at the end. Like you could tell no one cares anymore. Like it's like actually insane. Like
Yeah, no.
Like, you could
So,
just
I
kill-
just
you
want
could
to
kill
summarize this
people.
episode.
full investment in a proper property in one go
No,
in 9 episodes
I
that are
don't
40
even
minutes long. It's crazy.
basically. Even I was kind of losing interest now. I don't even know how to
Yeah.
summarize this episode because this episode is so convoluted.
Well, this episode's fairly straightforward. It's just the ending's kind of batshit insane, but most of it's just like it's there's not much happens either. It's like they show up to the camp, and then so does Mbessa and Co. and Singed, and then everyone's fighting over Warwick, and then fighting
Yep.
team up.
Also, for some reason, Victor has a much more difficult time dealing with Warwick than he does with other people. He's just another biological being as far as he and his powers are concerned. What about him is making it so difficult to transform him into a magic guy?
I guess the difficulty is that like it's because there's the Beast and then there's Vander. Like there's like the two kind of personalities that are there. And so like the main thing Victor's trying to do is less heal his body. He doesn't really know how to do that. It's more trying to heal the mind, I guess. I don't know.
Again, he's just another biological being, which means, and even if we were to assume that somehow this is the only thing that he can possibly do to Warwick, the best thing that you could do is just kill the beast side of his mind, and then he's good.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna try to summarize it as much as possible because this is gonna be really convoluted. You have to pay attention.
But yeah, like all of our complaints are at the end. There's some I have in the middle, but
The
they're
first scene is Victor just turned into God. I wish I was kidding. And he met the other God, and they're floating in a white space.
well, he meets Sky, was in season 1, and according to the writers, is the Hex Core actually, but it's kind of unsure. It's kind of vague in the show itself. And they kind of team up, I guess. It's kind of what it is.
And then and that's it. So and then we got like Fi and Jinx is like, oh, we gotta go into this place, but we want to heal like what's it called? Vander. So it turns out the god same who can heal people is Victor. He tried to heal them and then he can't. Basically, that's basically how it works. And then Ambassador just like came here and then just like, I want to get Fi and Jinx, yo.
Well, no, she was here for Warwick because that's what Singed wants. That's why they're there.
Yeah.
Singed is
Yeah.
a tracker, I guess, and it works.
Yeah, the tracker.
Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, so he tried to get Warwick and then Jinx and not Jinx, Fi and Caitlyn just suddenly are back together. They hatches a plan to take down the ambassador and then shit happens at the end. Basically,
Yeah,
shit
that's
happens.
basically what happens. Shit happens, and do we want to talk about the ending now or later?
To be honest, I was so kicked out. I was so like I don't even know how to describe my feelings at the end. So because at the end I was so like
I was just hollow. I didn't care anymore. Like,
So I was
that was
like,
my initial. Like the second time around was kind of funny, and but like the first time I was just hollow watching all of episode 6.
yeah. And then just like tech destroyed, shit happened, a lot of fighting, kid died.
Explosion. The child is
Uh-huh. Yeah, the explosion's so big that it should have killed everyone in the field.
Yeah, I would have expected more than the aftermath of what it is, and like no one dies technically. It's
Except for Isha and Warwick.
Warwick is like possibly dead. He's possibly comatose. Like,
and also forgot to mention that he kills Rictus, which begs the question: why didn't Rictus's magic spear come in and save the day?
I know. When he needed him most, this magic spear vanished.
Yeah, maybe the magic spear is just gonna do its own thing, save people wherever it can.
Yeah,
off screen, of course. It's just gonna fly around and
precisely
spear all crime in Piltover and Zon.
But yeah, I guess
it needs its own Netflix series.
Yeah, before we get to the ending again and like talk about the character stuff behind it, I guess we could talk about the miscellaneous complaints. One of the big ones is you have this kind of neat thing you could do where you have Warwick and Vander, two consciousness competing against each other. That's like kind of interesting thing that you could have. Like, you could develop Warwick / Vander as a character instead of the plot device here. You could have him grappling with the desire to fucking kill and shit. That's kind of cool.
I mean, they were too quick overall with bringing back the Vander consciousness anyway.
Yeah, it's very rushed, but like once you have it,
the thing is, in League of Legends, it's still buried deep in him. Vander's still buried deep in him, which is why he only goes after criminals.
Like I said, there's a lot of cheating here, but like.
But also, more importantly,
you could at least do something when you cheat to get
League
to
of Legends. He has a wolf face, whereas in Arcane, he looks like the Beast from the live-action Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Yeah, someone called him someone on EFAP called him a hairy yeti. It was pretty funny.
Well, yeah, that is true. He looks exactly like that. I'm imagining it, and he looks exactly the way I'm imagining it.
Yeah, what's the word? Like, it's
he
like,
just looks like Vander with the Wolverine cosplay.
They made him human to cheat because they made him look more human to cheat because they want people to sympathize with him more.
But in reality, it would have been the scenes with him would have been more effective if he had that menacing look that he does in League of Legends.
Yeah. They weren't confident in the audience. They wanted to baby the audience as much as possible. So
remember when they didn't baby the audience in season 1 with a handful of exceptions?
Yeah, in episode 3 they killed a bunch of kids in Vander. It's crazy shit. Oh, this just reminded me. So I like the idea that Jinx thinks that just because their Vander's alive, this means like Vi can be chill again. Because the thing I did didn't actually like sink in and Vander's still alive. Milo and Clagger are both dead still. Like Powder did kill them, like on accident, of course, but they are still dead.
We don't even get the moment of Vander realizing that Powder is responsible for their
we get, like I said, we get nothing about like Vander being here is just such a wasted opportunity on multiple levels.
Yeah,
he's just there to be the literal plot device people are fighting over.
It's really unfortunate too, because the thing to consider is that the marketing before this season came out, the marketing was always portraying both Ambessa and Warwick as possibly the most heavy hitters of the story.
Yeah,
whereas in this, both of them are being swept under the rug really bad. It's
like they're introduced
awful.
and like shuffled aside for Victor essentially, like out of the left field. It's Victor is the main antagonist basically. But yeah, so that's just like I said, it's in the middle of the episode that I sort of came to this conclusion. I'm like, man, they're just not doing anything with Warwick now that they have him as a character that could probably express things, but no. And then the other miscellaneous complaint I had before the finale is just Jinx in general sucks. She just says this terrible lines left and right.
Do you want to go through like some extremely dumb plot points? So, like, there's like this guy was like, in order to go through this land, you can't bring weapons. It's like, okay, then so fighting stuff the glove, and I was like, okay, but what about Vander? He's like what about Warwick? He's like a giant wolf. He can attack you.
They're like, oh, you can chain him up at night. Like that's not the only time he's dangerous. Like, and
he's probably more dangerous during the day because then more people are awake and roaming around the place
themselves possibly and
set
his bloodlust off. Yeah, so I guess we should now get towards the finale stuff, which kind of starts when Vi sneaks off trying to go after Mbesso, and she arrives and gets attacked by Kate of all people, who's scouting ahead.
By the way, Vi lost a hand-to-hand combat with Caitlyn somehow.
Yeah, like
don't you remember Caitlyn has steel skin? It makes sense that she would.
Yeah, she's explosion proof, so I guess you can't kill her.
Yeah, if her skin is capable of surviving explosions, it's capable of.
And this isn't the first time Kate's just going to suddenly be really good at like hand-to-hand combat. In addition,
I mean, I can believe that she'd probably be better.
Like, yeah, she was
than
trained
your
by
average
Mbesso. That does appear in this episode. Like, it just kind of
yeah.
She
got like all this training.
I just like in a show like season 1 where like characters had strengths, weaknesses. Like, just Kate gets put into a position where she just loses all of her weaknesses like very quickly, and it's just very unsatisfying to me.
Well, I can believe that Kate could probably beat your average Mook, but Vi is basically a hand-to-hand expert.
Yeah, and she can later on she'll be able to beat like Noxian soldiers in hand-to-hand, which is very eyebrow-raising.
And then they just like, oh, but you see, Ambassador trained her. I was like, what the fuck? Ambassador didn't train her hand-to-hand combat. She trained her weapon combat. Yeah,
she was specifically like pole arms, so you'd think that wouldn't really translate directly into fisticuffs.
I could see it maybe translating to something with like a bayonet, but not with fisticuffs.
Not getting into a literal scuffle with Vi and even the stuff she does in episode 9. But so now she meets with Vi. They call each other goofy names, because that's what they would say to each other after all the stuff that happened between them in Arc 3. In episode 3.
Yeah.
You'd think they would have probably pretty venomous things to say to each other.
But they're like, let's backstab the fucking ambassador. That's basically what they
Yep, so they have a conversation that we do not get to see that involves Vi convincing Caitlyn about Mbesso, and Caitlyn follows through with it, and they catch a plan to defeat Mbesso.
Wait, do you want to know the plan?
It sure is the plan of all time.
Yeah, so it relies on this. So Vi has to pretend to be kidnapped, and then they're like, oh. And then Ambassador was like, yeah, guards, leave. So that Vi can throw a fucking bullet in the air and shoot a net at her.
Yeah, she has like a net trap that is on Caitlyn's gun, and Caitlyn gave it to Vi to use. It was somehow not discovered. Mbesso decided to monologue to Vi instead of doing what she wanted to do, which was kill her.
Just kill her.
So all of this facilitates Mbesso getting captured.
And Mbesso and Vi doesn't kill Mbesso after netting her down.
Yeah, because I was like, well, why is Ambassador like a James Bond villain now? It's like, you are the enemy. I'll be stronger than you. Wah, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, like Mbesso just progressively, as the show goes on, just gets more and more cartoonishly evil.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, I don't remember Ambassador that much in season 1, but it's like I don't remember she's like a cartoon
She just
villain.
was
That's
not
the thing.
like that. She's like when she didn't say much, when she said stuff, they were like very interesting, very like calculated sort of stuff.
Well, this is a funny thing because Zembessa is probably one of the biggest points of disappointment for me because she is the character I was most interested in seeing what would happen with in season 2, especially because I expected
She was
Mel
up there
to
for me.
die.
I was more interested in Warwick, but yeah, I was expecting like Mel dying and then Ambessa like really vying for control.
Because Mbessa is such a minor character in season 1.
Yeah, she has like 3 scenes or something. It's not.
Yeah, well, she's essentially. I think she basically just represents the inevitable end of Hextech, end point for Hextech, as far as her role in the story in season 1. She is the personification of war. You know.
Mhm.
But because she's war national, she becomes retard.
Yeah, now she just has to show up and say like she basically waxes poetic and says nonsense, so it's like supposed to sound cool.
It's like all her dialogues amounts to I want to kill people. Fucking hell.
I just want to know who wrote like her lines in season 1 and why aren't they working on the show? Because I don't believe that they worked on this season because I know they fired people. It's been confirmed.
Yeah, most of the writers of season 1 were laid off before season 1 even released.
Mm-hmm.
No, they must have just hired Michael Waldron to write season 2.
I believe Michael Waldron wrote Mbessa's lines because they're that bad.
Yeah, because they're so pretentious. At the same time, they mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Michael Waldron would have done a 0.01% better job than what we got.
Like Mbessa's just definitely deep this season.
Actually, we do know.
There's
Michael Waldron. I was gonna say episode 5 at least. We do know that there was involvement of a Marvel writer.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah. Okay, Sty. Guess what they wrote? Guess what they wrote?
Yeah, guess which Marvel property this writer wrote.
Let me guess. Multiverse of Madness.
No, Agatha all along.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
They didn't write the whole show, but I think they wrote like.
No, they wrote episode 5.
Okay, let me see. I gotta look up the name of this writer.
I don't think this woman wrote all of Agatha, but I know she wrote a decent bit. That was my point.
Yeah. You can ask X. X has some names.
Yeah, she did one episode of Arcane, which was this show or this one.
Well, she probably, which means she was at least in the writers' room, though.
Yeah, she probably was in the writers' room for a lot of stuff. I don't think it was all her fault. But,
yeah, and we also have the info on the writer who did the whole like wanting to have the sex scene thing. So
I think that was Amanda Overton actually.
That was Amanda.
Like you'd expect.
And we have that Christian guy's.
Yeah, but
we also have that Christian guy's quote. So, I think I'm seeing how it ended up as bad as it was.
Yeah, the only conclusion you can make is that like the people who didn't come back, like I know one of the guys wrote Toy Story 1 and 2, that there was someone else in the writers' room or even the execs that were like really reeling Amanda, Link, and anyone else who had to work on season 2 back.
So my opinion, and this is my theory, it's not, I don't have anything to back this up. My view is
conjecture.
Yes, it's conjecture based off what info I know.
Yeah, because sadly we were not getting behind the scenes because it wasn't in the budget. So basically, we have to go off whatever they say in like interviews and various stuff.
Unfortunately, we can only ever speculate, and obviously, the problem with speculation is it's gonna be inaccurate because we don't have the info. I think what basically happened is because from what X has told me, there was even a lot of the writers that stayed on were more in a supervisory role. Or in season 1.
Yeah, because Amanda wasn't a writer; she's a supervisor.
And a lot of the staff writers got let go from season 1, And then on top of that, they brought in a bunch of new writers for season 2. So my theory is basically what happened was, I think COVID probably hurt partially. They let go a lot of writers during COVID, and
For some
but
reason.
I also think they probably got rid of a lot of the regulating forces
Yeah.
that
But, like-
moderated the project
Yeah,
during that time.
Yeah,
And
this was
because season 1 was so successful, I think that Riot had a more hands-off approach.
Yeah, they just assumed it would kind of go well. They're like, most of the people are working on it. It should be okay. But yeah, it's like this is said on EFAP, but it's good to reiterate. Of just like
Yeah.
Arcane would be the show where like you wouldn't have to worry about it all going digital. Like you could probably just have all the same people on, just doing phone calls or online, basically, to do stuff. Like it's all 3D animated. You don't have to meet up in person to do this. Like it's the perfect show to do entirely remotely. And probably most of season 2 was done remotely. Anyways,
Yeah.
so like the fact that they decided to let people go at all is just like such a baffling idea to me.
Yeah, because I checked the writing credits of most people. It's like some only wrote one. Some only has like one writing credit. That's it, and they turn out something great for some reason.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah,
I think what happened is they probably were, some of these people that were making the decisions were probably annoyed at some of the regulating voices in the writing room, and they used the opportunity to get rid of them.
Yeah, probably.
And then because they didn't have as much of the scrutiny from Riot, that probably hurt.
They created this.
Yeah. Because this is the thing, I do think you need somebody holding the purse strings to an extent.
Like the best art has limitations placed on it, like from its inception. Like fiction is like that. Like good fiction will have the limits of things have to make sense. Like that's a pretty debilitating limit to like someone who wants to go balls to walls with shit. Oh,
Hello,
hey, X is
I
back.
am back.
Yeah,
So,
like I was saying,
I was watching the stream.
Oh, X is
that.
Yeah. So, what were you saying, X? Before we
Just
get
gonna
back to
know, basically for season 1, Christian, he was in the dungeons for about like 3 years or so, with a vague idea or so and so. So he's like, okay, this is what I want to do. And he wrote a script. He gave it to Riot. They said it wasn't good enough. He gave it to Riot. Not good enough. Gave it to Riot. Not good enough. Then they gave it to Riot, and they greenlit it. Then eventually, they onboarded more writers, and they took Christian's idea. He was a supervisor on the project. So when the project was actually being made, and not not an idea by Christian, Christian was only a supervisor. He wasn't a writer in the writers' room, but they took his ideas. In season 2, he was a writer, so he would have ideas, and he would just do it himself. He didn't have a team of people writing for him.
But yeah, it's just that like I was saying, it's just the limitations of making stories. Like when you're a new writer, like they suck, but like ultimately it's just so rewarding for yourself and for the viewers when you make them work and you make just a very cohesive story. And
Also,
those forces were there for season 1, and they were not there for season 2.
Also, like because of the leaks. So the leaks happened about a year ago. So that would be about a year and a half into the project at that point, and they didn't change a single line of dialogue. So,
This was their vision. That's what they wanted. Like,
how I don't get it though. Like I don't get how this is their vision when so much of it just pisses on season 1.
Like I don't know. Like
that's why like.
Like it's just baffling me that these people would like let's say like what Rangi was saying, where they had crazier ideas, or what you're saying, crazier ideas get toned down and approved later.
This happens often with creatives because
I guess it's just the creative spirit really, like they really wanted to fucking express it against their better judgment.
Artists
really all you
need to
can
be
say.
card wrangled.
It's true.
Yes.
It's so true.
Yeah, when my friend and I were watching this whole season again, we pretty much concluded that the only way they could make something this bad is if they had a full-blown disdain for season 1. There was no reasonable way to assume that it was anything but that.
It's like Joker 2, Deadpool, Wolverine, Alien Romulus, or fucking every single bad movie that year. Jesus Christ.
Given that we know what they said, I don't really know.
This is something that I would expect Ryan Johnson to write for after Arcane season 1.
What Christian says, it just sounds like
this is not something I would expect from the people responsible for the opening season.
Are we done with episode 6 now?
I
think so.
We haven't really.
But just go back to the kibble itself up.
We kind of got off a tangent, but what we
we went on a massive tangent, which is why I felt compelled to say something.
It's just episode 6, just like it's just like such a nothing episode. But so I guess what we should say just very quick is like I guess Vi's plan is to their plan is just kind of not crazy because you have to incapacitate both Mbessa and Singed, and then you have to somehow escape. That's just crazy. And then another thing we should just say is at the same time all this is happening, Jace fucking pulls up after bonking Sallow. He arrives at the exact precise moment that would suck if he showed up and acted in a very specific way, which he does. He kills Victor. He just pulls up and shoots him. The commune even invites him over while he has a hammer. They literally don't care that he's breaking their rule, and they let him in, and he kills Victor with his beam, his hyper beam, and then.
You see Rictus's magic spear killed the guy that was telling everyone not to.
Yeah,
take
it was
their
all
weapons.
And of course,
no, it wasn't. It's just his magic spear. It's
true.
It's a different thing.
But of course, what Victor was doing, which is something I kind of like, but it's surrounded by dog shit, so it's hard to give it points. Is because what Victor was doing, it's kind of somewhat is in line with how Hextech is, where it's for every positive, it's like a double-edged sword.
I don't like that thing they invented. It's
like I said, it's the establishment's bad, but at least there's at least a consequence of Victor dying. Well, not really. It finds.
No, I just mean the magic. You do something good, you use magic, and then has a negative consequence. I just don't like that idea.
Well, it's not like that. Sorry, my point was in season 1, it's not that Hex Tech always has a negative consequence. It's just it does exist. There would be with anything.
Well, in season 1 is the folly of man. It was putting power into the man's hand. That's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah, I guess it isn't very similar then.
Because in season 2, it's just magic is inherently bad, not the corruption of man wielding such power. I guess it would have been more of a compliment if all those people stayed dead and Victor couldn't reanimate them like he does into robots. But what instead happens is, because Victor dies, it turns out what he was doing connected everyone in the commune's life force to him. So he dies, they die. This causes the human side, specifically of Vander, to die, but the beast remains because Victor wasn't touching that, I guess. And he goes on a rampage, and then Isha has to blow herself up. For some reason.
Because she's a really smart kid, so it's I don't even know why she's so suicidal. It's yay, I'm a kid.
This is one of Isha's
this is actually kind of damaging for Isha, and I'll explain why. She knows that she's the only one keeping Jinx on track, and if she's dead, she cannot do that anymore. And she knows this.
I don't know what the thing is. We don't know anything about what Isha thinks about anything aside. We don't know what extent she knows about Jinx.
Well, yeah, we do because she tries to get Jinx back on track in episode 4.
Well, she seems like she gets kind of the wrong idea. She doesn't really know that Jinx is kind of like that. She is the anchor, and Jinx is like she wants Jinx to go back to being toxic, like a toxic terrorist, basically.
Yeah,
that's
that
what you
is stupid. Obviously, I know.
But,
I know that's stupid of her to try to do, but
it's just
if she's committed to it, then she cannot suddenly kill herself and let Jinx wallow away and possibly kill herself, which she tries to do later in the season.
Nisha's main trait is just being like dangerously suicidal because, like in episode 3, she runs between two people fighting to the death, and all that, and then here where she literally kills herself to try and save people. Like we don't know why she's like this. She just is that way because it's helpful to the plot. It facilitates.
Well, they did this because they did all of that because it was the inverse of season 1.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be she's supposed to be the foil of Powder, where
it's so dumb.
She uses explosions for good or whatever. Like fuck off.
I mean, here's the thing: how the fuck did Warwick turn into a lava monster? Is this something in anime now? There's like
you see, it totally makes sense because it's a reference to it. It's totally a reference to his alt in League of Legends. It definitely makes sense.
Also, excuse you, Unity. What do you mean? Is this an anime now?
Because like you can't tell.
You want to fight?
Well, is he wrong?
His accuracy is not important right now.
But yeah, just like it's just such a crazy finale to an episode, like an epic episode, where it's just like, why is this
the music is good.
It would have been really funny if they just suddenly reintroduced that guy who was massaging Mbessa in season 1, episode 8. My friend and I called him the local cuisine for obvious reasons.
Oh my god!
We kept joking. In fact, whenever things went wrong on Mbessa's part, we kept saying, "Oh no, only the local cuisine can save us now."
She probably beat him when things didn't go her way.
But yeah, with the finale, I actually felt like it was just so.
It's just hollowing.
Not only is it hollowing, it was just so like why?
Why is the big question? Like why?
I barely could follow it.
Well, Rangi, did you not like the music video that had a payoff 10 seconds later?
True.
Yeah. But also, the very ending, I thought was the worst part of this, with the singed fucking narration.
Oh, it was Victor's. Victor's narration.
Yeah,
they were terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, it was I did not like that.
For some reason, my brain mixed them up. Yeah. But yeah,
they're basically the same character after this. They have like the same goal or whatever, I guess.
That narration where it was just like,
it's fake deep, like I was saying with Mbessa. It was just like it's like a 14-year-old wrote this.
The worst part is this could have been. This is another one of those moments that, in a better written thing, could have been a good like season ender, but obviously they haven't done the work to earn this.
No,
they just like here Warwick just actually I don't even know how to describe it. Jace destroyed a spear. They just start sucking their soul out. Warwick turns into a lava monster.
But wait, if Victor's magic is affecting Warwick as well, then why doesn't it just kill him too?
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, it was like for some reason, like what they imply is that Vander dies, but like the Beast or Warwick lives somehow.
Well,
so
again, biological being, he'd be dead.
Yeah, it means that somehow Victor only was able to interface with Vander and not Warwick, and just didn't deal with the Beast at all, even though you want to pacify the Beast to try and heal Victor. So why wouldn't you stick your little magic feelies in there, and which would lead to full-on death? I don't know. It's very, like I said, it's not very well communicated.
And why does it even kill any of them?
Yeah.
Well, it's just it's supposed to. I guess like X was saying, it's like a cheap kind of it's like magic has bad consequences.
I should also mention when my friend and I were watching it. I'm just gonna make it quick. Don't worry. But we just thought of that really funny scene in The Flash where the Flash took out Godspeed, and he was like, "What are you doing here?" And then he was like, "Ah!" If you've seen The Flash, you know what I'm referring to. It's really funny.
Clips. It was pretty silly.
It's hilarious. I may eventually show you guys. He
Yeah. Okay. What else do we have to? Is there anything else to cover about episode 6? Are we good?
I don't
feel
think
like
so.
I'm good. Yeah.
I have some minor complaints about Singe, but I guess if we ever talk about it again, I can complain about it.
Yeah, I think we can just go through it at the end of the show or something.
The only really real issue with him in this episode is that he doesn't try to sample Warwick's blood, which is all he really needs.
Well, yeah, there's that, and my other complaint with him, which I'll just say now, is that he just seems to know intimately what Victor's deal is with all his magic stuff.
True.
And he's just talking to him about it. Why does he know these things?
You know what's funny? If Victor sampled Warwick's blood, he wouldn't need to steal Hextech batteries to keep his powers in check or
I think
alive or whatever.
Sample Warwick, and that's later.
No, he doesn't. That's why he has to keep using batteries.
Oh no, it's the opposite. I think is that Singed plugs Victor to Warwick, and then Warwick gets some of Victor. That's what I think happens.
I want to pull it back a bit because I don't know if you guys talked about it, but why does Victor not accept Singe's magical goop? Because
I don't know.
Because he absolutely should. Because Singe's end goal is to resurrect his daughter. Victor can do that, and Victor knows that because he read all of Singe's memories, so that he knows that is Singe's final goal. If on Victor, he knows he's dying, so they need each other. So I don't understand why. It's so confusing why they align in. They need each other, but they just say fuck off. It's just mind-boggling stupid.
I think we can just move on now because we destroyed episode 6 enough.
Oh god,
yeah.
episode 7.
Episode 7 is just a mix of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Wonder Woman 84.
Do you know what it actually reminds me of?
Why do writers are so bad with this sort of framing where someone gets put in someone else's body? How do they keep fucking this up? This is said in EFAP, but it has to be reiterated.
And of all the things to look for inspiration, you choose Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Wonder Woman 84, both of which are fucking awful, by the way. Do not check them out.
Well, I thought it's Multiverse of Madness.
It has
that too.
Vibes,
the lyric confused, dude, this is powder. I was like, well, no, this is not powder, you fucking stupid Echo.
What was it?
Okay, you know what? Let me summarize it because this.
Yeah, let's just do the summary. There's not much to talk about.
It's such an empty, it's both empty and filled with just tism at the same time.
Yeah,
it's quite impressive.
There's so many episodes of this show where it's just there's a lot of fucking problems, but the actual image moments just so substanceless.
So basically, what happened is Echo is in this new multiverse, in which Fi died, and everything is at peace. It's like utopia now, and then he just realized Evald is also here, so they have. But because there's no hexes in this world, so they had to find a way to get back to their own world. By doing so, they have to lie to Jinx and to make hexes in an hour, and they go back to their world. Hamilton died, by the way.
Oh yeah, he dies twice, and the reason he dies the first time is because Echo goes back by exactly 5 seconds. But I need you to consider that there is an instance before that where Echo goes back by 8 seconds and Heimerdinger doesn't explode.
Was there? I don't know. Well, there probably could have been something like that.
Because time travel. Because we just immediately gone to Loki territory, so we just have to introduce multiverse and time travel. You fucking assholes.
Yeah. So then the B plot is in Jace happens.
Jesus'
And I think
plot is
Mel.
so
There's
funny.
also Mel in this episode, right? Or is maybe that's next
No,
I
episode?
don't
no.
think Mel is in this episode.
Yeah, maybe
No,
it's
she's
episode
in
8.
episodes 8 and 9. Don't
Right.
worry.
I guess
she's
there's only an A and a B plot this time, and it's like Jace
Yeah.
is Jace. He's
This is
Jason.
just in an empty place. It's just in an empty world, eating shit, and then
And he runs into the wizard.
yeah, that's it. That's his motive. That's all he does.
Yeah. It's such like there's a lot of screen time for Jace doing shit. Like none of it really matters.
So we just gotta talk about Echo stuff. So it has some promise. That's all I can. That's all the positive I have.
Like my positive is like, wow, like this could be like, I don't know. I guess I don't mind. I don't know. It's hard to find positives because it's just like, it's just such a. It's just so. What's the word? Where it's like
It's
wish
a
fulfillment. It's manipulative for one thing. It's just very like just pure wish fulfillment. So, like
It's like a what if. It's like one of those what if shows.
yeah, it's like wow, what if everything was cool? That's what it is.
But then like it does a what if, but like then fails because like
I mean,
what
it's
if
like-
everything is good? What if, and we'll get to it. Like what if these characters did these things even though they shouldn't be? Ooh,
No.
what if?
I mean,
Man,
because
this show.
here's the thing. This episode could have explored Echo's character a lot, and along with Hammerdinger, and what they did is basically fuck them over.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they didn't really explore them in meaningful ways.
It's like people think that, oh, you know what, Doctor Strange and What If is so good, man. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or because they could not, because even the audience confused about what does he believe and what does multiverse mean.
So it's kind of funny. So when I first watched this episode, I read the leaks because I mean at this point I was like, okay, I want to see what these leaks are about. So I read the leaks. I was like, no, there's no way there's gonna be a multiverse. This guy's lying. And like the whole comment thread was like, oh, this guy's got to be on crack. Like there's no way these leaks are true.
Yeah, that
And then
bastard
when-
was right.
Dude, it was like 1-to-1. And then when I fucking open, when I begin episode 7, I'm just like, oh no, it's all gonna happen. Like I just like when I figured out Echo was, when I figured out Echo was in the multiverse, I was like so checked out because I was just like, oh my, like why are you doing this? Like why put him in, like, I put it this way, the writers kicked Jason Echo out of the show for half the show to then put propaganda into their heads so they become different characters with different motives to then shove them back into the plot when they're needed. Like it's
And
such,
specifically with a MacGuffin machine that can basically
It's like-
save the day at the end. That's
like
why
it's
they're-
legitimately like one of the laziest writing I've ever seen in across all media. They make a MacGuffin that does not exist, that teleports them out of the show to then install new characters in a multiverse to then send them back when the plot needs them. It is incredibly lazy, and it's like I mean, like we know now, but it's like the people who wrote season 1 did not touch this project at all. It's like it's the laziest thing, and it's like then it's manipulative. It's so bad. It is just bad. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, I guess the other miscellaneous things you can say about this episode, because you basically covered it, is like it kind of messes up a lot of stuff with like Echo reacting to this world, where like Echo's kind of freaked out. He's like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Well,
He's
Echo
he
is like
really-
Echo's fine. It's just the
yeah,
whale
Echo's all
doesn't-
right. Yeah, it's like,
it's just like-
when
No.
I point is the world doesn't react
Well,
to Echo.
no, Echo
Well,
isn't-
Echo
like,
gets shit
until the
later,
end.
but when he first gets in, it's like
Yeah.
freaking out, like going like, "What the hell's going on?" Like that's okay.
Yeah, because at first I was like, yeah, that's actually kind of.
No, he sees Jinx, and it's like it makes sense he'd do that.
But
And
Jinx
he
just
sees
doesn't have
Jinx,
an-
he's like, "Shh, that's the person who's killed my guys." It throws a fucking wrench at her, miss. But Jinx is like, I guess I should say Powder. Powder in this case, she's like, she literally could have gotten like hurt when this wrench was like literally thrown at her, or like screwdrivers thrown at her like a knife. Like she doesn't react to it very well. Like she just seems mildly concerned. And it's just all the characters are watching Echo have mental breakdowns in this opening, including Benzo, which I liked him returning, but just for superficial reasons.
It was like I liked him returning, but
Yeah,
I was like, man,
I'm like,
fuck you,
fuck,
Joe.
why
Like,
are
I
we
know what you-
here? Yeah, it's
Like,
like
I know
I
what
hate
you're
how we
doing, I don't
got
like
here.
it.
Yeah, but like Benzo, all the other people, Milo and Clag are here, by the way. Like no one seems to go,
Yoko.
hey, what the fuck is up with Echo? Like no one has a chat with him.
Dude, Echo's losing
Powder
his
seems
shit.
chill with Powder seems chill with him when he could have severely injured her if she hadn't dodged. Like I said, yeah. So that's like the initial issues that kind of crop up, and there's just Heimerdinger in general.
Yeah. So, okay. You know what? I'm gonna fucking break down this episode because this episode is so fucking stupid.
Makes sense.
So Echo transport to this world and Heimerdinger is here years ago.
Ooh.
How did he arrive that long ago? I have no idea. He just said the plot just said fuck it. And then they just like meet again. They just hang around until they're like, oh fuck, I have to go back home now. How did they do that? You see, Echo decided to just remind Jinx that he's remind Powder that she's Jinx. You see, your fucking sister love you very much.
Yeah,
I can't shake the feeling that you're supposed to be you. What's like, motherfucker? Did you just say that you want Powder to become Jinx?
yeah, it's such a if the writers didn't intend that, well, either way, it's like I'm like, what are you thinking, making this why would Echo say that? Echo's lost so much because of Jinx. Like, why would he meet someone who isn't Jinx and say you'd be cool if you were Jinx? You know, like why? And then
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. And the other thing is just in general, you kind of establish that Powder doesn't she really misses her sister and gets very antsy when she's kind of brought up, especially in disrespectful ways. She kind of snaps at Echo a bit, and then Echo shows her mural of what's basically fan fiction of her sister, and he starts talking about it, and then she's still chill with that. She isn't concerned that Echo's fucking gone insane at all.
And then they just have, because they have to get the plot moving, so that's it. So they're like, hey, Fire loves you. I want you to become the crazy evil self that blows shit up. So
yeah.
And then just like, hey, by the way, you're really good at hack stat. Fuck.
Yeah.
And then they just
what's some other issues I had? There was some.
Oh, by the way, so they build a time machine. I wasn't kidding.
We should talk about how their bodies work in this world. So we find out that both Echo and Heimerdinger are basically inhabiting bodies of the other universe, akin to Wonder Woman 1984. And speaking of that, there's a prom scene and Echo dances with Powder and then they kiss. So he's basically stolen prom night and possibly Echo's first kiss from alternate Echo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but we gotta have a lot to talk. But first, I want to talk about this thing beforehand. They crack time travel in the night.
Yep. It's really bad. Heimerdinger, while this is happening, is just chilling in the basement, and in 4 to however many hours he made mastered time travel somehow.
Well, it's fucking how you just destroy the world building episode 1 in season 1 in one go. Characters can just what do you even need hacks that if you can just invent time travel like this?
Yeah, speaking of, Hex Tech was multiple episodes of development and it had multiple incarnations with, the original, crystals that were very, testy and, kind of, what's the word? They were, loose. I'm trying to come. They were,
unstable?
Yeah, unstable. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Unstable is a very easy word, but I guess it's late. But they were very unstable, prone to issues. They caused explosions to the point that Powder figured out how to weaponize them and facilitated the rest of the show. And then they were refined. Their cores, just multiple episodes of focus on them, and we don't know everything how they would work. We had a good idea on what they were doing. Like I said, literal hours were spent of showtime to establish what these were. And now in a single episode, and in like small sections of an episode, like probably less than 15 minutes, we're inventing time travel and multiversal travel. Okay.
Yeah,
Like-
because we need to rush this in one episode.
Yeah,
so.
we have to have one episode spent on the Member Berries alternate universe because we just want to have it for the cool scenes, and we really need to get Echo and Jace and Heimer into position. We really need them there. We can't have it any other way. We have to rush to it now because otherwise we'll run out of time. It's like that seems like the main thing the writers were like cared about was like time. Like it seemed like they just now. That's just like the MO. But yeah. So like I said, Heimer cracks multiversal travel. He immediately gets Echo in the machine, he turns it on, and then he realizes something's fucked up. So he decides to correct it as the machine is running instead of just doing another test. For some reason, he thinks there's only one attempt, and activating the machine again kills him.
Yeah.
And so not only was Heimer like in this guy's body, because Heimer is here for multiple years, it's established. He was in AU Heimer's body for multiple years, and he decided to end that time by irresponsibly working on the machine and killing himself. Like the fact that you're trying to tell me that Heimer would have that level of just like unawareness,
Because
you're
he just
fucking with me.
No, because he's such a smart guy. I was like, yeah, fuck, I'm gonna build this machine. I was like, do you test it? I was like, no. Fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah, he built it in the afternoon and did not do any tests. Like
I was like, that's
his whole deal was, let's not take magic too quick. Like we gotta like we have to like there's messages to take. You're going too fast. We can't weaponize it. It's only has to be for progress. Like Heimer doesn't care about any of this because he just wants to get back home.
No, fuck it, because you gotta just wait for a few more years, even though this guy's like really old. So that's
Yeah, he's really old. He's already waited 3 years for Echo.
But this guy really said he's willing to wait for 10 years to test the tech stack.
Yeah.
And he didn't do anything. And he's like, yeah, 3 years is too much slow. Fuck you.
So
I mean,
I'll be AFK for a moment. I gotta make something to eat real quick. I haven't had anything all day.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Uno momento. See you in maybe 10 minutes.
See you 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, by the way, we didn't talk about how does this world work. We forgot about that. So, fight died.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I can tag back in because I've been a bit quiet because I was setting up something in the background.
No, so basically, we just want to talk. We're just about to talk about how did this world, because of Utopia, fight died. That's the only reason.
Yeah. The main mechanism that facilitates this world being like Zon but flourishing is that Vi died at the beginning, and then Vander and Silco forgave each other, I guess. It's like the most lampshaded thing. Like they literally have Silco appear in the episode and look at the camera and just said like, what did he say? It's so stupid.
Oh yeah, no. This is about episode 7, right? Like I said.
It's about Silco pulling up and then saying some stupid shit that's like lampshading the fact that he just forgave Vander casually.
What?
I just love that the path to the best timeline where everything is resolved
is Vi. It's all her fucking fault.
Yeah, and then we just need to send Echo back in time to assassinate Vi.
Exactly. It's like Indiana Jones going back in time to save Hitler.
No, it's like what if season 2? What the fuck? It's like every time what if season 2 it's like what if this happened and Thanos died? What the fuck
it's just like the fact that this one thing changed, like the fact that like Silco had already invented Shimmer, he already had his falling out with Vander, like he was already a different person. Like how would he be charitable because Vi died?
If you want this level of change from such a relatively small event, you have to have planned that from the beginning. But they definitely did not have that like groundwork.
Silco always had intentions to do what he does in the show. It's just what Vi does puts him ahead of schedule. That's like he has a line like that.
Yeah.
So the fact that Vi dying and preventing like the enforcers from coming in and investigating, like that doesn't really change Silco's overall plan. So like there's no way in like only a few years, mind you, that he would come to forgive Xander.
again, also for some reason there's like suddenly like relative peace between Zahn and Piltover.
Yeah, that just kind of comes with Silco changing his character so drastically. This results in and this means like Silco's change would had to be happen pretty quickly, because not only is there peace between Zahn and Piltover, like Zahn is flourishing like economically, like it's a completely different place.
Somehow Vi dying led
like
Zahn and Piltover to put decades, if not centuries, of
bad
resentment and bad blood aside to sing Kumbaya and for both to be free.
I was
so
like,
fucking silly.
Reasons be forgot. Fuck you.
Yeah.
The whole thing, the whole idea of this alternate universe
is such a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's really all that can be said about episode 7. Like, it's really a lot of fluff with a lot of infuriatingly bad moments that are more implied. It's just the implications of it are bad.
This episode really is when I just realized that no, this show is a joke.
Yeah, it was just full clown movie mode. Like, you're just like, all right, if you're not taking it seriously, I don't have to take you seriously either.
No, yeah. I mean, the only thing I can talk about,
like, you spent hours to get me to take you seriously in season 1 with like taking a League of Legends show seriously and being attached to the characters, and then you blew it up.
And then you Game of Thrones season 8 of it. But Unity, you were saying something?
Yeah, because all I wanted to say is like the Echo and the Jinx dance scenes, like the staircase scene. I was like, do you know what Echo said? It was like, that was so baffling that when I was watching, I was like, oh, that's kind of disgusting. Dude, what the fuck?
Do you know how awkward? Like, this is the other thing. Like, how awkward this would be for Echo. Remember, Echo has probably spent at this point years trying to get rid of Jinx.
Yep.
And we don't.
And the last time they met was on the bridge where Jinx killed several of Echo's friends in the Fireflies.
That's just that scene. Imagine how many Fireflies she's killed over.
Oh yeah,
over not even just season 1, just the years.
Yeah, yep. And furthermore, right after Echo fails to take care of Jinx here, and Jinx causes an event that would lead to the occupation of Zahn, like the full-on military occupation. Like, he should. I guess Echo didn't get to see that. Fuck. But still, like I said, she still committed an event that Echo would probably expect that war would be approaching, even if it doesn't really, and it's kind of like really half-assed.
Yeah.
But like, Echo as a character, you like, with everything you know about him, that's what he would think. And then here he is, like, in the coming episodes, gonna be hunky-dory with Jinx, and he was placed with this new powder, I think, because the writers wanted you to think that Echo should be buddy-buddy with Jinx when they meet again. That's like probably why it happened.
I mean, there's like a lot of interesting dialogue. Do you want to hear them?
Sure, we can go over some of those, I guess.
You know, for everything, I used to dream the Undercity could be like this, but somewhere I got consumed by all the way it was.
I hate that. It's such a bad line. Like, Echo did, like, it's literally like they're implying that Echo gave up, like, on Zahn, that he wasn't doing shit, like, that he wasn't constantly doing things behind the scenes. Like, it's so insulting. Like, if you watch all of season 1 and then watch just that line, you would just be so fucking confused. You're like, what the hell?
Because I highlight these lines. Okay, I haven't finished yet. Because I highlight these lines because these characters assassinated Echo. This destroy all his values.
Yeah.
Echo continues. I gave up on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I gave up on you.
Yeah.
I gave up on it. I gave up on you.
Yeah, that's so silly. Like Jinx, like, how there was no one to give up on with Jinx. Like, Jinx became this person, and she was a psycho murderer. Like there was no person to give up on. She was committed to being evil. Like,
Yeah, so basically they just retcon his entire character in a few lines. So it's like, oh, I didn't care about it, lol. I only care about it because I care about you. Fuck off.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's all I want to say. And then they just crack time travel in 1 hour and bada bing, bada boom, done. By the way, Echo didn't say a single thing after this episode.
Well, he has lines. They're just very few and far between.
Yeah, yeah.
He has like, I don't even know if he has any lines in the final episode when he shows up. He might have like one or two, and they're like just like him grunting and going like, "No, I'm not gonna get absorbed into the singularity." Shit like that.
Oh shit! Fuck, I forgot about this. Hammerdinger's last line is, when I first what's the last line again? When I see you again, you give me hope or some shit.
Yeah. Oh no, he said it was something like, "Since I met you, boy, this is the most I've ever lived," which is just crazy because he lived like 300 years and probably had a bunch of people he knew pretty well, including Jace. And like he hasn't really known Echo that long. Like, I'm sorry, like you can't have this line with him.
Yeah,
You didn't earn it.
Because when I saw this, I was like, wait, how long did you and Hammerdinger met? It was like a few years at most.
Not even a few years, like a few months at best.
I just remember this.
Not even.
The scene in season 1 with him telling Jace about the guy with at the statue.
Yeah.
It's like that guy meant nothing when you had like this like story to tell about. It's generic.
He had this whole thing about him.
Well, what this scene is, it's funny because I can tie this to a certain speech that's told later on as well in another episode by Jace as well. But it's generic mentor signing off line.
Yeah, are you talking about the thing in episode 9 that Jace says to Victor? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, I was talking about the generic "we're going to war and we have to unite" speech.
Yeah, very by the books for sure. But we'll get there when we get there,
Yeah.
I guess.
I feel like you could have actively taken lines from like random movies just over time, and I would not have noticed the difference if you spliced.
No, I mean, you know what?
It's very much Jace speaking for the plot. The theme barging in when he gets there. Honestly, is there anything else to talk about with episode 7?
No,
that's just the vibe I got with Heimerdinger's sign off. And I wanted to know if anyone else got that. There's no value.
It's hard to derive value because the characters haven't known each other that long.
How many of Heimerdinger basically met Echo near the end of season 1?
So because they got yoinked in the time dimension, like I think they only knew each other for like a few weeks at best. On
screen at least. We don't know how long the time skip was. Do we?
You like between season 1 and 2? You mean? Is that what you're saying?
I meant more generically some of the time skipping stuff that seems to happen in Arc 1.
Yeah. I get it. I think it's like I feel like it's
a few weeks at most.
Yeah, I think it's at most just a couple weeks because things are pretty quick with Arc 1's like timetables wise. Like it seems like things are generally happening after the other. So like the main time skip I would see there would be at like between the attack and the funeral. Yeah,
Arc 1 to Arc 2 is.
But Arc 1 to Arc 2 is the big one, but Echo and Heimerdinger most notably aren't part of that. They are sent into time.
Yeah.
So,
actually, wait. Does Heimerdinger say how long he's been in this timeline?
I think he says 3 years or something, but he was alone. The idea that
there's no way to tell. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea that it's even worse now. You mentioned that because Heimer was like a like in another world for 3 years without Echo, and then he meets him.
Uh,
Presumably spends a couple days together after only knowing him for a few weeks. And then then he says, "You're the most I've ever lived since I met you." Like, what?
Well, basically,
Yeah.
that emotional payoff Hammerdinger. Wow.
Yep.
I can't
Incredibly
believe,
cheap.
I can't
And
believe this linked to fucking the games. I was like, well, did Hammerdinger died in the games as well?
Yeah, I guess the lore is Heimerdinger's dead. Like, I don't even know how they're gonna
No. Remember,
rectify all
he
that. Oh yeah,
respawned,
Vandal
so-
City. Yeah, but
Heimerdinger's race respawns.
So yeah, the question is, does Heimerdinger like respawn in the other timeline, or does
we did
like,
talk about this earlier.
Yeah, we did talk about that. We were like,
Yeah. Oh.
we were like, because
Oh.
it's like now are there 2 Heimerdingers if we count the bod, like the original body he's inhabiting? The 2 Heimerdingers spawn in the same Vandal City in the good timeline, or do they both go to their respective like cities and Heimerdinger multiversal travels as he dies? Like, I don't even know. I guess it'll be something for a new show to establish or league lore.
I like the idea that the this universe's Heimerdinger wakes up in that what is it, Vandal City? Like after 3 years of not being in control of his body, he's like, the fuck happened?
Yeah, and the implication is that he died because he's like, well, one day I was at my counselor's office and now I'm here. Did someone kill me? Like, what's going on?
Wait, what do you mean it's been 3 years? What happened?
Yeah, God, it's so fucked.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, do we want to go to episode 8 because we
should move on. Like, I think we have enough references for all the problems with episode 7.
I was gonna say, are you sure we're only 4 hours and 20 minutes in? We can go another 4 hours.
I will certainly not, because I have to wake up early in the morning. I don't know. I'll probably not be here much longer.
Yeah, so we just want to just do episode 8 quick, because I'm gonna be honest, episode 8 is a fucking black hole for me.
Yeah, episode 8, I almost don't even want to talk about it, but we should. We should just do Spark Notes and then like bring up a couple issues and move them on to episode 9.
So
this is about what stopped being invested. So my
memory of episode 8 is really bad because like episode 9 is just like spectacularally terrible, and I just remember everything about it.
But episode 8's just
this is the episode when Jinx tries to kill herself, though.
No, I thought that's episode 9. It's the beginning. It's literally the beginning.
So,
No, I mean when she walks off. When she
she walks off. Yeah, but I think that's the only scene we have to talk about in detail is that scene.
And also there's other scenes like Mel unlocked her power because the plot said so.
Yeah, but there's not much to say other than wow, this is really convenient. Like I think we can just skip shit like that. But you should let's do the summary where we bring that up. But otherwise, I think we just have to talk about the scene with Kate and Vi and Jinx. Like
I think it's basically that, and then kind of the Mbessa Victor stuff.
Yeah, I think those are the only things we actually have to talk about.
Yeah, let me just summarize everything first, so we can just talk about it.
Let's just get there. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Ambassador and Stench are playing shit behind the scenes. It's like we gotta resurrect Warwick and just go help people. And then the Mel stuff is, oh look, actually I have powers all along, yo. And then the fucking what's called J stuff is just like, oh, I met Victor again, and Victor is controlling this robot that has super OP moves that can superpowers, and it took me and Mel to destroy it. And the other thing is, and the last plot is the main plot, which is Fi and Caitlyn, Caitlyn arrested Jinx. Fi is asleep, and then she let Jinx out, and then they Fi and Caitlyn fuck. And then at the end, I was like, oh, Jace and Mel teleport to the real world. It's like, we have to go to war. That's the plot. And also the ambassador found a bunch of robots that Jace and Mel fought. That it's not a plot. It's just a summary of plot points.
Yeah, it's not really all connected in any cohesive way. Especially Mel. Mel from just like the outset is like a big
what's the word? Like her plot line is just always like after arc 1 is just completely divorced from anything until she joins back. And yeah, as Sty mentioned, Mel decided to team up with LeBlanc. It's for an ulterior motive, but it's still just silly that she would do that because she could just be literally signing her soul by doing such a thing. But she just we don't get to like Mel just doesn't. Mel on the show don't give us time to think about that.
Yeah, so you guys just want to talk about the part that everyone memes about first?
Yes, it's literally the only thing that matters in this episode, because it's so abhorrently terrible. So, yeah, Jinx has been arrested. Vi figure this out and goes to see her, and then as this is happening, Jinx hallucinates Silco, who tells her the cycle of violence needs to end. Essentially, there's a lot more to it than that, but it's a lot of like. It's definitely more interesting than like this is probably one of the better like what Silco says generally tighter written than most things that this fake Silco says, but it's still a lot of just like the theme kind of talk.
It's very clear that Jinx is blaming herself for Plot Child's death.
Yeah, and like she thinks she brings violence with her, and if she goes, you know, to stop it, I gotta kill myself or at least end it.
Yeah, and obviously, Vi wants to talk to her sister now that she's been arrested, because that does make sense.
Yeah, somewhat. It makes sense in the context of now Vi and Jinx are buddy, you know.
Yeah. That's. I feel like this is a funny thing. Like, could you imagine a season 1 ending Jinx getting arrested like shortly after
that attack,
the events of that attack, and just the things you could do with that with Vi as a character? Like, what does she do?
It'd be a very different conversation than what this one is. This is more just Vi saying like, they can't lock you up, I gotta free you, and then she opens the cell, comes on in, and then Jinx gets up and fucking finesses Vi and locks her in.
The benefits of family in high places, right?
Yeah. By the way, Jinx just walked out of prison. No security.
So similarly to the last time. Yeah.
This is another thing I was kind of thinking. It's like there's literally no guards in the prison. Not only is there no guards,
there's no guards on this floor. Yeah,
there's no other prisoners to. Can you imagine?
There isn't any people in the cells. Oh, God.
I like the idea. There's a guy like in the cell across from them that's like, hey, what's going on over there?
And then
you don't just leave and kill yourself, man. That's not cool.
Then tries to like give some motivational speech. It's like really deep, and then like Jinx is like, "Shit, you're right. I shouldn't do that."
It's a guy who got arrested for like just drunk and disorderly. He's still sloshed.
What if it was Loris? He just like starts saying crazy shit. Like that was really cool. All of a sudden, you're like, "Where was this the whole season?" That would make sense.
He offers Jinx a drink, and she's like, "Where did you get that? Don't worry about it."
He's like, "In my prison wallet."
That was the implication I was going for.
Well, obviously. But okay, so like we said, Jinx, she doesn't flat out say I'm going to kill myself, but she alludes to doing that or something similar, like self-harm at the very least.
I even if you don't assume self-harm, I'm going to end the cycle.
Yeah,
that
could imply she might want to do another terrorist attack. I guess it could be just a lot.
Yeah,
of
that's what
I
would have assumed.
That's the main takeaway: is Jinx is in a terrible place mentally. We need to get her from not doing shit. So you'd think the moment Vi, when Caitlyn comes, because of course somehow Caitlyn knows to show up here at this specific time. You'd think that Vi would say, "Hey, Caitlyn, Jinx just left. She's saying she's scaring me. We need to go find her. Hopefully, a guard has caught her or something, even though they haven't." That's kind of what Vi would say, you'd think. But instead, Caitlyn comes in and says, "So, for some reason, I know how to find you." She doesn't actually say that. It's just really convenient. She just says, so I've actually been seeing someone. Have we talked about the Maddie having sex incident? Have you talked about that yet?
Oh, I don't know if we have.
I think we forgot to talk about it.
About the sex
She's been basically Kate in the time between Arc 1 and Arc 2. She at some point hooked up with Ginger Cop.
Yep, and they became, I would say, butt buddies. So it's not really accurate. Lesbians.
Friends
but,
Scissor Sisters.
Yeah, that's accurate. So they've been doing that. So she says this to Vi. So she literally says, after we informally broke up by like not really fully, like we just parted ways. I started fucking this person, and then Vi says, I don't care, and then they start fucking. Like in the prison cell.
Has Kate actually like directly broken things off yet with
as far as we know, no. As far as we know, that hasn't
happened. So she's just in the chair.
Well, Vi isn't cheating on anyone. Caitlyn certainly is.
You know what would be funny if she is actually.
Although knowing how retarded the season is, they probably broke up off screen.
I mean, yeah, it's probably likely, but I like the idea she was.
Like if you ask Christian, that's what he would say to make it go easy. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, they broke up." Yeah, Maddie gets put on guard duty and has to watch. That'd be so funny.
She's the person standing at the cells at the end of the hallway, like, yeah.
Oh my god.
So instead of Kayla just chasing after Jinx for instead of that. By the way, I'm
sure nobody does anything about the Jinx walking off.
Yeah, exactly. No, so then Vi just flat out does not express concern about it. Like, because she does say like she's kind of sad when Kate first shows up, but she's mostly talking about, man, I just fuck all this shit up. Like it is about, hey, my sister is scaring me. We need to go help her. She could hurt herself, others, or both. Nope, they have sex, and then Jinx goes off to. Well, not just presumably, she is going to attempt to kill herself. Then is there any other thing to bring up in this episode? I guess some Bessa, that sort of shit.
Yeah, actually, I'm sure they shrink 5 titties during the sex scene.
Maybe it's.
That thing I noticed was it definitely seemed like they were off model in that scene. Probably like a censorship thing because
that was a pretty terrible
the execs didn't care about it.
Was like,
the execs didn't want to be too extreme, so they probably toned their actual stuff down. But
that's it. The episode is 0 out of 10. How did it make titties smaller?
It's definitely really bad. I would say it's about a 2. But yeah,
I was gonna say I am pro small titties. I actually like them a bit smaller, but also just the scene in general was so terrible. I was laughing throughout the whole sex thing. Actually, Falcon, you were in the call with me.
Yeah,
we were all dying.
Laughing. Yeah, it was really funny.
Yeah, I mean,
because we were like, well, I think the joke I said was, "There's literally the prisoner across the row, and he's like watching. He's like stuck watching, and he's like, hey, can you guys get a room?"
And the music is just terrible, and like. Their faces, like it's just like textbook comedy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, also, this is the peak moment of like.
Yeah, this is the culmination of their relationship.
Yeah, but you guys have so much more you could be doing right now. Like, there's so much more important stuff to. This is one of the things I hate about shitty writing when it comes to relationships.
Yeah, like when you have your characters embrace, you have to have them do it when it makes sense to, and not like Kate has responsibilities. Particularly.
Well, yeah. This is the type of thing you have like.
These are literally people fucking on work during work hours. And not only just regular work hours. Like Bessa is going to invade work hours. Like you're wasting time.
This is something you do, like, everything's been done that can be done. All we have to do left is wait. There's all this tension, and this is how Well, and there's
Yeah,
also all
like they
this
bring it up in the EFAP
uncertainty.
with a specific reference, like the night before crazy shit goes down. That's when it happens. But not midday in a prison cell that is probably pretty dirty.
That's the feeling that it should, especially because I said the meme. It's Jinx is like, I'm gonna go kill myself.
Exactly. Not only does Kate in particular have to prepare for war, like we've been saying, like Jinx literally said she's going to do something pretty bad, at least implied, and now you guys are having sex. Okay.
Yeah, is there any more of a mood killer than your sibling having told you they were gonna go kill themselves? Or I can't think of much more. Maybe your mom walking in on you.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe a little more.
Yeah.
Actually, well, yeah, it's not really like the scene is silly.
We got a lot of scenes. So, do you know
Yeah,
Victor's motivation in this episode?
I couldn't fucking tell you because he's just like a different guy after getting shot. Like,
so
I don't know if he's even Victor anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically,
Jace has a line about that where it's like kind of the implication of has Victor ever been alive since the attack? But
so basically, what he said is actually I don't even know what it's fucking he said. It's like basically what he said is just like that is okay. It's basically just empty platitudes. The arcane.
Well, yeah, it's just the thing he always says is like,
I now speak with all these voices. Say what you came here to say. Somehow I think you already understand what must transfer to complete my mission. Empty platitudes. That's all it is. That's like that tells me absolutely nothing about.
Just more, yeah.
It's like
it's shit you're supposed to derive meaning out of because you're like there's so little there in reality that you have to like kind of write it yourself.
It's like
a Mad Lib. It's a Mad Lib essentially. You get to like you have to get your own meaning out of the scene.
Yeah, you know what it really is? It's what's the quote? It's sound and fury signifying nothing.
It's
like, that's like a really isn't that like from poetry?
Yeah, it's like some Shakespeare thing.
Yes.
It's like I'm watching Legion.
Yeah, Macbeth, I believe.
It is. It's
yeah,
Macbeth's own quote.
I've got the quote. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
That's the tagline for this season. Like, holy shit!
Yeah, I saw the quote, and I was
if I was invested to make like a whole ass video essay, that would be like the title, like a tale told by an Arcane season 2, that tale told by an idiot. That's what I would call it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I've never seen someone just like have so much fancy words to talk about stuff since like fucking Legion.
Yeah, it is just some of the most vacuous writing. Like this, like
Victor's lines at this point is just it reminds me of when we watched Terminator Zero. It's pseudo philosophical garbage that means nothing, but it's supposed to sound like he has like a point.
Yeah, it's basically just like, hey, dude, why should I save humanity? And then the guy was like, no, stop, kill that. Fucking up.
It has nothing to do with any of Victor's prior arc. It has nothing to do with anything that's happened to Victor or his experiences. It's just this is what he is now.
Yeah, he came out of the goon tomb and now he's a new man. And
more dialogue. This is actually the one that tells you the most about him. Wait for it. Do you want to hear it?
Sure, it's going to be more of the same emptiness, but yeah.
The glorious evolution is destined. Let us instead do this once again as partners. What this line means is just like, oh, I want to be like the most powerful shit ever. Let's do it together.
Yeah.
I want everyone to be powerful now.
Oh, I think this was which was episode 6 or they had like the glorious evolution, and then like the way he talks about it, like it just you realize this isn't what evolution is at all.
This is episode 8 now, so basically just like
Well, yeah,
I want
we
to
should move
for
on,
everyone to
but
be
that's just
fucking
what I reminded me of.
super to be
They wanted the meme line in. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're cheating basically.
As I've said, it's what I would have expected, having heard, oh, there's a League of Legends show.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what you would expect, and well, we ended up getting here somehow.
Word. I was like, that's literally character assassination, you dipshit. I do not believe the second Victor was signing on making the entire world become fucking robots.
It's just tactical assassination because an event happens and then the man is just different. He's just
I was gonna say I don't know if it's character assassination because I don't know if this is the same character.
But it's just like complete, like it's just obliteration basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All of Victor's values are like he's just not Victor at all. Like
the only benefit Victor gets is the fact that that you have that barrier between like, is this the same guy or is this like?
You just have the cope of has the heck and like what Jace says. It has the hex. Did Hex Core just subvert Victor after Jace revived him? Like you just have that question.
Yeah. That's like the only.
And the thing is, if that's true, that's just so lame. It's such a lame.
It is lame, but it's the only thing I can think of because this is not like, Victor.
But that's what you did to Victor. You made him. Like, if that's what they wanted, you killed Victor at the beginning of the show, and then you taunted us that he was alive and he was going to do things that were interesting. And
Victor
now he's
wanted
evil
to
villain.
uplift the average man. That was like his thing. He wanted to help people.
And Victor, by the time of the commune, should be aware that he was going way beyond that. He could hear people's thoughts. He could speak through them. Like, Season 1 Victor would be horrified if he woke up with those powers. Like,
Season 1 Victor would be horrified, and then he'd be like, "Okay, well, what's the most ethical way to do this?"
Kill himself.
Well, the most ethical way he would do this is try to engage with it as little as possible. Like, that's
I feel like he'd still be like, "Okay, well, this guy is crippled and is probably better."
Well, yeah, he would be like, "I should heal him, but like, I should try to." Have his little like even if I maybe he's always interfaced even though he does this he's like I'm always interfaced I should just try to tone it out the best I can even if it's hard to do and kind of hurts me mentally even trying to do it like that would be a character conflict like and it would stem with who he is but no
that's all we got from this end. So Victor summons a robot to fight Jace and
now we're getting episode 9 stuff there.
No. He's talking about the assassination attempt. So,
is that episode 8?
Yeah, that's episode 8.
Oh, I guess it was. Sorry, episode 8 just such a blur. It just feels like nothing happened.
Episode 9, I believe, is mostly the battle in general.
No, maybe it is. Okay.
I'm just going to speed run a few things.
I think it's a suicide attempt and then the battle is episode 9.
So, after Jace and Mel destroy the robot, because, Victor is a god now, so he can easily send more robots. But no, he's just like, oh no, I'm scared. Go.
Well, had Victor made more robots by then, or had he just made the one?
No, Ambessa had. I think either Ambessa commits people after this scene, or Ambessa
I thought he only was able to send the one at that point.
I think the idea is Ambessa is actively making more robots at this time.
Okay, well,
so we don't know. The only question is how long does it take Victor to make one of the.
Once he gets to the battle, we'll have like the big question about the robots. Like the moment the battle starts, because like the battle is just so silly because of this.
Yeah. I don't even know what the fuck the ambassador wants. He's just like, I want to allow with God to do shit.
Yeah. The idea that Ambessa would like surrender like basically her agency over to this god to like help her win. Like she wouldn't do that.
No, in fact, I feel like she would look down on somebody who would. She would just be like, "You did
like,
this,
I feel
and therefore it became a pod."
Yeah, like you could just fix a lot of the problems with like Jace in particular if Mbessa was the one that killed Victor. Like she found out his deal and was like, "You're a god, and like you have so much magic in you. You're doing all this crazy shit. You're cheating to me. I hate everything you stand for," and she just kills him. Like that would be like something that would actually facilitate, because like once we find out what Jace knows about Victor, like Jace killing him at all is stupid.
And that's all I got. So actually the only thing I got is like instead of because Jace is a really smart ass, so there's like here arm everything to protect the city. I was like, so what do they have? Some guy with a gun. Oh well, that's the best defense of Piltover, I guess. There's no army robots or high-tech hex-tech equipment.
Well, like the thing is, we don't know how much time they really have. So like Jace wouldn't really have. We don't know how much time Jace would have to weaponize shit. So like that's something I'd give the show leeway on, but
it's one of those things though that's like the other thing is we don't know because it took them years in season 1 to get like to the point of making like the gauntlet and the gauntlet and the claws.
Yeah, it took like a long time.
That's why I'm
each of those weapons took like dev time to create. Like like they were probably iterative designs too. Like Jace probably had to do extensive testing to get the fingers to work properly on the gauntlets, or how the hammer's like beam functions and how it extends in the way it does. Like
and you can assume these were because the gauntlets, at least we know, were made to serve a different purpose than just violence. But the gun, like, you can't justify that he had like prior work on the gun, and the gun was done in like a weekend. And then like they have turrets.
I hated that.
Don't they have turrets?
Well, they have that, and then they also found out how to do like this shipping container machine, like railgun, and they somehow figured that out in probably a few days.
It's just so
it's definitely
annoying.
all over the place with like they're like how much Jace can create and how much he can't.
It's Schrodinger's inventor. He can make whatever makes it most interesting at the time. Especially given like all of the inventors seem to have taken like a lot of time and had a lot of a fixation with their like focus before now. And now it's just like no, they can just do whatever the plot needs within whatever time the plot needs it.
Did I miss anything?
You missed the sex scene.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, because it's good because it's not between me and Haley Steinfeld.
I don't know if you guys know about this, but I mean you probably do. But the sex scene was half the length that they originally made.
Well, apparently it was like this really gratuitous thing, and then the Netflix probably said no.
But here's the thing: the full scene recently leaked onto the internet.
Oh no!
No, it's kind of hard to find because Netflix has been cracking down on it really hard. Only a few seem to have it right now.
Oh, I guarantee you there's people who have it downloaded on hard drives just waiting for Netflix to stop paying attention.
Looks that way.
But yeah, I guess that scene just had so many issues. We were talking about it for a while.
We also do get the most generic rallying speech of all time.
Oh yeah. This is when Jace has his like literal.
And for some reason the Zon leadership, I guess whatever's left of them, did show up.
Come over, yeah. Savika showed up, didn't she?
She did, but she didn't get to say it. Could
Yeah,
you
she didn't say
imagine?
a word. She doesn't say a
Right.
single word for the rest of the show.
Also, think about it. I feel like Savika would absolutely use this to her advantage. Is she'd be like,
She'd probably
"Great,
chew out Jace for saying this.
Well, no. Think about it. You can be like, okay, so that's fine. We will fight to save both of us. However, we get our independence after this. You do not have any power over us anymore.
Why would they even feel safe going in there after what they did to Zahn?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't, and they shouldn't. But
like, there's no reason anyone from Zahn aside from Vi should show up here.
Or now that they're letting you in, this would be the perfect moment to do what you got to do to take it over.
It should be an entire episode leading up to that. Just
happening, but
just Savika is showing up in front of Jace after what happened to Silco. If she doesn't know already, that's an entire episode. That should be an entire almost.
There's
like
so
an
much
entire
conflict
episode
there.
at
We
least
don't
side
get it.
plot.
It's so aggravating.
Yeah.
So the song "What Could Have Been." That's just me anytime I think about season 2. Just like,
isn't that the song that plays when Jinx tries to blow up the moon but misses and hits the council instead?
Yeah, it's just she pissed on the. She was gonna piss on the moon, but she hit Piltover instead.
Mm-hmm. It's a real shame she couldn't hit the moon like she wanted to.
I know, it would have been really cool and epic.
Episode
2 Jinx would have tried to hit the moon with the rocket. I thought she'd be that kind of person. Because it'd be so silly and funny. Be so quirky.
I should mention, because this is unfortunately gonna be important because it brings up a new issue that wouldn't exist if not for this. But in the music video that released for Ambessa's reveal cinematic reveal for her being playable in League of Legends, it was established that her life was saved by Kindred, who, if you don't know, is the manifestation of death in League of Legends, which begs the question of, when she dies, why doesn't he save her again?
You know what? Everyone gets one.
Yeah, it's just it's like a freebie. Like if you fell off the playground as a kid, you would have snapped your neck, but Kindred saved you. That was your one freebie.
You were about to contribute to the infant mortality rate, but no, Kindred saved you.
Yeah, he saves a lot of SDS people, which is kind of why it doesn't seem like they get saved. Like most people don't get saved very often. Yeah. So
even on rewatching that music video, it seems like Kindred is also responsible for Mel having superpowers. And keep in mind, in the music video, Mel is still in Ambessa's belly, which means she hasn't been born yet. Which, why not give Ambessa superpowers?
The thing is, I think Arcane contradicts that video again, besides what you were saying, with the fact that Kino implies that like Ambessa had a relationship with like some sort of sorcerer, I think, and that's why who Mel is. Like Kino and Mel are like half blood related. So if that's correct, I guess, with what the show is trying to say, because the show's basically insinuating it, like it does with a lot of stuff, and that means that
I might be wrong. Then maybe I was just watching it incorrectly, but still,
I don't know. Either way,
that just means whoever Ambessa hooked up with had double superpowers. Why not give us a story about him?
Either way, that's just
like, want to talk about episode 9.
Arcane season 2 doesn't.
Episode 9. Yeah, that's.
They don't.
Oh God, we're at the final episode, the worst one.
So you guys just want to. I don't even know what to say about this. So this is the plan. Jason's plan is buy me time so I can shut down Hextech and then fighting. They temporarily lost. Jinx come here with 3 airships, save the day. They thought they win, lose. Robot comes in, lose. When they lose again, Echo comes in, reverse time, throw his time bomb here. Jay just tells him that just basically just do the CW Flash stuff and just talk him into losing. And they both
Jay says being crippled is cool. Actually, that's what Jay says.
Yeah.
Also, did we cover the suicide thing?
Not yet.
Echo tells Jinx to just don't commit suicide. And okay, I'm just gonna skip to the end because it's so funny. Because of how to describe it.
It's so funny.
And then because what's it called? Warwick was like Warwick teams in and Jinx and Fire and anti-gravity fight to him, and then Warwick decided to still kill Fire, and then Jinx commits suicide to save her to save Fire. They died. Fire
died.
About
Fire,
that.
wait up, just
I don't know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And then Fire and Caitlyn at the end was like just live happily ever after. The end.
Yeah, but I guess we'll talk about the Jinx stuff once we talk about all the other problems. But yeah, we should talk about the suicide scene because it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the opening of the episode, and it's also like the framing device where they have the song about Jinx killing herself, and then she does it again at the end of the episode. And they play the song. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Wow. Yeah. So Jinx is going to blow herself up with one of her bombs, and Echo pulls up. And he reverses time up to 4 seconds, and then like Jinx doesn't really know what's happening here, like because the time went backwards, and she didn't do it. Like it's like because Echo's like observing the time change, he's aware of it, but no one else is. So Echo's like, Jinx, you gotta stop doing it, and she keeps like repeatedly blowing herself up, and he rewinds time. He's like, Jinx, come on. Please don't do it. Boom. She keeps doing that repeatedly until eventually she jumps off and Echo reverses time again. And he just says a bunch of like kind of generic advice shit. And then we cut away.
Can he just pull the thing and then pull the thing again immediately?
Yeah, that's my question. Why can't you do that?
Yeah, because he seems to just get as many retries as he
gets retries, but he has to let it progress first. But like, why not? Why does he have to let it progress? Why not just go back and go back and go back? Like the rules aren't very well established. Like all we know is if he goes back more than 4 seconds, Heimerdinger's head explodes. But what's stopping him from going back in 4-second intervals? Would Heimerdinger's head also explode again?
Yeah, just imagine him in Vandal. Just imagine him in Vandal City with Smeech, and just out of nowhere his head explodes, and Smeech is like, "What the hell?"
Every time Echo travels wrong, a random Heimerdinger in a random universe dies. That's my
no. But is it exclusively Heimerdinger, or is it just the nearest?
I like that it's only Heimerdinger. I just like it's just so personally funny to me. Like fuck this guy in particular. Boom.
There's some Heimerdinger in the universe where Jason Victor kept their ambitions in check, and he's like looking over proudly at his
I'm so happy. Boom. Then he has to spend a whole month hiking back from Bandit City. It's like
I even like the idea they maybe have like invented like a hex tech phone basically. So he explodes and then they get the call and they're like, it's like, what the fuck did you guys do?
Also, what I don't understand is why Smeech's blood was green, but Heimer's is red.
Drugs.
Oh yeah, it's probably Shimmer actually.
No, Shimmer's purple.
Well, it's possible.
Hey, I didn't say Shimmer. I said drugs.
Well, it's possible that Shimmer interfacing with red blood makes it green somehow. Who knows? It's kind of whatever. It's fine.
Right.
Yeah. What else is there to talk about? Oh yeah, the battle.
The fight scene. Oh
yeah.
Yeah. The suicide scene was it felt very inappropriate.
Yeah. It was very tone deaf. As a lot of things were in the season because you're really gonna play a character killing themselves over and over again. Like that's
and this was probably the most inappropriate scene in the whole show.
The only one that's close is what Jay says to Victor at the end. I think that was very like,
and maybe the sex scene between.
yeah,
Ryan
those are like
and
the top 3 of like, what the fuck were you
yeah.
thinking? Scenes?
But this is definitely the one that's the most tonally like, not even tonally inappropriate, just kind of the most personally offensive.
I could see a lot like personally, I haven't had experienced anything like that, but I could see so many people hating it.
I know people who have or rather I know people who have relatives who have, and that's kind of where I'm like, oh, if I had a relative that
like you continue.
If I had a relative who have, and I know people who have attempted, I know people who have been suicidal, like personally, and so that's kind of where it kind of hits me. It's like, oh, this is you are not treating this issue in like a
Most people on Earth will have experience with this in some way or another. So you have to treat it with the respect it deserves, and it's very much. And
you can
rewinding
treat it in a satirical way.
Yeah, you can. I'm not saying you can't, but like in a show that is otherwise serious and that in the past explored very deep topics, you can't do it this way because it's very disrespectful to have something as heavy as a suicide scene get rewinded multiple times.
Yeah, rewound.
Yeah, rewound.
Yeah, and have a bunch of like jokes written in. You have to either have a really good writer, or you have to be something that was like, if Rick and Morty did this joke, I would be like, okay, well, it's Rick and Morty.
This is sense. A Rick and Morty joke. Like,
that's why it came to mind. It's like this feels very Rick and Morty to me.
Yeah.
There's. But also, with the time that he has to try to convince Jinx to not kill herself, you won't be able to convince her because she's you'd have to take more than just a few seconds to convince her not to kill herself.
Like what Echo's
and you'll have to know exactly what to say. You have to know exactly what to say to convince her to not do that because she's dead set on doing it right now.
Like if you 4 seconds, Echo has to just literally tackle her, which is what people do to stop. Like if the cops are called on someone who's like in the middle of actively doing a suicide attempt, and they're in a position to do it, they will just tackle the person flat out to stop them. Like they just have to do that.
Well, because that's a big thing too.
No, to be fair, if Echo tried to, he probably wouldn't succeed because Jinx has super speed.
Possibly.
She's literally got the thing at the ready at this.
Yeah, it's true.
But think of that. That's the big.
Yeah,
thing.
it's just like the fact that the fact that his ploy works is just crazy with how the scene is set up.
But like I said, it felt not only did it feel very inappropriate, but like the jokey nature of the way they do it, where it's where it's like you see it over and over again, and it's almost like he gets exasperated about her.
Exactly. Yeah, he gets kind of exhausted about it, literally.
Yeah, and I remember I was watching this. I was like, are they really doing this?
Yeah, the first time it was happening, I'm like how many times are you gonna do this? And then the second time I watched it in our call, I was actually just like laughing hysterically because it was just like because like it already been in my mind of how like weird it was, and then it's a clown show, especially because I had context for the Maddie incident, so it's just like I I just have to laugh at all of this now. It's too silly.
Imagine that you could even do this, like him having to rewind it repeatedly in a serious way. Because think about it, like the like in an emotionally serious way, where it's like thinking about like he has 4 seconds to say something to stop her, like that.
Yeah, he has 4 seconds to say something so meaningful. Like he could do it hundreds of times and mess it up. Like that could be pretty cool.
But
it'd be something he couldn't. do is, as like I said, he'd be doing a lot, but it would be in a way that's like not treated like a bit.
Part of me thinks he should say something that almost like baffles her out of it.
Possibly, yeah. It could be like the thing you least expected was what caused her to stop.
Well, yeah, like that would be actually interesting because then you could have like that a bit more comedic,
it could be levity to it, yeah, and it could represent the intense moment cooling down, you know.
Yeah.
It's instead of the whole scene being kind of jokey in its nature.
Yeah, but you need a really good writer to do that.
Yeah, almost like whoever wrote these scenes for Tax.
Yeah, we'll be harping on this one scene for very long. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's just it's a really bad scene.
I was gonna say we are at the 5-hour mark. Let's wrap up the.
Also,
fortunately for us, all the things we said about the battles, it's just really sloppily done, very bad. So we don't have to get into the autistic specifics of it.
And as for Jinx dying, there's you probably don't know this, but there's a blink and you'll miss it shot. You'd have to go slow motion for it, but she super speeds away from the explosion before it goes off.
Yeah, and there's even like in the ending when the airship's flying away, like it's implied Jinx is in the airship, and then it has like the Jinx for like a split second, it has her letters glitching on the screen. You know, it was something I also was confused about with the glitch effect that's been going on since season 1. That doesn't really mean anything, and yet it was like it appeared a lot in the second half of the season. The glitches. And yet we don't really get any resolution of why it does that. Like,
I mean the fucking here's the thing I want to say is the about suicide. Do you know the line that convinced her to stop committing suicide? It's like, I learned from someone from the alternate universe that no matter what you did in the past, not too late to build a new one. Thank you. I'm sure she never thought of that in her entire life.
Yeah.
But sure, that works. And then here you got a battle. So who wants to talk about that? The plan is for them to just like distract, to block like ambassadors' forces long enough so that Jace can shut down the machine. Whatever.
Well, yeah. Just the big question is, why didn't Jace like get a bunch of people when they were doing all the prep work in the previous episode to go and dismantle the hex gate and literally break it to pieces so that it can't be used? Like, why wouldn't you do that?
And he was already in there. He could have done it all on his own.
Yeah, Jace like says I'm going to go do this and then disappears for a while, and then he was just doing it on his own incredibly slowly.
Well, he tries to take all the batteries out one by one when in reality he should just destroy it.
And it's a failsafe that can be blown up. Can't you blow it up manually? There should be a manual thing to blow it up in case of a meltdown.
Oh fuck that shit! Just have Echo just walk into a room. It's like, by the way, I cracked time travel and multiverse travel. You win the war. That's all you need to do.
Well, I mean, Echo only knows how to do 4 seconds, but yeah.
It's just like Hammer cracked that.
I think the silliest idea.
He also knows how to do 8 seconds because apparently 8 seconds doesn't kill Heimerdinger.
Well, like I said, so Jace was specifically like taken at this specific time by the wizard. We'll just say this is the wizard for now. Why couldn't the wizard just send him back earlier so he's more time to like prepare for all this shit? Like, the funny thing is the wizard has made multiple attempts, so why wouldn't he just try something new?
Why don't he just go back, just send him exactly to that place at that, like right before that?
Just send him like, you could even send him like years ahead, and then Jace is like a couple years younger and he has all this knowledge. He could probably fix a lot of this stuff in season 1. So like, the fact that the wizard's like, let me send you right now specifically. No. And then all Jace does is make it worse. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, because we need a battle equivalent to the Battle of Winterfall. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all because we have to have the slop battle. It's necessary.
So who wants to talk about the problems of this shitty battle?
Well, yeah, like we already kind of went over the fact that Jace dismantling the machine the way he does is just really stupid.
Because it's like both sides are retarded, so we just have to break down both sides.
Yeah, but and then
I mean,
like I said, it's generic like resolution to the plot. It's a clown show at this point. So I was kind of just done with it.
You know, basically what happened in there was like, oh fuck, Ambassador just rushed into the front line and no one shoot her in the leg.
Yeah, no, Ambessa apparently can just like not get shot by guns in the scene all of a sudden. Also, one thing that I find funny is so Kate has a new energy rifle that's like a kind of like a mini rail gun sort of thing, and she's shooting at Ambessa, and it basically shoots energy blasts instead of bullets. If she had her old gun, which had actual bullets and it was hex tech, like probably could have injured Ambessa at minimum, and at best could have killed her, because like sure, Ambessa's runes would have stopped the hex tech parts of the bullet. It's still a bullet flying at a very high velocity. But instead she has an energy beam, so Ambessa doesn't just get a headshot and the conflict's mostly over. But I think the biggest issue with the battle I have actually is why doesn't Ambessa open with the robot army? Why does she send her good men in to die?
Do you know what weapons they use?
Yeah, oh yeah, they have shields and spears and crossbows, and they win against riflemen. I'm a bit of a crossbow stand. Crossbows are actually very powerful enough to pierce armor. Like they're probably the best weapons to have against enforcers. If you aside from an actual fucking gun, you should have a gun. But if you had to pick a lesser weapon, a crossbow would be pretty good.
But you know but
the idea that the guns are entirely useless here is where I go. This is so lame.
Yeah, and Ambassador just have like ships. No, I'm not talking about warships. Literally just warships. Instead of vehicles. Where the fuck are the flying artillery? Why don't they have planes?
Yeah, they have like guns they brought with them, but no air support. It's you'd expect them to have that. And then another crazy thing is that they have Piltover has a railgun that they apparently built in probably only a couple days. With shipping containers that are fired through hex tech at a high velocity. Somehow using this just does not destroy the ship. It isn't used constantly throughout the battle to destroy the soldiers. It gets attacked pretty early on too, which is also just kind of like, how did they breach the fortified position so fast?
Oh, fuck that. Do you know what?
And the other question is, they're in a tower. Like, how many shipping containers do they have? Like,
yeah, I was like, you can just resist them with a cannon.
Yeah.
What guns?
And also the artillery guns that Noxus has doesn't fire on this thing at all, which you'd expect them to do. Everyone is just not doing the actions you'd expect an army to do.
No.
Also, the cannons are basically just a portable hyperspace torpedo from The Last Jedi.
Yeah. Those cannons they have are like World War II artillery. That would fuck all of Piltover up pretty easily.
Yeah. If you can fire something at the speed of light, just at anything, you've effectively won the war just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Caitlyn, Caitlyn in general, Caitlyn, she's a sniper with a very powerful weapon. Once she gets shot at by the Noxian cannon and has to like go elsewhere, instead of going to another tower and continuing to shoot, she decides to join the ground troops and attacking Victor's egg, which is like, Kate, you could have had the high ground and killed a bunch of soldiers and backed up your team who's going to assault the bomb or the egg. Like, why? But the reason why is so we can put Kate into this boss battle with Ambessa. That's why she does it. It's not because she's doing something her character would want to do with her talent as a sharpshooter. It's so she can have a boss fight.
No,
it's a real shame. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So we just got Warwick was like, hey, we got to pull this thing that is apparently a decoy, by the way. And it just
the egg is a decoy the whole time, which is really funny.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna dip.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go pretty soon too myself.
I have to eat. I haven't eaten yet.
Glad you could join us.
Yeah. Have a nice night, gentlemen.
You too.
I'm talking to you.
See ya.
But
Oh yeah, so we can just speed run because a lot of the battles can just be someone's how dumb it is, and then they just throw gas at each other.
Yeah, well, they used the gray, and then with that they assumingly canistered. It kind of backfires on them because they get beaten the fuck up by Noxians, I guess, and their masks start falling off and everything. And then
Jinx comes in with a free airship. Like there's a hot air balloon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, apparently Jinx only built that in probably like a few hours with how the timeline of the show is going, which is really stupid.
I should also mention her machine gun was she built it so that her machine gun and her fish bones rocket launcher are one. This was established in the Jinx Fixes Everything minigame in League of Legends, and you can see it in the show.
Yeah, because because Jinx is actually the only smart person here, so she has like guns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, Savika and Zon show up, and they like immediately get gonked by the robots, which I thought was funny. What are some other miscellaneous stuff? Oh yeah, Maddie. You want to talk about Maddie? We have to talk about her. It's so funny.
It's she died a hero.
She's trying to rid us of cringe. Maddie is so. I guess we talked about the earlier scene where Maddie's like having sex with Caitlyn, where she's trying to like get Caitlyn to be more chill when she's in her like Caitlyn persona. She's like, all right, you should probably think about ending the war, and maybe we can like ease up on Zon. And now in this scene, she then betrays Piltover for Noxus and gets to assassinate Caitlyn. Like this is just she's just suddenly this. So we can have this cool moment where Mel gets a cool entrance where she, behind a door, blocks Caitlyn, or not Caitlyn, she blocks Maddie's bullet and then spends some time bouncing it around until it hits Maddie in the forehead and she dies. Poor Maddie, you died before you could rid the world of cringe. It's sad.
I have no idea why the fuck is like what's it called? Mel is in the back line. I was like, dude, you
Mel. This is Mel. This is the first time Mel has joined the fight. Like, why couldn't she just like get to a vantage point and use her shields then, or just actually join the battle? Same with like, why don't they leave the robots? Like, why don't they have Mel at all helping until now? Why does she need to do this cool entrance? And then to speed along, then they have a boss fight. Kate versus.
What did the bomb defect? What did the bomb work? That's a thing.
The bomb. I know why the bomb doesn't work. Actually, it's something most people don't miss. It's kind of silly. So Maddie is the one who gives the bomb to Fish Guy. So Maddie sabotages it by putting a nail in, or whatever. But the thing is, I find this like that is what happens. But I also find it silly that Maddie does this at all because the egg is fake. They don't actually need to protect the egg. It's a decoy. I know the point is to get it going as long as possible, but like as far like you probably bought enough time as it is with how long this battle's gone on. So in fact, Maddie could probably use a distraction, the explosion, to like probably kill a couple soldiers with their enforcers with their rifle, like, and try to get like break their line a bit instead of what she does. Or even manufacture the bomb to like blow up as Steb, the fish guy, is carrying it. But like she could blow it up, kill Maddie, not kill Maddie. She want to kill herself, but she could get away, then remote detonate it so it kills Kate, fish guy, and a bunch of enforcers. And they're dead, and the fake egg is still alive at this point. Like there's a lot of better options she could have done. And this is just particularly egregious because the choice she does make isn't just suboptimal. It's just like silly. Like she doesn't have to do it at all. So I guess I want to wrap this up. So it's a boss battle, and in general, kind of bad dialogue.
They just destroy the shipping company, and then they just like destroy the egg, a decoy.
Yeah, they destroy the egg and they find out it's a fake. Then Victor is now basically he snuck in somehow, and now the robots are simulating people. And as this is happening, like Kate, Mel are fighting Mbessa, and then basically Vi, or not Vi, keep mixing up Vi and Kate. Funny thing is, Kate is such a non-issue in this battle. Vi is such a non-issue in this battle that we haven't even mentioned her. What she does.
She did nothing in this.
Like she has just no agency whatsoever. But Kate specifically decides to get stabbed in the eye to stab Mbessa, and like she didn't have to do it that specific way. Like she could have at least tried to get out to dodge. Or move her head literally, but
because
and then Mel, because she foolishly accepted the Black Rose necklace, she decides to activate it to send Mbessa to the Shadow Realm, and then Black Rose kills Mel, and not Mel. That would do us a favor.
Mbessa,
and Mbessa dies, and there's a silly line. Where she says, "You are the wolf" to Mel, which is like kind of a running theme of the first season. But like the thing I find funny about this is earlier she says, "Wolves don't show mercy," and Mel specifically spares Mbessa here. Even if she dies, she still spared her from getting like fully tortured to death by Black Rose. So as far as Mbessa's aware, Mel hasn't done anything that's very wolf-like, especially because she did stuff pretty, like she snuck up with that play too. It wasn't like, it was very Fox-like, like in the first season.
We just got that's it.
And that's their scenes. It's kind of silly. Kate loses a knife for no reason,
and then fight,
and they get assimilated. Then
Fight and Jinx there's like fights Warwick. That's it.
They start to fight Warwick, who has some opportunities to kill them, and he doesn't until the very end. And then as this is happening,
Ambassador is able to stab through a shield.
Well, I think how it's framed is brought up on EFAP is that the shield was brought around the knife for some reason instead of repelling it. So
it went straight through.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah. And remember when Mel was able to tank fish bones?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, she was able to and she tanked the robot for longer when the robot was breaking through the shield. Like she did it for longer. I guess the Steel Man would be, she's using a lot of magic at once as opposed to those scenes, so maybe it's less potent. But like, I just don't know how her power works at all, so not really sure what her power level is. It's kind of hard to be invested.
So basically, and then we just got
we just have Jason Victor left. I think it's like the main thing.
No, the Echo stuff. Fuck.
Oh well, that's we need to get through Jay stuff, and then we can talk about Echo because that's kind of happens after.
So Jason just like tell what's it called? Victor just stop it. This is not doing any good. I was like, Victor was like, no.
Well, yeah, it's just like a bunch of them. Like it's like Jace going, actually, people should have free will, and then Victor goes, no, people need to be evolved, and I'm gonna do it, and you can't stop me. And then he grabs Jace because I guess Jace is important, even though he tries to use a death beam to kill him. Like I don't really get it. What like Victor Victor doesn't need Jace for what he needs to do. He should just leave him in the dust and have his robots attack him and assimilate him separately.
No, this entire argument is like humans are bad. Humans are diseased. Stop.
Yeah, it's like the classic kind of edgelord, like kind of villain thing. It's like everyone's imperfect. I gotta make things perfect, that sort of thing.
And then we got the Echoes. Echo just came in and was like, hey, because somehow those robots just got nerfed, so they are unable to catch Echo until the very end, and
Yeah, like Echo is of course the last one and the last man, and even then he could have solved this problem like without doing what he does, because his hoverboard is established to be able to fly, and instead he decides to hover on the ground where there's more robots to attack him at once, so he gets overwhelmed and has to break the time travel rule, and he goes back like 12 seconds or something. which previously going back more than 4 seconds killed someone, particularly Heimerdinger. It doesn't this time. It's like, Zack Snyder's Justice League, where the Flash breaks the time travel rules they set up and it works. No consequences. It's just like that.
And then I was so confused. Like, what the fuck did throwing this?
Yeah, throwing a time machine is so silly. Like, the best Steelman I have is showing Victor the anomaly at that time managed to do. I don't even know. It's stupid. It's dumb. There's no defending it. It's the worst. And as this happens, then Jace tells Victor, actually, your imperfections and all that it's actually what made you special and unique and shit like that. Where like God, imagine telling it to season 1 Victor. Victor's like, fuck you, I'm gonna repair my legs.
No, I mean, what you should be saying is like, oh, by the way, it's like, no, it doesn't matter how you look or how you feel. It's like, I miss the guy who's like nice, caring, kind, and
whatever. Like, you should say things to Victor in this case. Just don't say what Jace would say. But yeah, and so this manages to convince Victor though, and then he pulls up to Jace and then Jace is like, we need to finish this together, and he gives Victor his crystal that he's had since the beginning of the show, and they do something, and they both like basically implode, and then all the robots deactivate except for 2. One of them is Warwick, who tries to kill Jinx, which is what we mentioned earlier, Jinx and Vi, and then Jinx fakes her own death and presumably kills Warwick, or they're together now, and that might be their gimmick in the new shows, is Jinx and Warwick are like fighting people.
By the way, it got revealed the fact that the mysterious person is future Victor.
That's another big thing. Like, that gets revealed around now, and so basically, this Victor, after destroying the world, is just like, shit, I gotta undo this. So he started going back in time and giving Jace Hex Tech, which doesn't make sense. That's like a time paradox, because Jace was given Hex Tech is why this all happened in the first place. So how does giving him Hex Tech again cause a new loop and things will be different? It doesn't make sense. And apparently when he was doing all this, he didn't have the opportunity to just send Jace back earlier than he does in this moment, which is like kind of already said. Like I said, just really stupid. And like, it's just so lame having Victor be the guy that inspires Jace, especially like, I liked when it was just some wizard we didn't need to care about.
Yeah, and that's it. And that, we can just go to the fight scene. The fight, just like, hey, my dad, no. Instead of just
all she does is just be sad about shit and react to things. It's just because, all Fi does.
Fi is like really stupid. So instead of using her godness, she just lift Vander and just get away. She just like, she died. Just left him.
But also, if Warwick is still alive and willing to fight, does that mean all of Victor's robots should also continue fighting?
They either deactivated or they like flat out despawned, I think is how it was portrayed. I can't comprehend how both Warwick and Oriana, who is Singe's daughter, who was basically made into a robot so Singe could get her back, they should both just not exist anymore because Victor is gone. Those are the rules. The show can't even abide by its own rules.
Yay, and that's it. That's a fucking movie. Actually, there's a lot more. Fuck that. We just
Is there more? What else is there to say?
I
guess there's the ending.
The picture is not the person.
I'm just gonna go now. I can't take it anymore. It was fun though.
That's fine.
Yeah, have fun wrapping it up. It's all a bunch of nonsense. But
yeah.
And it's nice meeting you, Sty. We didn't really have a formal introduction because I kind of.
Oh yeah, you too. It's though my appearances on a live stream will probably be very few and far between for
same
social anxiety reasons.
Yeah, fair enough. I just I hated this show so much. I'm just like, I'll go on the live stream. Why not? Because I've literally this is the only time I've ever gone. It's something like
makes sense, of course.
So yeah, but yeah, it was nice talking to you.
You too. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye. So that's the entire. So we just gotta wrap it up. It's gotta be quick. You know, after Jinx committed suicide to save Fa because Fa doesn't know to just lift Vander away, and Jinx just roughly tackled him for some reason. She just does, and they have the ending. So after some time skip, Safika is on the council. Why? Why did they choose Safika on the council? I have no fucking idea. Echo is alone. What is Echo with her friends? Like 5? I have no idea.
Yep.
And then what are the other things? Oh right. Somehow Mel is not in the council. I didn't see Mel in the council at the first.
Yep.
And then we got and then Kaylin lost an eye. I don't remember when the fuck did she lost an eye, but sure.
Because it was because she tried to she took the knife that Mbessa put in her stomach to then cut those runes off of her arm. And then that was just enough force off the knife from Mbessa's hand away from it to then make it so that Mbessa cuts her eye out.
What?
Yeah, I wish I was making that up.
You know what? I just go. So and then this is the final thing that said. I was like, I'm the under a nail cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me up. I was like, motherfucker! Everyone died.
Uh-huh.
And then it was like, because this is like a bittersweet ending. I was like, Fi should be like really sad after everything. She lost. She's like, she's like, Jace is gone. Jinx is gone. Her father died again.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, I have no idea what the fuck is Fi thinking, and that's basically how the show ends.
Exactly.
I wish I was picking that up. I was like, what's the conflict between Piltover and the Undercity? Nothing.
Exactly. And we League players have to suffer from this being canon to everything.
I'm so happy for you guys to know that Jinx died.
Well, not really. She super sped away from the explosion before it went off.
No, she fought off a fucking cliff.
I know, but there was a blink and you'll miss it shot. I don't know why though. It would have been better if she died just so that this out of character version of her wouldn't exist anymore. Oh man, this show is this season is terrible. I feel really bad for it though, because when my friend and I were watching the live premiere of episode 1, we were kind of dragged into the hype that stemmed from season 1 being as good as it was. And we had a lot of hope that because season 2 was the final season that they weren't gonna milk it, so to speak. And the result is not something is still something that neither of us have been able to process in full, even now.
Yeah, this is like I don't even know what to say at the end. It's like, this is just horrible.
Exactly.
Like, why do you hate season 1 so much?
It's really sad that this is the state of affairs now, because before season 2 came out, if you asked me if I was looking forward to the next League of Legends show, I'd say absolutely yes. They know what they're doing. There's no way that they can make anything that isn't super damn good. But now that we know that it's basically a dice roll to determine how good their next thing can be, I'm not nearly. You can say that I'm kind of the opposite of excited for the next one, whatever it may be. It'll probably involve Noxus.
I probably just don't have any more hope anymore. It's like, okay, people did ask you, like, is this the worst video game adaptation this year? I don't fucking know. Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
1000%. It absolutely is.
Yeah, probably. I don't even know. It's like it's literally. I think it's probably.
Oh yeah, and you probably don't know this, but that three-eyed bird that made an appearance at the end of this episode is Swain's bird. He's one of the leaders of Noxus, which further confirms that he knows what's been going on and should have intervened, but he didn't.
You know what? Let's just leave it for the next show because I have no idea what they say for this.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm just really tired now. Fuck.
Makes sense. I am equally tired, especially after discussing that god-awful second season.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that we have like 6 other people here and then just destroy the show.
True.
Hey,
as fun as it would have been to go super duper in depth, it's still at least fun to have gotten at least 5.5 hours in.
Yeah, because we really do not have time, and it's like a really bad time period now. But oh well, it's Arcane season 2.
Yep.
It's a tragedy. It ends in a tragedy. I hate you, Netflix. I hate you, Arcane. I hate you, fucking whoever made it now.
Yep. Everyone wants to be Christian Link's enemy. Funny how that song has come full circle.
Hey, yay. So yeah, Arcane season 2. Bad news. We hated it. So.
Yep. It was objectively the worst one of the video game adaptations.
Probably. Probably, I'm not sure. But yeah. So yeah, we're probably gonna see you next time. So, do you want to say anything else, Sai?
No, I can't say that I do.
Yeah, but no, yeah, after this, even I was kind of building up like season 1 type. I was like, season 2 will be good, and then it was like, and then saw it like, what the fuck.
Yeah, when I was watching the first episode, I probably mentioned this earlier, but I didn't notice 98% of the issues with it for that same reason, because I was so focused on the hype from season 1, and that effect remained even all the way into episode 6. We had to rewatch and think about everything that we saw to really understand how bad it all was. And yeah.
Hey, at the very least, you figured it out, so hey.
Yeah, and it's probably for the worst because I know a bit more League of Legends lore stuff, which means I know how much worse it can get than what the average viewer might know.
Oh well, that sucks. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad that you came. So as the 5 other guests who came here.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel if you want. Subscribe to the channel, and but yeah, we gotta leave now. It's really it's the longest stream we did. I mean, the last longest stream is like a Tomb Raider show, and that show is horrible as well. But this might actually be worse. Actually, this is worse.
Without a doubt.
So, but yeah, give me a second. Rangi said, "Sorry, I had to leave a bit early. That's fine. Yeah, we reached the end.
No worries.
Hey, subscribe to Rangi's channel. He made a lot of good stream and anime stuff. But yeah, so if there's nothing else, I'll see you next time.
Amen.